yajñātvā na punam moham evam yasyasi pandava ena bhūtāni aseshena drakshyasi atmani yatho mayi. Translation: experiencing which, O Pandava, you will not have this confusion once again, for you will discern that all life forms with no exception are in your own self as they are in me. It is such a pleasure to have knowledge bomb every morning. I don't know about you guys, I am having it. Such pleasant space in the morning. I wake up and take bath slowly in my own way. My way of taking bath is, I need to have water in a huge tub, almost like what you need for an elephant. No, really, I cannot take bath with less quantity water, 2 bucket, 3 bucket, no. I can live without food, but this cleaning is a big ritual for me. And still I do all the rituals, achamanam, everything, and then only I'll take bath. As prescribed by Manu. Manu says that 7 times you have to wash after you finish your motion. So 7 times I'll use soap. I'll count. Sometime if I am in a hurry, at least 7 times I'll touch. And then my taking bath is like a... If you have seen the deity of Amritakateshwara, he will be sitting with 2 big vessels and pouring on his head. That is the way I'll take bath. Means the whole body will become cool. Now I have one more thing added. Puja. In this Madhurayadinam tradition, I have to perform Shiva Puja every morning. What puja I will perform? The moment I sit, already in Samadhi. But I have my own way. I'll put little vibhuti and little kumkum, little sandal and little water and flower, all that. And it will take 2 hours for me. Because by the time I put kumkum, I will fall into Samadhi. Then again settle down and pour little water. Anyhow, after all that, I come and sit here. It's like in pure inner space, a bomb, knowledge bomb. This is what exactly I want even you guys to experience. Morning, have enema so that stomach is clean. Take bath, come with a fresh inner space and do the Guru Puja. Then this energy bomb, the experience, knowledge bomb falls on you. If your stomach is clean, this verse can directly become experience in you. Please understand. Bhagavan says, O Partha, Pandava, again and again you lose the experience of the ultimate, the remembrance of the ultimate truth. Do not miss that. Have some experience which will remind you to experience the ultimate truth always. See, what is ultimate truth here? Bhagavan says very clearly, all life forms are part of your own self. That is the ultimate truth. Bhagavan says, you forget again and again this truth because of confusion. Here, Bhagavan is using word moham. Na aham is naham, ma aham is moham. You surrendering yourself is naham, namaha, naham. You being destroyed is moham, ma aham, moham. If a horse comes and sits at your feet and obeys your command, it is naham. Na aham, surrendering. You just throw a bomb at a horse and it dies and falls. That is moham, ma aham. The key word in this verse is moham, ma aham. Bhagavan says, all life forms are part of you. This is the ultimate truth. But you again and again forget this truth because of moham. Moham word should not be understood as a lust or greed. Please understand. Lust or greed is only the bomb. That is not moham. Moham means destroying yourself, the confusion. Bhagavan says, the moham, the confusion, takes away this truth. All life forms are part of you. It is being taken away from you again and again. Punah punaha. He says, get into some experience which will not take away that ultimate from you again and again. It's a very subtle subject. Please listen intensely, step by step. First, all life forms are part of me. This is the truth. Now, once you understand that, sometime you feel, yes, if you take a handful of clay, if this is clay, if I understand this clay, if I know this clay thoroughly, then I know all the clay on the planet Earth thoroughly. Please understand. If I take a handful of clay and understand it thoroughly, then I know all the clay on the planet Earth. Same way, your life. When you know you are living, your life, then all life forms on the planet Earth is you. It is part of you. All the clay and the clay in your hand is not too different. All the life and the life in your body is not too different. You feel, almost I am understanding, but not. I think I understand, but not. For these understandings, you need to have two things. One, the stomach, clean stomach, and the throat with ghee. If you pour little ghee in your throat, the ghee in the throat awakens subtle parts of the brain. Still in Ramakrishna Math, morning, before the teacher starts the class, there will be a whole day classes, the Shastra classes, Patanjali and all other Shastra classes. Before entering into the class, they'll give the ghee in the spoon. You'll have to have the ghee in your throat and sit for the Shastra. I asked, why this tradition? It started by Sri Ramakrishna. It was given to Sri Ramakrishna by Totaburi. It's directly from Naga Sampradaya. The pure cow ghee, ghee made out of cow milk, you have to pour it in your throat, at least a spoon. If the ghee is in your throat and the stomach is clean, the subtle truths you will understand. If the ghee is in your throat, you won't fall asleep. Try. Try to have a spoon of ghee in early morning when you sit for satsang. You will never fall asleep. It's from Naga Sampradaya. It was given to Ramakrishna by Totaburi, and Ramakrishna has given to all his disciples. Stomach should be clean and ghee should be in the throat. Then you will catch all these subtle truths. Anyhow, Today you may not have that, but understand the truth at least. You do accept many times all life forms are part of me. I am part of the all life forms. But the problem is, when you make serious decisions in your life, this truth is forgotten. You don't make decision based on this truth. Why? The ma aham, confusion. The cognizance you take about the problem becomes more powerful than the ultimate solution you carry in your inner space. Please understand. All of you have thousands of ultimate solutions. Love, compassion, joy, part of life. I am part of life and life is part of me. All this, all of you have it. But when a problem comes, when you are expected to make decision, when you need to take cognizance about some issue, about some problem, the cognizance of the problem looks powerful in you than the cognizance of the ultimate solution, spiritual truth. I tell you, please understand, I am breaking one of the important myth. The power of problem in your inner space and the power of solution in your inner space. Ultimate solution in your inner space. If the power of ultimate solution is more, you are a Jivan Mukta. The power of problem is more, you are bound soul. Now you need to know a very important truth. The power of problem can never be reduced. The power of solution can never be increased by mental practices. It is simply your hormonal space. Please understand. All I am trying to tell is, by keeping your stomach clean, you will become enlightened. You don't need any other practice. You do not need big pranayamas, kumbhakas, puja, yoga, work, karma yoga. No. It is a simple truth. The power of solution feels smaller than power of the problem just because of your stomach, your body's sickness. It has nothing to do with your mind. I tell you, you might have practiced controlling anger and lust for 35 years. If your stomach is upset, a little bit of food which does not suit your stomach is enough. All your 35-year practice is in the air. You will be screaming. You will be shouting. Whole thing boils down. The key word moha boils down to body's hormonal situation, body's chemical space. Balancing your body's chemical, establishing yourself in the ultimate understanding again and again and again is alchemy. I tell you, just keep the stomach clean. When I say clean, I don't mean empty. I am not saying don't eat and all that. If you do not have digestion problem, if you do not have constipation, if you are sitting with a, Ramakrishna says, keep your head and stomach always cool, because both are connected. See now, I am telling you from my experience. Morning I came and sat in the seat. My whole stomach is clean. Such beautiful inner space, because just now I finished my puja. I'm coming and sitting. This verse feels like a balm on me. Means such a strong impact this one line has created in me. But I can see so many of you unfortunately sitting. He says we have to believe, okay. The verse, I'm giving you the clear meaning. It doesn't create a explosion in you. I want you to know the explosion happening in me and the explosion not happening in you, there is no mental practice needed for this. That is what I want you to understand. Do not say, oh, Swamiji has practiced and he became enlightened, that is why it is causing explosion in him. I am not, that is why it is not causing. No. It just needs chemical balance. Nothing else. And you may say, no, he is talking just to encourage us. No. Meenakshi Sundareshwara is witness. Keeping him as a witness, I promise, what I am saying is truth. It just needs a chemical balance, nothing else. Your body needs to be clean, nothing else. This verse will create the same shocking explosion in you, how it creates in me. Now I can tell you, this shock which I had, shock is not the right word, the explosion which I had now, when I read this verse, it will stay with me in my body at least for next 3 days. I'll be there in that bhava continuously. This can happen in you without any mental, spiritual discipline or practice. Just by the right body. Means keeping your body clean. If your stomach is relaxed, you don't have much load and constipation on the stomach, and you are sitting, a cool feeling in the body, that is enough. This verse can cause the same explosion in your body, because this does not need any mental, spiritual practices. Understand? There are different truths. There are some truths you need a heavy spiritual practice to understand it. For example, this is a matter. This can be dismantled and teleported and assembled somewhere. To master this truth, you need a heavy practice, mental practice, pranayama practice. But I am not teaching you that now. Same way, there are some truths which I said yesterday. The attitude of imbibing. There is no end to practice those truths. It's like even though I have mastered pranayama, still I continue to breathe. Even though I mastered the science of eating, I can live without food for any number of days. When my disciples can live without food for 27 days, why can't me? But I continue to eat. When I can. And same way, when I mastered the science of breath, even though I mastered the science of breath, I continue to breathe. Even though I mastered the science of eating, I continue to eat. Same way, even though I mastered the science of imbibing, I continue to practice it. There are some truths Even after mastering, you continue to practice. But there are some truths, once you master, you can't practice. Unclutching. I can't practice unclutching. Once you master it, you can't practice. You stay in it. Unclutching. Ajapa japa. All this, once you master, you can't practice. But feeling connection, even after you master, it goes on growing. You can't practice, but it goes on growing. There are some truths which needs heavy practice. There are some truths, once you master, you don't need to practice and you can't practice. There are some truths, even after you master, you will continue to practice. There are some truths for which you don't need any practice, just a balanced body. It is just a knack. You need to keep the body clean and keep it there when the truth is told to you. This truth, the truth, all life forms are part of you, which Bhagavan says does not need any spiritual practice prior to the experience and post experience. Please understand. Prior to experience and post experience, you do not need any practice for this truth. It needs clean stomach, that's all. In Vedanta, there are some truths you don't need any practice. Just clean body. Same way, there are some truths. If your body is in utter sickness, that truth will work out. That is death experience. If you are in a complete chaos, the truth about the death, the moment it is told, it will become experience in you. That is what has happened to Ramana Maharshi in Madurai. He was actually sick. It has happened just in the same street. The South Tower street is there. We are in Tirkavani Moolavidi. Go to the South Tower and the straight, that street, I request and recommend all the devotees to go and have darshan of that place and come back. It's a small house. Bhagavan was sick for 2.5 days. Third day morning only this experience happened. He had a fever, and slowly that fever started developing and entered kind of a terrible confused fear. The child was terrorized. Maybe he was not able to communicate his fever to others, or nobody was able to understand. He was terrorized inside. Fever may be small thing if the doctor says and he gives medicine and you see any progress. If you don't know about medicine, if you are not given knowledge or confidence, fever can terrorize your inner space. Bhagavan felt terrorized inside. What is happening? I don't know. In that mood, when a small suggestion about death came, it became experience. That is why even now, in Buddhist monasteries, when somebody falls sick, they will use even that atmosphere, ambience, space to give enlightenment to that person. In Zen monasteries, if you fall sick, they will give you medicine, but whole day, 2-3 monks will sit next to you and remind you about the many sacred sentiments, many sacred secrets. They will remind you, because during the sickness, there are some sacred secrets will click with your body. Even in Dhyanapidam, I want this tradition to start. If somebody is sick and lying down, They should be constantly listening to the different sacred secrets I revealed in many different verses in Shiva Sutras or in Bhagavad Gita or Yoga Sutra. These three are the backbone of Hindu tradition. How to experience this truth and not to lose the experience of this truth. Bhagavan says, moha, confusion is the reason why you lose this truth. Please understand, moha is not related to mind, it is related to body. Moha is not related to mind, it is related to body. Moha, kama, krodha, all the three are physical experience, not mental experience. Jealousy, attention need, ego, all three are mental experience, not physical experience. Please understand. Moha, kama, krodha, even bhaya. The lower three chakras are physical experience. To conquer the lower three chakras, you need to prepare the body, not mind. But unfortunately, you try to constantly prepare the mind and fail. The top three, attention need, jealousy and ego. For this, you need to prepare mind, because they are mental experiences. But the lust, fear and confusion, means worrying, these three are physical experiences. You just need to keep your stomach clean and light. Nothing else. You just need to carry your body gracefully. Nothing else. Where you hold your body, please understand, you always hold your body in Swadhisthana. That is why constant tensed feeling in Swadhisthana. Don't hold the body in Swadhisthana. Walk with the legs, not from Swadhisthana. While you walk, feel you are putting the foot on the ground. But now, you are holding your Swadhisthana and pushing the body. For example, the bullock cart. The spot where the bullock and the cart is connected, that is the spot the whole tension falls. When the bullock pulls the cart, the spot where the cart is first experiencing the pull, that spot, we can call it the touch spot, the spot where the touch happens. The transmission of pulling power happens. Same way, Swadhisthana is the spot where the transmission of the touch between your will and the body happens. Don't do that. Walk with the legs, talk with mouth, work with hands. Stop using Swadhisthana. Let the pressure be on the parts of the body which is functioning. How to do it? When you walk, remember you are using only your legs to walk. When you work, remember you are using only your hands to work. Just few days of remembrance is enough. Don't make this again as a mental practice. No. It is a physical thing. Even remembering that you are walking, you need to do mentally. See how sick human beings have become. It's very unfortunate. Moha can be dispelled only by training the body, not the mind. Mind can never be out of moha. Mind can never be out of roha. Mind can never be out of soha. By itself, It is only the body which needs to keep the mind out of roha, moha and soha. It is so unfortunate the Vedantis have forgotten the body, preparing the body, and they go on beating the mind till the end and die in depression. And it is so unfortunate. Siddhantis have forgotten body and mind and both. Even the mental struggle has stopped in course of time. It has all ended in who receives Purna Kumbha, who gives Purna Kumbha, who is respected and who is old. The other day there was a criticization. Somebody was criticizing about me. He self-styled, started 10 years before. We are the oldest. Of course, now their criticism holds no more value because now I am representing the oldest Hindu religious organization. That's different. But I also wanted them to understand what do we mean by oldest. In Zen tradition, there's a beautiful example. One enlightened master was sitting. One monk who was the head of the old monastery, who is the inheritor of the oldest monastic tradition, a pontiff of an old monastery comes to this enlightened master, and this master is sitting and drinking cup of tea. This pontiff comes and says, do you know, I am the pontiff of this monastery, oldest Buddhist monastery. The Zen master did not speak. Usually they don't speak. He finished his cup of tea and poured the water, washed that cup and poured it in another cup and emptied that cup, poured little more water in that cup, washed it and poured it another one cup and emptied that cup, poured little more water in that cup, washed it and poured in another one cup and gave it to this pontiff and said, please drink this tea. Pontiff was shocked. He said, what do you mean? Master said, an experienced person drinks original cup of tea. Pontiff drinks the washed water. Truth. What is there? My ancestors, my predecessor had a cup of tea. What is there in that? Fool, you have the cup of tea. And very strangely and rarely, impossibly, now both are meeting in one body. I don't know what is going to happen. Unfortunately, these Siddhanta monasteries have been reduced to who is old, whose teacup is old. Older the teacup, tea smell reduces. Vedantis fight with mind and forget the body. Siddhantis fight with others, forget the body and mind both. This is where the fate of Siddhanta and Vedanta I tell you. Work on your body. These great truths you should imbibe by working on your body. Early morning, if you do yoga, and then take bath in cold water, come and sit and do the Guru Puja, listen to these great truths, straight away it settles down in your inner space. Yoga simply happens in your inner space. Vedantic experience simply happens in your inner space. You need just prepared body, nothing else. Now, sit for a few minutes. Don't work on your body, don't work on your mind. Leave both to me. Don't unclutch. Don't try to do any technique. Don't even try to feel the presence of Meenakshi Sundareshwara. Don't even try to feel my presence. Just sit. Drop your body, drop your mind. Let me do what I need to do. Let me do what I have to do. Let me do my homework. You just sit.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nityananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nityananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nityananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादम् सर्वरोगनिवारकम् वन्दे पापविनाशक्तम् नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तम् निर्विकल्पम् ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकम् वन्दे शान्तमयम् बन्धम् नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारम् सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तम् वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nityananda.
Nityananda Dhyanapitham, Nityananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nityananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Let's start our morning satsang. In Bhagavad Gita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 34th verse.
तत्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः.
Tatviddi pranipadena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha. The translation: understand these truths by humble submission, through enquiry or by resorting to the one who has perceived, experience the true and essential nature, and who will instruct you to that cognizance, who will transmit that experience to you. This verse is one of the popular verses of Bhagavad Gita. Tatviddi pranipadena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnanina tattvadarshinaha. It's a very powerful verse. Please understand the essence of enlightenment. Bhagavan says very beautifully, understand these truths by humble submission, through enquiry, or by resorting to the one who has perceived, experienced the true essential nature, and who will transmit that experience to you. The key word in this whole sutra is pranipadena pariprashnena sevaya. I tell you, with humbleness and the attitude to imbibe, if you move, every stone tree will teach you. Forget about enlightened master teaching you. That will surely happen. But if you carry these two attitude of humbleness and attitude of learning, receiving, imbibing. Yesterday I was talking to one of our brahmachari. Casually I was mentioning how this whole Madurai Adinam is going to be rebuilt. We are going to make the whole thing into 5 floor. The opposite property also is going to become a 5-floor property, 5 floor. That's the maximum allowed limit by corporation. So we are planning. I was telling some of the minute details presented in Meenakshi temple, architecture, and Kashi Vishwanath temple. Actually, I wanted this place to be representing the whole India. So some of the minute details in Varanasi and Meenakshi temple, and there is a sun temple in Konark, Orissa, which has a huge wheel with the 12 spokes. So I was talking about all these minute details, how this is going to be built. He was telling, how do you see all these details? Bless us also to get that. Please understand, so many people who live around me, whether they believe I am enlightened or incarnation or not, that is different. But all of them are baffled by my awareness and by my memory and the way I put things together. Seeing that everybody is shaken and baffled, that no doubt, it's non-controversial. Only my incarnationhood is controversial, but all the qualities of incarnationhood which I am expressing are non-controversial. It is non-controversial. It cannot be refuted. But I tell you really, keeping Shokkanatha and Meenakshi as a witness, I give you the secret of this quality. Understand? Humbleness and attitude of imbibing. When I look at the temple, when I look at an architecture, when I look at a information, even when I take up a new book to read, I completely submit myself with the attitude of imbibing. Understand? People who live around me would have observed. Even if I get a new laptop or a machine, I'll hold it in my hand for a few seconds. With all humbleness I submit to imbibe you as part of me. Even newspaper or any book, people who living around me would have observed it. Anything I touch, first I surrender with humble submission, attitude of imbibing. Please understand, there are very few spiritual methods I myself practice. Still now, I practice. This is one of the method or attitude still I practice. I go on practicing. See, unclutching and all I don't practice. I can't do also, that is different, because even to unclutch you need mind. I can't practice. And puja, I don't practice. But in this the Madurai Adinam tradition, I am supposed to do puja every day to the deity of Shiva and Meenakshi. So you should see how I do puja. It will be very funny. Morning I will sit with the deities and I will pour first the water and fall into samadhi. And then I will wake up and put the sandal and fall into samadhi. It will take at least 2 hours for me to complete the puja. I cannot practice puja, of course, because as a tradition I have to do, I am doing. That's different. I cannot practice unclutching. There are many methods and techniques. I cannot do ajapa japa. By the time I repeat the mantra second or third time, already in samadhi. But still I practice some things. That is humble submission. Understand? Then understand the importance of this process. Whether I am not talking about the humble submission, the attitude of imbibing you need to have in front of the Guru. No, that is secondary. I am not even talking about that. Have that attitude with everything. When you look at a building, have that attitude of imbibing. You will imbibe whatever you need to from that. You will be enriched. When you need, that file will come up, a book. Start with that attitude of imbibing. Whatever is your essence, let it be imbibed in me. Let it become part of me. That is why any knowledge, I am not talking out of ego, any knowledge, it can be any complicated, whether it is legal or auditing or HTML code, any knowledge, I can be 100% sure I can imbibe, because I know how to imbibe. Go with the attitude of imbibing. Tadvidhi pranipadena pariprashnena sevaya. Go with the attitude of humble submission. With anything. If you are going to a new culture, if you are going to a new place, if you are going to a new person, if you are going to a new book, if you are going to a new field, with anything, do not have prejudice. Something, these fellows are wrong, these fellows are right, this book is not right, this thought trend is not right, this philosophy is crime, this philosophy is right. Don't go with that prejudice. Go with that mood of submission, imbibing. I tell you, if you have this attitude of imbibing, even the terrorist philosophy, you will learn something right and good. But with the attitude of arrogance, even if it is the philosophy of enlightenment, you will make it arrogant and egocentric. I have seen people becoming egocentric, reading great Advaitic literatures, and people becoming enlightened, the worst terrorist books. George Gurdjieff is a flower out of the communist thorns. He was not given any enlightenment philosophy or Advaitic teachings. It's all the communist inputs. But with the attitude of imbibing, even from communism, he flowered as an enlightened being. I can give you 1000 examples, even from Advaitic literature, the egoistic fellows flowering. I tell you, attitude of imbibing. If you see, even now, if I get a new book in my hand, or a newspaper in my hand, or a magazine, anything before reading, you will see me stuck, pause for a few seconds. Only then I will start. Means there are something which I practice even now. Of course, some things I practice, that muddy means that cleanliness, that hygiene. That is not spiritual practice. That is more like I have decided to maintain my hygiene, and for that I am practicing. Those things are different. But there are some spiritual practice I do. In that, this attitude of imbibing is one. Understand? It may be completely negative information book or something wrong, but even to that, I go with the attitude of imbibing. When you go with the attitude of imbibing, anything gives you enlightenment. Try to imbibe, try to have this. Try this as a process. It will be very funny in the beginning. Sit in the house, take half an hour, and decide mentally to pay your respect to every object which is in front of your eyes. Maybe the carpet, or the photograph, or the wall, or the chair, anything which is around you. Please understand, you can learn the habit of imbibing and submission only with the objects which are around you first. If you cannot respect, if you cannot humbly submit yourself in front of the chair which is in your house, or the shoes which are in your house, or the wall which are holding your roof, you cannot submit yourself to God. If you imagine God and imagine your submission, It will only be ego playing with ego, that's all. First try with something objective in front of you. Don't expect you should be humble only in front of divine objects. What is divinity? When you add humbleness, it becomes divine, that's all. So if you add humbleness, everything will become divine. Add humbleness to your life. Let the life itself become divine. Attitude of imbibing. Attitude of receiving. Even now, I go on practicing it. There are some practices which is supposed to be done even beyond enlightenment. There are some you can't do beyond enlightenment. Unclutching, ajapa, japa, all these you can't do beyond enlightenment. There won't be, it is not possible because the frequency is so different, you won't be able to do. But this attitude of imbibing, actually attitude of imbibing is radiating enlightenment. Unclutching, ajapa, japa, is living enlightenment. Once you become enlightened, over. But enlightenment constantly exploding happens only with the attitude of imbibing. Only with the attitude of imbibing, enlightenment goes on happening in you. Whether I sit in front of TV, I may be watching only the news. Even then you will see for a moment, I'll remind myself to the attitude of humble submission and imbibing. I tell you, by humble submission and imbibing, you will never be a fool, you will never be cheated. You will only imbibe exactly what is required. You will never be cheated. The attitude of imbibing. If you go with that attitude, every stone will become God. Every person will become God. Every object will become God. Everything will become divine. I tell you, one of the important ingredient in my life for my joy is attitude of imbibing with everything. With everything, I tell you. When you are in the attitude of imbibing, anything merges in you. But when you are with the attitude of arrogance, you are broken and made to merge with others. I tell you the secret. The life, if you are with the attitude of imbibing, merges into you and enriches you. If not, it breaks you and swallows you. The same teeth of the cat is death for the rat and holding jaw for kitten. The same teeth does not hurt the kitten, but it kills the rat because the instruction given from behind. Life as the teeth with the imbibing mood, it will be protecting you. With the attitude of arrogance, it will be killing you. Please understand. With the attitude of imbibing, see how beautifully this whole Madhurayadhyam responsibility I have imbibed, and it has only enriched me. All these fights have not taken away 1 inch of my confidence. My confidence only has grown. This fight, this struggle, nothing, it has not touched me at all. Not even one moment I felt, why did I come and take this responsibility? No. Anybody else would have felt, what am I lacking? Dhyana Peetham has everything. Why do I need to come and sit here? Actually, the real fight is, they know I represent the national religion. That is where the fight is. Understand? It is so unfortunate, one segment of Tamilians, especially deep south, does not want to mix with the mainstream India. It is that struggle. They know I represent the mainstream India's religion, about which they are afraid. These fools are talking, I don't know, Shaivism. And not only that, they know I represent a huge possibility and new updation. I also wanted to announce that 4 places, the hospitals are starting, the places, everything has been finalized, and furnitures are getting bought. Furnitures and machineries are landing. We are expecting by June 5th, we will announce the inauguration of all 4 hospitals. 20-bedded hospitals. 4 20-bedded charitable hospitals. Each hospital is 20-bedded, 2 doctors and 4 nurses. All the basic facilities and the life-saving medical care will be available within this June 5th. And they know the speed with which we will work. And I represent the collective sentiments of all the Hindus. There is a very famous Vishnu temple, Alagar temple, Kallalagar temple. That deity only gathers largest gathering of South India. Please understand, largest gathering in South India is 1 crore people gathering for the Kallalagar appearing in Vaigai temple, Vaigai river. That's the largest gathering of human beings in South India. In North India is Kumbh Mela. This is almost like South Indian Kumbh Mela. After the coronation, I went to the temple to offer my respect. Usually I go there to Kallalagar temple, but after the coronation I went there to offer my respects and devotion, prayers. The temple authorities have told me, Swamiji, you are the first Shaiva Mutt head entered our premises. Can you imagine? No, please understand. No, I am not happy about it. I am not happy about this information. Can you imagine? He says, I am here as the in charge for last 50 years. He is an elderly person. 50 years, the chief priest. He says, neither my father ever told me, nor I have ever seen a single Shaivite Mutt head entering this campus. Do you understand the subsect divisions with which we are suffering? And it is not somewhere far. And it is not the unpopular temple. Actually, I told Tirumala Devasthanam, Tirupati temple authorities that I am coming. They said, we will receive you with all the respects. You are the first Shaivite Mutt head who wants to come here. I am actually going after the Guru Puja, June 5th. Actually, 292 Guru Mahasanidhanam is very open person. He is not the fanatic type. I asked Swamiji, the Alagar temple, they said that I am the first Shaivite Mutt entered the temple. Even you never visited, Swamiji. He said, my predecessor told me not to go, so I did not go. Then I went, Swamiji. He said, that is nothing wrong. You please go ahead. Nothing wrong. I won't say you should not go and all. It is perfect. Go and come. But because my predecessor told me I don't want to break his word, so I am not going. See, that is his Guru Bhakti. That's different. But what I am saying, how can? I could not imagine. how we are suffering with the subsect problems. Only these type of that subsect fanatics are opposing me. Nobody else. And actually they have given a press meet saying why I should not be in this Pita. They have given 3 reasons. He worships Vishnu also. He talks on Bhagavad Gita. Really? These are all the reasons they have given. I said, oh God, where are we heading? I know for sure. Now by going to Tirumala temple, I am going to create a big controversy. If I enter a church or mosque, there won't be a problem. But if I enter a Tirumala temple, there will be a problem. Can you imagine? But I am going to go. I also said, in all our temples, Vishnu will be there. In all our temples, Rama and Krishna will be there. In all our temples, Bhagavad Gita will be chanted. So it is time we unite and represent the national sentiments. Jnana Sambandar himself, who is the founder of this mutt, has travelled length and breadth of the country, went up to Kedarnath, sang about the Kailash, Manasarovar. They all know. I will do 2 things. One, I will make the whole, this Madurai Adinam, into a living, spiritual, national organization. Of course, international, that is different. See, geographically we will be having centers internationally. Philosophically, I will represent the whole national sentiments. Why they are opposing me? How I should break the whole thing. And in the Vedic tradition, there is an important thing. Whenever an enemy comes with a vyuha, plot strategy, whenever an enemy comes with a plot strategy, first thing you are supposed to do is a humble submission, and with an imbibing mood you are supposed to approach. With a worshipful mood, prayerful mood, you are supposed to approach the enemy's plot strategy. When you go with that mood, the plot strategy itself gives you the method, the technique, ability to break itself. Our Swamiji 292 is very broad-minded person. During the Hindu-Christian riot in Kanyakumari, he went and stayed there for 4 months and sorted out the problems. He has done so many wonderful things. But even he has not stepped into one Vishnu temple. Can you imagine? You see, if he is also a close-minded or the old orthodox fanatic person, then we can say, okay. He is not that type. He is a very open person, broad-minded person, highly educated, and worked a lot for the Vedic tradition, and he's raised his voice many times supporting the Hindu causes. Just actually 3 days before, the Ramdev Baba's trust was taxed, declared as a commercial trust. So for that, I gave a statement opposing that move and supporting Ramdev Baba. The moment Swamiji heard, he said, hey, add my name also. The moment he heard, he immediately said, add my name also. Why you did not add my name? I said, Swamiji, I did not know that whether you will be willing to support this. He said, no. In future, any statement you give, add my name also. very open person, very progressive person. But even he could not step in to the Vaishnava temple. I was really surprised. Then understand some of the dirt with which Hinduism is suffering. Please understand. Now I am not criticizing them. I am self-criticizing. I am not criticizing those opposing groups now. Now it is not the time to criticize. Now it is time to feel as one body suffering. But I assure everybody, I will continue to represent national sentiments and create international organization. I tell you, even in front of enemy's plot strategy, Vyuha, in the Vedic tradition, in Mahabharata, there are so many different plot strategies are explained. Batma Vyuha, Chakra Vyuha, Chandra Vyuha, Agni Vyuha, so many plot strategies are explained. Even in front of your enemy's plot strategy, go with the attitude of imbibing. It will save your life. It will make you experience the truth. It will give you the highest possibility. Tatviddi pranibadena pariprasnena sevaya upatekshandi te jnanam jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha. Please understand. I am not now talking about going to a master with a humble submission and attitude of imbibing. To go to an enlightened being, these two are basic quality for you. Without that, if you go, you will learn. That is different. I am not even talking about that. That is only secondary. I am talking about bringing these two qualities in your life every moment. With every action, every second. Imbibe this attitude of submission and attitude of imbibing.
Jivan Mukti Pradam Devam
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nityananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nityananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nityananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nityananda.
Nityananda Dhyanapitham, Nityananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nityananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Chapter 29th verse.
अपाने जुह्वति प्राणं प्राणापानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामपरायणाः
अपाने जुह्वति प्राणं प्राणेपानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामपरायणाः. New translation. Some offer the incoming vital air into the vital air that is moving inward, and some offer the inward bound vital air into the incoming vital air. Thus, they do pranayama by checking the prana and apana. Bhagavan is describing a very powerful process, a technique, method to achieve the ultimate consciousness. Here the word prana and apana is used. Please understand, the word prana and apana you need to understand in depth. Some offer the incoming vital air into the vital air that is moving inward, and some offer the inward bound vital air into the incoming vital air. Thus they do pranayama by checking the prana and apana. Let me give you the deepest meaning of this word prana and apana. Constantly in you, for a moment you remember you exist, and after a few moments you forget you exist and your mind starts wandering here and there. Try this process. Try to just sit and remember about you. Just though, I exist, I remember me, I exist, I remember me. Just the self-remembrance. Try the self-remembrance. In few seconds you will forget. Please understand. The moments you remember yourself is prana. The moments you forget you exist is apana. Unless you forget you exist, you can't remember you exist. Unless you remember you exist, you won't forget you exist. The prana and apana live together. But how mercury slowly absorbs the gold, prana can absorb apana. If mercury and gold is kept near, if they are touching each other, mercury will swallow the gold and gold will lose its qualities into the mercury. Same way, if the prana is allowed to function, means if the self-remembrance is increased by your conscious will, if you are supporting the self-remembrance by your conscious decision, it will swallow the apana part, the self-forgetting moments. Please understand? A most subtle Vedantic truth, most subtle spiritual truth. If you try to remember yourself, constantly be in the unclutching or remembrance of the higher self, only if you try you will understand what I am saying. Just remembering, I exist, I exist, I am here, I feel me, yes, I am alive, I remember me, I am. If you just remember you, that self-remembrance, for some people that self-remembrance will be there without disturbance, maybe for 3 seconds. For some it will be 10 seconds. Usually none of you will have more than 12 seconds. That is the maximum for a normal conscious being. By the time one flicker of thought will come. If somebody can establish themselves in the self-remembrance for 21 seconds, he is enlightened, Jivan Mukta. 21 seconds is a too long period to be established in that self-remembrance. Then your mind breaks, you become liberated being. This self-remembrance, when you are trying, the thoughts which come because of your forgetfulness, due to your forgetfulness, the forgetfulness is apana, remembrance is prana, forgetfulness is apana. Now, you are not supposed to hate apana. Constantly you create a guilt in you, oh, I lose, I forget, the forgetfulness happens to me, I don't remember, I am not qualified. You are constantly worrying and struggling with apana. Stop it. Work on prana. Whenever you remember, understand it is a luck, bonus, gift. Celebrate prana. Celebrate the moments of self-remembrance. Stop feeling guilty. Stop suffering. Stop suffocating yourself for the moments of forgetfulness. But unfortunately, your mind is tuned to suffer the forgetfulness. I always repeat, Meera's bhakti and Andal's bhakti. Meera constantly suffers for the few moments she misses Krishna. Andal constantly celebrates for the few moments she remembers Krishna. Andal is prana, Meera is apana. That is why Meera's life has to have so much of suffering and struggle. Andal's life was so smooth and beautiful. Work on prana. Don't suffocate yourself with apana. Just yesterday I gave you a powerful process. Enchanting, feeling connection, unclutching. In Sanskrit, we will call it ajapa ajapa, mahabhava and sahaja samadhi. Enchanting, feeling connection, unclutching. When you try to do all these things, 3, continuously, you would have forgotten yesterday many times. Many times yesterday you would have had forgetfulness. You would have lost doing all these 3. You would have forgotten doing all these 3. Pranapana samayukta pachamyannan chaturvitam. Bhagavan says in another one verse in Bhagavad Gita itself, Pranapana samayukta pachamyannan chaturvitam. It means along with prana and apana, in 4 ways I consume everything. It is not just food, it is time, space, and pure consciousness. Please understand. Bhagavan says, with prana and apana's help, I consume everything in 4 ways. Time, space, and pure consciousness. Everything he swallows just with this one process of prana and apana. I tell you, if you can increase your prana, the self-remembrance, you will consume this whole maya and sit as Vishwarupa. Please understand. Ramana Maharshi very beautifully says, Ulladu, Alladu, Ulladai, Ullalal, Ullate, Ulli, Irupade, Uyarvu. You can't understand even though it is in Tamil. Very beautifully. He sang 40 verses on reality. It's called Ulladu Narpadu. He says very beautifully, let me give you the essence. If you sit on the self-remembrance that I exist, all this name, form, time, space, everything will just dissolve into yourself. That is the Advaita Anubhuti, the ultimate experience. I tell you, if the self-remembrance, if you are struggling between self-remembrance and self-forgetfulness, that zone is Dvaita. If that struggle has reduced and the self-remembrance has become more powerful than the forgetfulness, that is called Visishtadvaita. If the self-remembrance has conquered the forgetfulness, that is Advaita. That's all. Understand? If you are suffering the self-remembrance and self-forgetfulness, if there is a struggle going on, that is Dvaita. I am separate, ultimate is separate. The gap. If the self-remembrance has become more powerful than the forgetfulness, the self-remembrance is more than 51%. It is less than 49%. Now it is Visishtadvaita. It is me, but extension of me. I am he, but extension of he. when the self-remembrance becomes 100%, it is Advaita. That's all. Please understand. Just support your prana consciously. When I say support your prana consciously, I mean constantly try to establish yourself in these three: enchanting, feeling connection, unclutching. Constantly take this up as a spiritual practice from today. Next 21 days, let all our satsangis, samajis, devotees try this. Whole day your body should be working. Means you can sweep, wipe, cook, drive. Whole day your body should be engaged in your regular activities. Reading, even sleeping is activity. Engage yourself in some activity. Or lie down and sleep. Even sleeping is activity, no problem. But along with your activity, establish yourself into these three. Whole day, the moment you wake up, start the ajapa japa. Ajapa japa starts. And then feeling connection with a deep prayerful mood. Unclutching. The feeling connection is the bridge between unclutching and ajapa japa. Constantly do this. One important thing, if you are lazy, not doing anything actively physically, you won't be able to establish yourself in self-remembrance. That is why never ever lazy people achieve enlightenment. Please understand. If you are not physically active, if you are not constantly doing anything, do not hope for enlightenment. That is not for you. So constantly do something. Maybe cooking, driving, your job, your office work. Or if you don't find any office work, come on here, we have a lot of volunteer work. Do some volunteer work. Constantly go on be doing and establishing yourself into these three. I tell you guys, whoever successfully finishes this samyama, I initiate you into the hungerless, thirstless samyama. Hunger-free, thirst-free samyama. Understand? I am very successful in helping, putting some of our ashramites into that samyama. Almost 27 days they have completed successfully. Without any food or water or nothing. Of course, once in a while they had little water, but without any food. Now I have given them break because I am busy with this Madurai Adinam work. I have given them a break. When I go back to Bangalore, 6th I am going back. After the Guru Puja, when I go back to Bangalore, I am going to start the samyama again. Whoever completes this samyama, this 21 days successfully, you see, when I say complete, I mean you tried with your honesty. That's all. Only condition, you cannot have guilt about the forgetfulness. In the whole day, 24 hours, even if you remember the self-remembrance only 10 minutes, that is okay. Celebrate about that. Do not have guilt about that forgetfulness, because if you create guilt about that forgetfulness, you unnecessarily empower the wrong side. The apana becomes more strong. So support, encourage, inspire, prana means moments of self-remembrance. Try. This 21 days, all of you will do this samyama. You will constantly do some work. If you don't have any work in your house, come to our center. We have a lot of volunteer work. Do some work. Along with that, you will be doing these three: enchanting, feeling connection, unclutching. EFU. EFU. Enchanting, feeling connection, unclutching. Constantly do this, all these three. You are capable of doing all these three simultaneously. You are capable. You are capable of doing all these three simultaneously. So please understand, this 21 days, this samyama will be called as prana samyama, encouraging and empowering the self-remembrance inside you, the power of prana inside you. Try this prana samyama for 21 days. Whoever successfully completes this samyama for 21 days, I will initiate you guys into hunger-free, thirst-free samyama. And EFU, enchanting, feeling connection, unclutching. Enlightenment is for you. EFU. Understand? Practice EFU, enlightenment is for you. That's all. All our teachers, healers, acharyas, everyone has to practice this EFU. Only then you can be acharya, you can be a healer. You can raise yourself in consciousness and you can raise others also into the super consciousness. And this EFU will constantly give you new ideas to inspire others and helping others to radiate enlightenment. Essence of this verse, the sacred secret in this verse, 4th chapter 29th verse is, empower the self-remembrance, empower the prana. Do not even bother about apana. Do not worry about the forgetful moments. Do not have guilt about forgetful moments. Bring life to prana. Bring life to moments of remembrance. So I bless you all and initiate all of you into this prana samyama. 21 days we will take up this samyama, and I bless you all. You will all successfully complete this samyama. Then the whole batch I'll initiate into the hunger-free, thirst-free samyama. I think this is going to be the largest fasting ever happened on the planet Earth. The largest number of people at a time living without food and water is going to be our hunger-free, thirst-free samyama. Understand? I will do miracles. Make a huge group living without food and water and medically showing people are not going into fatigue, low energy, no side effect of foodlessness is there in your body. I'll establish it.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nityananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nityananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nityananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nityanandaya Swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nityanandaya Swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nityanandaya Swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nityanandaya Swagatam.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let's begin our morning satsang. Start the questions.
The first question is from Murli Krishna, IA ID number 54. He's asking Nityanandam Swamiji, Swami, once we finish IA, when we go out into society, do we need to internalize your teachings regularly? I don't remember all of them. Can you please guide me what to do so that I can live an enlightened life? Murli Krishna, IA ID number 54.
Murali Krishna, first thing, there is no need for you to do anything special to internalize my teachings, because these higher truths and experiences are made as part of your bio-memory through this whole process. I want all of you to know, Inner Awakening is not teaching program. It is process program. where these great truths are inserted into your biomemory beyond your mind, without even you need to do anything. There is no need for your cooperation. There is no need for your effort. Just your openness is more than enough. Not only there is no need for your effort, I don't even need your cooperation. I just need your openness, nothing else. Your yes, nothing else. Please understand, just your yes is enough for me to work on you. So you don't need to do anything special to internalize my teachings. Maybe I'll recommend this morning satsang as a sitting with me, the Upanishad, more as a Upanishad. Otherwise, if you see in the morning satsang, all I do is just I come and joke around, make some fun, tease some people, answer a few questions in a most confusing way. You see, if you put the same question, after 3 days, you will never imagine how such a complete different answer comes from me. And if you compare both the answers, I am not responsible. I can 100% assure you will go crazy. In the morning satsang, the more important thing is feeling connection. When you sit and listen, you see, when you sit and listen, so many things will be clear to you that beyond my words, something else is happening. Something else is being done. So please understand that something else is satsang. Satsang is not pravachan. In Sanskrit we have two words. Pravachana is discourse. Satsang is sitting with the truth. Every morning I am asking you to sit in satsang, to sit with me with a deep feeling connection, not just to listen to the words. The words are immaterial. Whether you listen or not is not a problem at all. Satsang is the main thing. Sitting with the truth is the main thing. So Murali Krishna, you don't need any other spiritual practice or method to internalize my teachings regularly. You need only one thing. Sit in the morning satsang every day, wherever you are, in unclutched way. All you need is just one Android. Connect and sit. Nothing else. Nothing else. Never miss the morning satsang. Keep this as a law for your life. I always tell for our ashramites and devotees, don't use even death as an excuse to miss morning satsang. Die either before 7 o'clock so that you can be there in Akshardham with me attending the morning satsang, or die after 9:30 so that you can be there for next day satsang. Don't use even death as an excuse to miss the satsang. Attend the satsang. Don't bother. If you are regularly attending, I'll make sure the Lord of Death waits for you and he does not disturb you during the satsang time. Don't miss morning satsang. Make this as a life. Morning satsang, not even to hear what I am saying, more to sit in unclutched way. Just sit unclutched, nothing else. If any words which I utter need to go inside you, it will go inside. Otherwise, it's okay. So, don't miss morning satsang. I don't feel you need to do any other spiritual practice, any other technique or process to internalize my teachings, to make you live enlightened. Just satsang, nothing else. Yes for satsang, that's enough. Next.
The next question is from Ma Bhaktika, who's asking, Beloved Swamiji, on the 27th of April, you were coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of the ancient Madurai Adinam. You mentioned briefly about a mystical incident in your life when you walked from Tiruvannamalai to Sirkasi, the birthplace of Saint Tirugnana Sambandar. Can we humbly request you to share more about that incident, Swamiji? Thank you ever so much. Thank you, in Nityananda Ma Bhaktika.
See, this was one of the mystical visions I had in my life. Maybe after 11, before the first experience, before the enlightenment, there was a festival in Tiruvannamalai temple that Jnana Sambandar, a great saint from South India, an incarnation from South India, there was a incident that Devi herself came and gave her breast milk to Jnana Sambandar and made him enlightened. So that festival was going on in Tiruvannamalai temple. So I was standing there, remembering that whole incident and in samadhi, in ecstasy, gazing at that Jnana Sambandar's deity. Just like that, I saw Jnana Sambandar himself came out of that deity, and I saw he was having a cup, golden cup, milk in his hand, drinking and sprinkling it on the whole crowd, sharing it with everybody. I could see very clearly. I opened my mouth and few drops fell into my mouth, and Jnana Sambandar straight walked up to me, kind of hugged, and before I could wake up, I could realize it disappeared. Maybe in a way you can see that entered into this body. It was a strong experience. I was in a great joy, and in that ecstasy, I straight started walking from Tiruvannamalai to Sirgazhi. I inquired, where is Sirgazhi? I wanted to see where this incident happened. And I got the information. Immediately started walking up to Sirgazhi. It took around 15 days for reaching Sirgazhi. I stayed on the way here and there, 1 day, 2 days like that, and reached Sirgazhi. Finally, had the darshan of Sirgazhi temple and where that incident happened. Then after that, this is the Sirgazhi temple. You can see. After that, I came back to Tiruvannamalai by walk. That's all has happened. Next.
The next question is, you mentioned that goddess Parvati is the first disciple of Lord Shiva. However, the Devi Mahatyam portrays Divine Mother as the superior energy. Why is Shiva considered superior to Devi in some traditions and scriptures and vice versa? Could you please explain the significance and difference between Devi and Shiva worship? Why are some of us inclined towards the worship of the Divine Mother? Thank you, Swami. Vidya, IA ID number 9.
Vidya. Nice. First thing, neither Shiva is superior nor Devi is superior. It is same energy in different form. There are some traditions which achieved that ultimate consciousness through the form of Devi. They describe Devi as superior. There are some energy which has achieved the ultimate through Shiva, and they describe Shiva as superior. That's all. It is different traditions, different people's experiences. There is nothing else. This is more like a process through which they become enlightened. It has nothing to do with fact. So don't worry. If you are inclined towards worship of Devi, worship Devi, that's all. Nothing wrong. That's the ultimate. Go ahead with it. That is why to solve this problem only I put Shiva and Devi in one deity. Nityanandeshwara and Nityanandeshwari. If you worship one, you have to worship the other one. You can't separate. So when you bow down, look at Nityanandeshwara or Nityanandeshwari. I don't have a problem. So it is up to you. But both leads to the same truth, to the same experience, to the same ultimate. See, that's why I put both into the same deity. I did not even want to put one next to each other. Even if I put one next to each other, somebody may remove it. That's why I put it on the lap and bolted it. So you can never remove the other. Next.
The next question is from Rajesh VM, IA ID number 72, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, when tears come out of devotion on listening to devotional hymns like Saundarya Lahari, Tiruvachakam, etc., is it required to unclutch from that state as well in order to go deeper? Rajesh VM, IA ID number 72.
Rajesh, when you unclutch even from this state, your devotion will get into such a solid form. Bhakti will become parabhakti. When I say unclutching, don't divert your attention. Dig deep into it. When you unclutch, the higher emotions get solidified in you, lower emotions gets destroyed in you. Please understand. When you unclutch, lower emotions get destroyed in you, higher emotions get strengthened in you, strong in you. So, unclutch anytime, anywhere, from any emotion, from any experience.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nityananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nityananda Dhyanapeetham, a a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nityananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nityananda.
Nityananda Dhyanapitham, Nityananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 097422033311. www.nityananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Today's subject is peace. Few basic truths about the peace. Please understand, the entire universe is a projection of who you are. You see and respond to things the way you are, not the way the things are. First, you need to understand few basic things about you. The entire universe is projection of you. You can see in your life, suddenly when your interest turns towards spirituality, you will feel a lot of spiritual informations are coming to you. You are attracting that kind of friends. You are having that kind of experiences, ideas. You feel suddenly whole world is becoming spiritual. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, last few years, world is becoming more spiritual, is it not? I tell them, no, you are becoming more spiritual. Because you see that kind of friends, because you are getting more that kind of informations, books, websites, programs, lifestyle, you feel whole world is becoming spiritual. The basic truth you need to know, the entire universe is your projection. you can create peace outside only if you can create peace within. World is a mirror and stands as a reflection of your inner space every moment. Whole universe is a mirror and it reflects your inner space every moment. We always tend to think how to bring peace to the world. How do I work towards global peace? But you forget an important point. You are the foundation of your world. Without attending to the foundation, you try to attend to everything else. Bring peace to you first. Only then you will have the most practical, useful methods of bringing global peace. Otherwise, all the work you try to do to bring peace to others only will be projection of your ego onto them, your arrogance towards them. It will be only your torture to them. Please understand, without bringing peace to you, which is foundation of your world, you try to bring peace to everything. Being peaceful within means being in completely unclutched space of the restful awareness, space internally, and taking more and more responsibility and being productive externally. Please understand. Let me define peace. Understand? I am defining peace. Peace means being at ease internally and responding to the world in a most efficient way and being most productive to the humanity. If you wish to authentically make a difference and bring peace to the world, you must first bring peace yourself within. Being peaceful within means being in completely unclutched space or the restful awareness space. Restful awareness space internally and taking more and more responsibility and being productive externally. Responding to yourself and to the world most efficiently is peace. Let me define this word unclutching. Being unclutched. When you are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought to the other thought and carrying that load constantly. Please understand. Usually you transfer the load and the stress you create by one thought to the other thought, and when you are constantly transferring those emotions to the next thought, next thought, next thought, your inner space becomes insensitive, loaded with so much of emotions, it naturally sinks into depression, restlessness, boredom, all the negative emotions. When you can unclutch, unclutching is not connecting one thought and the other thought and carrying the same stress and emotions. When you unclutch, you stop carrying the stress and negative emotions from one thought to the other thought. And when you don't carry that stress, suffering, negativity, pressure, restlessness from one thought to the other thought, naturally you experience peace inside. There are different levels of peace. Peace at the level of self, being in the restful awareness zone at all times, being unclutched within, is peace at the level of self. Please understand, every human being has a birthright for the peace within. The peace at the level of self is a birthright of every human being, and everyone should do it. Everyone should have this peace to experience life while you are living. Please understand. Experience peace while you are living. Don't wait for death to come to show peace to you. When people pray for the dead people, may his soul rest in peace, sometimes I feel like laughing. Why do you wait for death to come and teach you how to be in peace? But I also wanted you to know one thing. If you don't taste peace while you are alive, be rest assured, you are never going to have rest or assurance in your life. Even after death, if you are not peaceful while you are living, you are not going to be peaceful when you die. First, peace at the level of self. It's a birthright and your birth responsibility. We talk so much about birthrights, but we never talk about our birth responsibilities. I tell you, having peace at the level of self is your responsibility. Not only your right, your responsibility. Second, peace at the level of family. Being unclutched and matured in your relationships and executing your responsibility towards your family and relationships. Understand, peace at the level of family, I am defining. Being unclutched in your relationships and executing your responsibility towards your family and relationships. Every householder, person who has a family, is responsible for his family's peace. Even if you are not the head of the family, please understand, it is not that always only head of the family is responsible for the peace of the family. No. Every person who is part of the family is responsible for the peace of the family. Third, peace at the level of community. Being unclutched in the way you relate with your community, taking up the responsibility towards your community and performing actions that radiate responsibility. Understand? I am defining peace at the level of community. Being unclutched in the way you relate with your community, taking up responsibility towards your community and performing actions that radiate responsibility. I tell you, when you unclutch, so much of your inner space will be freely available to you. You will have so much of inner space freely available to you. You will be able to do so many creative things, radiating responsibility. Peace at the level of society, being unclutched in the way you relate to the society and being responsible at the societal level. Please understand, at this moment, at this level, peace at the level of society, only at this level you really feel the sacrifice, the tyaga, the joy of sacrifice starts happening to you. I am so happy. People from all over USA, as on now, at this moment, have gathered in front of White House in Washington. All our followers and devotees have gathered in front of White House to radiate peace in Washington, D.C., taking social responsibility. All of them have gathered to spread the vibrations of the peace, to radiate the Kundalini energy, bring global peace. Because if you can bring peace into the Washington DC and all the people in the Washington DC, if you can bring peace in their mindsets, you will bring peace to the whole world. They are in Washington Oval by the White House. It is pouring down with rain and cold. A lot of people are walking by. Our devotees are sitting, meditating, handing out flyers to people, and I am receiving a request from them to stop the rain. It will stop within next 10 minutes. I tell you, rain will stop within next 10 minutes. You guys will be able to attend the webinar peacefully. You will be able to attend the you will be able to watch the webinar. Blessings. Nature will cooperate with you guys. Blessings. When you try to bring peace at the level of society, you experience the joy of sacrifice. I tell you. Only at that moment you really feel, what can I contribute to others and make a difference? If you are bringing peace at the level of self, family, community, all these three is selfishness. Because you are living there, you need to have it. But when you work to bring the peace at the level of human society, whole humanity, you will experience the joy of sacrifice. Because you need to sacrifice a lot to bring the peace to the world. Sometimes even your own peace. But only when you bring the peace, please understand, there's a big difference between people who never had peace in the self but try to bring global peace. No, that is wrong way. But ready to sacrifice your own individual peace for global peace means you have peace at the level of self, but you are ready to sacrifice for the peace of human society. That is the attitude of Bodhisattva. In Buddhism, we have a tradition of Bodhisattvas who achieved the ultimate enlightenment, but who are ready to sacrifice, forego their own nirvana, enlightenment, to share with others, contribute to others' life and make a difference. In Hindu tradition, we call them as incarnations. Incarnations are those who achieved, ready to sacrifice even the enlightenment for the sake of making difference in others' life by contributing. When each individual is established in being unclutched at the level of self, naturally he will create the peace at the level of family, then at the level of community, and it will expand to the level of society. Naturally, peace has to start happening at the level of nation and the whole civilization itself. I can give you some examples from Vedic civilization. For this, Vedic civilization was one such civilization for many, many centuries. Please understand, I am not giving you some dreams, ideas about golden past. There was a time, the past was very sweet, great, everything was good, milk and honey was flowing like a river. No. I am not giving you all those stories. I am giving you the honest truth. Vedic civilization really made world peace as reality. It was peaceful, prosperous, and leading the world in all aspects. Never ruling the world in all aspects, but leading the world in all aspects. Economically, socially, intellectually, and above all, spiritually, consciously. Please understand, Vedic civilization was leading the world, never ruling the world. The civilizations which wanted to rule the world brought destruction to the world. Please understand, if you have confidence in what you stand by, what you experience, what is the truth, you will just lead by your example. You will never feel like ruling it. Vedic civilization never tried to politically rule the world, but it was always leading the world. The ideas they were living was so perfect. Just by living, everybody was automatically following them, inspired by them. By inspiring, Vedic civilization was leading the world. Whether their dimensions of generation and celebration of wealth, or concepts and truths about life, in every way they were leading the world. Vedic civilization was the only civilization at one point in time in the history of the world civilizations which was the richest in the world. Vedic civilization was a land of richness and abundance in natural resources, material wealth like diamonds, gold, and other precious stones and metals, everything. The intellectual wealth of the Vedic civilization. The greatest surgeons, first surgeon recorded in the human history is Indian surgeon Sushruta. He is the author of the book Sushruta Samhita, which describes 300 surgical procedures, 120 surgical instruments, classifies human surgery in 8 categories. He lived, taught and practiced his art on the banks of Ganges in the area that corresponds to present-day city of Varanasi around 800 BC. In North India, because of his seminal and numerous contributions to the science and art of surgery, he is also known by the name Father of Surgery. Please understand, Vedic civilization produced greatest mathematicians like Aryabhatta. He was the first Indian mathematician. Please understand, first mathematician who is from Vedic civilization. An astronomer from the classical age of Indian mathematics and Indian astronomy. He was the great mathematician who invented the number 0 and gifted it to the world. He also worked on the mathematical symbols, pi, and also invented trigonometry. He discovered and defined the area of triangle. His contributions are the backbone to the entire science of mathematics and astronomy that followed, that whole world followed. The place value system and 0. The place value system first seen in the 3rd century Bakshali manuscript was the invention of Aryabhatta. Please understand, when you bring peace at the individual level, at the level of self, your inner space will be able to invent, create, manifest many of the great things of nature. Apart from this, Vedic civilization was the number 1 civilization in the world leading in arts, painting, music, pottery, and all other forms of arts depicting a rich culture. I tell you, even now, if you travel in India, every 100 kilometers you will have a different kind of food, different kind of dressing, different kind of dancing. When I say dance, not just movements of the body, even the instruments, music instruments they use, and the material they use for the music instruments, everything will be unique. The dress people wear in Mysore, and the dress people wear in Hosur will be completely different. Not only the way they stitch or the way they wear, the fabric or the source material for the fabric will be different. Every 100 kilometers, we have different way of wearing the dress, different way of eating, different way of cooking, different way of building the house. The material you need to build a house in Tamil Nadu, the material you need to build a house in Karnataka will be completely different. It will not even be available in other states. Each 100 kilometers we were so rich and unique. Vedic civilization gave birth to so much of creativity. All the temples of Vedic civilization is example of our art, culture and unique architecture. Most important thing, you should know that all these miraculous achievements were possible only because in the Vedic civilization, they were able to bring peace in every individual at the level of self. The conscious wealth Vedic civilization has created. Vedic civilization has been and still is a civilization that gifted the world the science of enlightenment. Hundreds and thousands of enlightened mystics and masters walked on this land and spread the science of enlightenment to the entire universe. Krishna, Buddha, Mahavira, Chaitanya, Ramakrishna, Yogananda, Ramana Maharshi, list goes on. Vedic civilization is still the only civilization in the world where continuous unbroken lineage of enlightened masters are still alive. Vedic civilization has been the richest civilization in the world. In her consciousness, she has been the reservoir of consciousness, with maximum number of her citizens flowering into the ultimate space of enlightenment, conscious fulfillment. It's very unfortunate in the past few centuries, India, which has been embodiment of Vedic civilization, has been subjected to hundreds of invasions from across the globe, not just politically, socially, culturally. Lots of other nations attracted to her. Peace and prosperity have again and again invaded her. The biggest loss happened to Vedic civilization is slowly we started losing the science of making peace with yourself. We started losing the capacity to maintain consciousness. Please understand, civilization has had more than anything else. Vedic civilization had conscious richness, which was lost by these invasions. And these invasions have destroyed the unbroken lineage of enlightened education and planted useless system of education which will create only bookish knowledge. Now it is time not only people of India, people from around the world realize the importance of Vedic civilization. It is time we all stand and bring peace at 4 levels: level of self, family, community and society, and bring the Vedic civilization back to life. Bring the Vedic civilization back to living and flourishing civilization. I wanted to bring few statistics to all of your notice. If we don't bring peaceful Vedic civilization back to humanity, make it as living civilization again, we are going to destroy ourselves by the violence. Please understand. Violence causes more than 1.6 million deaths worldwide every year. 16 lakh people die every year all over the world due to violence. More than 90% of this occur in low and middle income countries. Violence is one of the leading causes of death in all parts of the world. For youth between the age of 15 to 44, please understand. All over the world, violence is the largest killer. We are talking so much about other diseases like HIV, cancer, H1N1, so many other diseases. But we are forgetting violence is the biggest conscious sickness which humanity is suffering, which is the largest killer, which is number one killer. CDC conducts research on violence, its causes and effective prevention strategies. Studies have shown there are personal, peer, family and social factors that may increase or reduce the chances that a person will become victim or perpetrator of violence. Please understand. It means it is your family and society, the peer pressure that decides you are going to become perpetrator of violence or victim of violence. Even this statement shows like either you are going to be perpetrator or victim. I don't want to agree to that. You don't need to be perpetrator and you will not be a victim. You can always safeguard yourself. Each year, millions of people lose their lives to violence. September 2011, World Health Organization says millions of people die due to violence. In the recorded history of humanity since 3600 BC, actually since 3600 BC only, we have a recorded history of humanity. In the recorded history of humanity, 14,500 major wars have killed close to 4 billion people. Please understand. In the recorded history of human civilization, 3,600 BC means 5,600 years of recorded history. 14,500 major wars, killing 4 billion people, 2/3 of the current world population. It seems human beings have not done anything other than wars. Only work they were doing is when they don't feel hungry, when they feel they have a house, they have all the basic needs, come on, take the weapon and go for war. United States is the world's biggest arms exporter, supplies around 40% of the developing world's arms. The US military budget is as large as the next top 10 spending countries combined. Please understand, next to US, top 10 countries combined is US military budget. And Global Terrorism Database, GTD, is an open source database including information on terrorist events around the world from 1970 through 2010, shows, unlike many other event databases, the GTD includes systematic data on domestic as well as transnational and international terrorist incidents that have occurred during this period, includes 98,000 cases. Please understand. Many countries spend over 3% of their GDP just to protect themselves. More than half of the Cambodian national budget, 50%, is spent on defense and security. Statistics on the violence is really shakes us. I'll give you some of the statistics on recent violent attack happened on the Twin Tower. I don't want to get into the detail of who did it, all that. But just on that, because of the Twin Tower attack, what all happened? It resulted in 2,996 people's death. 90% of the workers and visitors who died in the towers had been at or above the points of impact. The North Tower, 1,355 people at or above the point of impact were trapped and died of smoke inhalation, fell or jumped from the tower to escape the smoke and flames, or were killed in the building's eventual collapse. The attacks had a significant economic impact on United States and world markets. The US stocks lost 1.4 trillion in valuation for that week in New York City. About 430,000 jobs, means 430,000 job months, and $2.8 billion in wages were lost in the 3 months after the attacks. September 11 attacks also led indirectly to the US wars on Afghan and Iraq, as well as additional homeland security spending totaling at least $5 trillion. Please understand, $5 trillion, God. It's time humanity joins together as one race, stands up against the violence and terrorism. This can happen only when each individual takes responsibility for bringing peace within himself. My mission, my avataric mission, is to transform an individual so that he radiates peace at the level of self, family, humanity, community, and society. It can be done only by meditation and spirituality. Please understand, I have achieved the peace only by meditation, and I have also proven this scientifically through research. When somebody meditates, how he experiences peace inside. Once somebody is initiated into meditation, how he achieves the ultimate restful awareness within, but also complete brain coherence, which resulted in being acutely active externally. Please understand, when somebody's brain is in highest coherence, he is also in peace, and he creates peace on others, on the humanity, on the family, on the society. Now I will give you a scientific demonstration how, if somebody meditates, his system itself experiences peace and his brain radiates the ultimate coherence, which makes naturally others also experience peace. You can see this demonstration. Now here is one of my ashramite sitting normally. You can see how his brain is functioning. You can see in the monitor, his brain is already hooked with QEEG. How his brain waves are. When he is sitting normally, you can see. Now, he is entering into the unclutched space, the space of peace and Kundalini energy. You can see how drastically his brain waves change. You can see very clearly within seconds how the brain waves change, and it moves to the highest coherence. I have done these researches many times. Usually we have some doctors to interpret. I can give you the spiritual conclusions and understanding. When your Kundalini is awakened, when you fall into meditation, when you experience peace and restful awareness inside, your brain goes to highest coherence, influences others also to experience the same peace. I have also recently inaugurated the website minuteforpeace.org. You can log into that website and get more details, like if you meditate 1 minute, you save your country 20 cents from crime costs, and you bring down the crime. Now, I'll initiate all of you into a small, very simple, easy meditation technique after answering your questions. First I'll answer your questions, then I'll initiate all of you into a very simple meditation technique for peace, a spiritual process for peace. Now, I'll answer your questions.
The first question is from Aarti Desai, Rajkot, India, who's asked, Respected Swamiji, I'm the only meditator in my family. How does my meditating help the family?
She asks, Swamiji, I am the only meditator in my family. How does my meditating help the family? Please understand, when you are meditating, naturally your contribution for the family's collective confusion is reduced. Even if one person reduces his confusion contribution, not only your confusion contribution is reduced, others also get inspired. When others are inspired, the peace of the family goes up, the peace level of the family goes up, and the experience of the peace becomes intense. So even if one person is meditating, when your brain goes to the highest coherence, automatically others are influenced, impressed, inspired to meditate and experience peace. Next.
The next question is from Fernandez from LA, USA. Suzette Fernandez, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, when people are not peaceful, even with themselves or their families, how can we interest them in world peace?
You are asking, Dear Swamiji, when people are not peaceful even with themselves or their families, how can we interest them in world peace? Suzette, that is what I am saying. First bring peace to the individuals. You bring peace to you. Whoever you meet, try to bring peace to them. Only when they experience peace in themselves and naturally they will feel like giving the peace to their families. That is the only way they can share the peace with others. So, if somebody is not able to bring peace within themselves, you can never inspire them to make peace with others. Next.
The next question is from Amrita Ghosh, Kolkata, India, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, I am a child psychologist by profession. It is alarming to notice the rising crime rate among children and teenagers. Since we cannot interest this group in meditation, what is the best way to handle this issue? Dr. Amrita Ghosh, Kolkata, India.
Your concept that you cannot make them interest in meditation is wrong. You can see in my organization, children or teenagers are the most powerful and interesting meditators in our organization. Amrita Ghosh, your idea that you cannot make them interest in meditation is wrong. Bring little interest and spiritual ideas in children and teenagers. That is possible. That's the only way to handle this issue. Next.
The next question is from Prajwal Singh from Noida, India. Namaste Swamiji. Thank you for taking my question. I have seen that a competitive society itself fosters a subtle kind of violence in corporates which is accepted by everyone as part of the game. Is there any way that individuals and groups can be inspired to excel without the violence of competition? Prajwal Singh, Noida, India.
Prajwal Singh, capitalism is based on violence. It is nothing but depriving others. Understand? Creativity is totally different. Trying to accumulate by depriving others is totally different. What you are talking, that competitive society and the subtle kind of violence it fosters in corporate companies, which is accepted by everyone as the part of the game, is nothing but encouraging violence. I think it is time every individual should understand creativity-based wealth, creativity-based richness should be accepted, never violence-based. Violence-based should never be accepted. It's a big task, but it has to be done. It has to be done. We have to clean up the corporate community and encourage them to stop encouraging this subtle violence. Next.
The next question is from Tricia from USA, who's asking Swamiji, the statistics you shared are so shocking. Can our individual or small group efforts have any significant impact on huge forces like the governments of countries?
Tricia, understand, the statistics I shared is so shocking, true, but the individual small group efforts can have significant impact on forces like governments of countries, because even if few minds, few brains vibrate in the highest coherence, that creates a huge wave of peace, and it can really impact governments of countries and the decision makers of society. Policy makers and culture makers both can be influenced to bring peace even by a small group of individuals. It is possible, and I have done it, and I have proved it, it is possible. Start. Next.
With so much terrorism, is a peaceful world an achievable goal in the near future?
Avinash Parthasarathi, You are asking a question. With so much terrorism, is a peaceful world an achievable goal in the near future? Avinash, it has to be achieved. We have no other go. Peace is no more a luxury. It's a survival need. It's a survival need. Nothing can be done. We have to do it. Next.
The next question is from Rita Antani from Texas, USA, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, thank you for sharing so many precious insights with us. Can you tell me which is the best way to spread global peace in 2012, through love or through meditation?
Rita, first meditation. Bring love and peace inside you. Only then you can share it with others. Without meditation, whatever you share will be pseudo love. You will share only to the selective people. First bring meditation. Let your being become intense and matured. Only then your love will be matured love. Otherwise it will be like 12-year-old girl's puppy love. So don't be caught in puppy love. Let your love be matured. Having and sharing peace with the world. Your love should work in that line. Now, I'll give you a meditation which will make you matured and make your brain vibrate in the highest coherence so that you can radiate peace within and to the whole world. This Kriya, the process for meditation which you are going to do is 2012 transformation Kriya. It will bring peace in you and make your brain vibrate in highest coherence and bring peace to the whole world. I bless you all who are sitting with us around the world at this moment. 1,618 places through Nityananda TV and 40 places in two-way video conferencing having Nayana Diksha. In 368 cities in 45 countries around the world. I request all of you to visit the website Minute for Peace, and now you can enter 100 minutes because you all sat now 100 minutes meditating and sharing the peace with the world. You all attended the satsang and did the kriya for 100 minutes. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, share, radiate and explode in eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nityananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nityananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nityananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nityananda.
Nityananda Dhanapeetham, Nityananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nityananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us. Sarvanyapita, Yajamans, Kartas, everyone sitting with us all over the world. with my love and respects. I have finished downloading the cosmic constitution, the constitution of the Kailasa, and organizing them, compiling them in multiple layers. It's an exciting, historic job. I should say more than historic. We are making history. We are making the history. We are heading towards grand victory, revival of Kailasa. We are going to make it. I should say, in a way, we made it. We made it, and be assured, I wanted all of you also be part of this history making. So there is one part in the constitution, I am going to compile it from all your input. See, there is a part, the Veda Agamic Cosmic Constitution, that directly Paramashiva has downloaded. So I am copying it verbatim. There is a part where the concept is downloaded, and with the help of disciples I am wording it. There is one part where I am inviting all of you to give your inputs. I will compile all of it and add it, and not only that, I will acknowledge your name, that this portion is from this person. Understand, the constitution is going to be 3-layer. Veda Agamic, pure Shastra Pramana, that is directly downloaded from Paramashiva, verbatim it is written as he reveals. Then the next part, Apta Pramana and Atma Pramana, that the truths are downloaded, and I am wording it with the help of the close disciples, one team. The third part, I am asking all of you to give your inputs. You can send an email, constitution@kailasa.org. You can send your emails. I'll compile and add them in the third part. Please understand, if I have taken from your contribution, I will name it, acknowledge it. I'll tell you 1 or 2 points I have downloaded so that you will understand how the constitution is. All beings, not just human beings, all beings are unique and have a right to exist. Understand, the right to exist is equivalent to human beings and trees and plants and animals. All beings have equal right to exist. So nobody can kill the other being, hurt the other being for their survival or existence in Kailasa. So no killing. Even animals cannot have non-veg food. Animals cannot kill and eat. In Kailasa, even animals cannot kill and eat. It is possible. It is possible because all beings have equal right to exist. All beings are unique. And all beings have to be provided a energy field, mandala, ambience for absolute manifestation of the ultimate possibility and powers and the state space powers of Paramashiva. These are the fundamental rights. Fundamental rights given to every life in Kailasa. So I welcome all of you to contribute, especially Sarvanyapita Yajamans and Sarvanyapita Kartas. Your inputs will be given first priority. There is every possibility you will become part of this great history, Constitution of Kailasa. You are welcome to write and give your inputs. So let me enter into today's satsang. I was expanding about how the vertical time zones exist and how each of the Hindu sampradayas, various spiritual practices, various spiritual methodologies raise you to the next levels, higher and higher time zones. Ultimately, Kailasa becomes your space of existence. Understand? One of the most important thing happens to you when you raise yourself in the vertical time zone. Your will persistence is tested. Understand? I'm telling you. Nothing else is needed other than will persistence. Your fundamental existence will be shaken through doubts. Again and again, Agamas tell, Sivan Sodippar, Kaividamattar. Again and again, Paramashiva will test. Understand? Not only you are tested, even I am tested. Even incarnations are tested. See, I am tested in a different way. My commitment to Paramashiva is not tested because that is given. Yes, himself has come as my guru and initiated me and given me the taste of him. So my commitment to him is not questioned. That is not tested. But my commitment to all of you is tested. Even if you all hate me, even if the humanity does not recognize my contribution, am I ready to continue to contribute? That is tested. I think by the grace of Paramashiva, I am successful. Understand? Will persistence is tested. Will persistence is tested. Nothing else is required if you stand with will persistence. Understand? As long as you are treated beautifully and everything goes well, if you have faith in life and higher principles, that is not something great. But when things are not as you expect, and even then you decide to stand with the powerful cognitions, then Paramashiva showers on you. The will persistence is tested. Understand? Your bones are drilled with a diamond of pure consciousness. Pure consciousness is the diamond, Vajra. With that diamond, your bones are drilled. When the pure consciousness enters into your being, your will persistence is tested. Blessed are those. Blessed are those who carry the powerful cognitions as the core of their life. Understand? Stand with powerful cognitions not for any benefit, but because it is truth. I stood with my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara not because of any benefits I got from him. End of the day, I stood by him because I know he is truth. All kinds of doubts will be shaking your core. What I call GDHT, Guru doubt, Guru hatred, Guru denial. SDHT, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Anyone stands with the will persistence, Paramashiva showers on them. Understand? When the being is raised through the vertical time zones, all you need is will persistence. Actually, will persistence is made of bliss material. So more and more you learn to be blissful, more and more you will have will persistence. Will persistence is not made out of arrogance. No. Will persistence is made out of bliss. Meditate on this. Bholenatha, Paramashiva, is extremely innocent, blissful, Anandamaya, and very ferocious, high will persistence. Learn to be more and more blissful, you will have an intense will persistence. Will persistence and bliss, innocence, all these are one and the same. This is the powerful cognition. Today I want all of you to meditate. Bliss is the material out of which will persistence is made. Be more and more blissful, you will have more and more will persistence. Work on your bliss, you will develop will persistence automatically. Will persistence will be side effect if you work on your bliss. Please listen. Bliss is the source material out of which will persistence is made. The quantity and intensity of the bliss you have forms the foundation for the will persistence to exist. If you want to strengthen your will persistence, work on your bliss. Make yourself more and more blissful, ecstatic, joyful. Work on your bliss. I tell you, best ways to increase the frequency of your bliss is detoxing your body, unclutching, continuously engaging in prayer with your God or Guru. Understand? 24 hours talking to your God internally, your Guru internally. This is one of the most powerful spiritual practice. When you are intensely, continuously talking to God or Guru inside you, you go on awakening powerful cognitions inside you. You cannot stand in front of Paramashiva and talk silly things. You yourself will feel shy. Practicing the presence of Paramashiva inside you by continuous conversation with him will automatically make you being stable in very powerful cognitions. I tell you, power manifestation is nothing but the simple science of developing continuous feeling connection and conversation with Paramashiva. That's it. "24 hours continuously having conversation, dialogue with Paramashiva inside you. Continuous 24 hours dialogue with Paramashiva makes you constantly stay in powerful cognitions, and the Sahaja Samadhi becomes your reality. Sahaja Samadhi becomes your reality. Sahaja Samadhi becomes your reality. If I have to describe my life in one line, I'll say eternal, unbroken conversation with Paramashiva. Actually, continuously in last few months being in Samadhi, when all the memories were lost, when I settled back, first thing I asked Paramashiva, "Oh Paramashiva, at least give back all this name and form coordination, especially all female devotees. Otherwise they will be very hurt." Actually, I can recognize pretty much everyone. I can connect all the names and forms. Actually, it is too funny if I tell that all my memories got wiped out. One side people don't believe, other side even if they believe they feel hurt. Actually, I tell you, my memory getting wiped out is a great blessing for all of you. You can all now restart the relationship. Understand? We can completely restart the relationship, absolutely new. All small ups, downs, incompletions you had, everything is now forgotten. I am not remembering any of it. We can restart the whole relationship. It's a great possibility Paramashiva is giving. Understand? And we should all actually celebrate.
See, actually, what is happening, I'll tell you exactly as it is. I remember all of you with your whole Akashic records. Means, I know everything about you, but unfortunately, you don't know so much about you. So anything I tell about you, you will not feel connected to it. I will tell you met me 3000 times, but you will not feel connected to it because as per you, you met me only 10 times or 20 times. All the Janmas you met me, the whole file is together. We both have spent more time together sitting in the banks of Ganga 3 Janmas before than we ever met in this Janma. Like this, all kinds of memories. Your whole file is there in front of me. So anything I talk about you, you will not feel connected to that person. Whatever you know about you is too little compared to what I know about you from the cosmic records. That is where the mismatch happens. I don't know how much you guys will understand what I am saying. Try to understand. If you understand, your whole Kundalini Shakti will be awakened. Actually, I was not seeing anybody for last few months. I really wanted to sincerely apologize very honestly. Few devotees even came up to the place where I was staying. They stayed for weeks and I did not meet them. Not that I don't want to meet or I hate. No, there is no hatred. I just do not want you to feel I do not remember any of you. Understand? In my eyes, you can recognize that I am seeing you as your whole being. For example, last so many Janmas, I know you, you know me. I am seeing all those memories and start talking from those memories and you feel confused. Whether Swamiji has gone loose. I have not gone loose, I became more tight. I don't want you guys to get confused. And you may also get frightened and because you are sitting in front of somebody who is too big. I don't want all that confusion. That is the reason I did not meet anyone. Actually, even the people who were taking care of me, I met them only once in 3 days or 4 days. See, there is no 1, 2, 3 because there is no input, there is no output. Input was very less. Once in few days, little rice or little potato. So only liquid. I want to tell you guys one great secret recipe I used for detoxifying my body to clean up all the poisons and the side effects of the poisons is malic acid. Drink apple juice at least 1 liter a day. I did not drink directly apple juice. The essence of apple juice, that malic acid, I started drinking. The whole poison and its effects got cleansed completely. Detoxing has happened. And the whole system started getting rejuvenated. I tell you guys, Haritaki and malic acid. These two are the best. Essence of today's satsang is, I love you guys and I can recognize all of you. That is the essence of today's satsang. Forget about everything else. I can recognize all of you. I am able to remember all of you. And That is essence of today's satsang. And next 2-3 days I am going to read out all your names, how I used to do earlier in those days. I am going to read out all the names. I first want to see you all guys and missed you all guys. It's like I'm seeing all of you after one Janma. Anyhow, good. I'm back. I'm back and I can recognize all of you. That's a good thing. I remember the whole past, not the identity you remember as you, but your original identity, all your whole past Janmas put together. It's like a huge, whom I remember as you, but you don't know that person. So if I talk to you, you will not feel like I am talking to you. You will feel like I am talking to somebody, because the informations I give about you, the connection I cherish with you, all that is like a new to you. I might have been gone for some time, but I have brought some of the greatest things as a gift for all of you guys. Like how when parents leave the kids and go away somewhere for vacation, when they come back, the gifts they bring is more important than the few days they left. Like that, I have brought best gifts from Kailasa to all you guys. I have brought too many things. So the time I left is worthy. With patience, you guys waited. The wait is worthy. I have too many beautiful things for enriching all your lives. I'll open up and share with you all, guys. For all of you, I brought too many things. My connection with you guys and your connection with me is too strong. I just came back. Our connection is too strong. Nobody can do anything. We are going to live together eternally, blissfully. Essence of today's satsang is, I am back because I love you all, guys. See, actually the intense bliss wipes away the memories. When you go in the vertical time zone, the memories are left behind. Only now I am understanding. I think it is too much now. Essence of today's satsang. I am back because I love you all, guys. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Means beyond time. Permanent means all time. I am not enlightened all time. I am enlightened beyond time. Understand? This is a very important thing you need to understand. I am not permanently enlightened. Be very clear. I am eternally enlightened. Enlightenment happens every moment. Every moment. Every moment. Understand? When I tell you that I became enlightened on January 1st, 2000, it does not mean something has suddenly happened in me. I just decided from today I will live my enlightenment. I promise you. This is the truth. I just decided, today is my birthday. I think I did all my foolishness enough. From today, I am going to live my enlightenment. That's all. Just decide, nothing else. Understand these two things. For enlightenment, all you need is unclutching from one thought. One more thing, even I can't unclutch from two thoughts. If I try to unclutch from two thoughts, I lose my enlightenment. Fortunately, I don't try. Fortunately, I became intelligent, so I am not trying. If I try to be unclutched from two thoughts, I am lost. I am lost. Understand? I have all the dangers which you also have in the life. The possibility for disease. Everything is there for this body also. You think this body doesn't have? Ramakrishna had cancer. Ramana Maharshi had cancer. Jai Krishnamurti had cancer. Yatishwarananda had cancer. Ram Swarup Kumar had cancer. I can show a big list. Then you think there is no possibility for this body to have any disease? No. But I am not trying to unclutch from two moments. That's all. Now I have cough. Let us unclutch from this. Or if it is getting clutched, let it unclutch with this. Over. That all is the life. Understand? I am eternally enlightened, not permanently enlightened. You are all trying to have permanent enlightenment. That is why suffering. This moment, be enlightened. Over. Next moment, be enlightened. Over. This moment, just be enlightened. Over. And I tell you, I am enlightened only this moment. I am enlightened only this moment. Nothing else. I do not know whether I will be enlightened next moment or not. Let me be very clear. And I am also very clear. I do not know next moment whether I will be enlightened or not. Traditionally, it is believed that enlightenment stays forever. So I am telling that word to you. That's all. But I am not sure about it. Traditionally, it is believed. That's all. But I am not clear about it. Because last 6 years it did not leave me. So I am thinking that it may not leave. Not thinking, I am telling you for your understanding. But otherwise, I am not sure. Just unclutch from this moment, that's all. You are enlightened. When you go, just to give 2 lakh rupees. Nothing else. Understand very clearly. Actually, because I am telling this in a simple way, in a comfortable ambience, you are not ready to believe. If I torture you, put you in the fire, make you go around begging and sleeping under a tree, after that, if I just whisper you in your ears without mic, I understand. Aham Brahmasmi, you jump. Because I didn't torture you enough earlier, and I am telling you through the mind, you are just sleeping. Somewhere the equation is not adding. How can this be so simple? If I miss some link, or he himself has missed some link. If you are sitting and thinking that you missed some link, do some meditation. Torture yourself, no problem. Unclutch yourself. Or do some meditation. Every day without missing 2 times. Morning and evening. If you are suspecting that I missed some link, better run away. Understand? Now only 3 possibilities. 1, suddenly waking up, True. Let me promise you, nobody can be permanently enlightened. There is only one thing called eternal enlightenment. Nitya Jnana. There is no permanent Jnana. Nitya Jnana means this moment you are enlightened. This moment you are enlightened, that's all. You can neither be enlightened next moment, nor be enlightened last moment. This moment enlightened. You may think, then what will happen to my life? What is this? What is that? I thought enlightenment means that you will be like that, like this. And you are doing such a simple way. Then what am I supposed to do? Nothing needs to be done. Should I go back and do my same doctor job? If you are interested, do it. If you are not, don't bother. Then what for I came here and was here for 10 days? That neither you know nor I know. And what really is, what really is getting added to me? Nothing is being added to you. All you need to know, enlightenment means unclutching from this moment, this thought. Can anybody tell? Please understand, any of you have a doubt that I don't think I will be able to unclutch from now, this moment. Everybody is confident that we can unclutch from this moment. Am I right? That's all you need for enlightenment. And enlightenment happens only moment to moment. No permanent enlightenment. If somebody tells you that there is something called permanent enlightenment, bring him. I'll take care. I'll tell him. I'll talk to him. I'll catch him. Of course, they can't tell. If they look at my eyes, they can't tell. Looking into my eyes, they can't tell. There is only eternal enlightenment. Means you are enlightened in this moment. Understand, time can be touched only from the present moment. In front of you there is eternity, past, present, future. But you can touch that eternity only through present moment. Can you touch this time shaft in the past? In the future? No. You can touch this time shaft only in the present. So, be very clear, you are enlightened now. That is what I am telling you. Enlightenment is not just a noun, it is a verb. Constant happening. Constant happening, not new. Understand? There will be nothing new. But constantly happening, which is beyond your idea. First thing, be very clear. Do you have confidence that you can unclutch from this moment?
Yes, one. Yes.
Then naturally you will be able to unclutch from any given moment. Am I right? Then what else can be your problem in the life? That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. What else you need to know? But somehow it is not adding up. Yes.
Swami, I know how to unclutch now. But I need to experience that consciously, experience that gap consciously.
Who told you that you are not experiencing that consciously?
I have not experienced that. I don't know what it is.
Okay. What do you mean? What do you think will happen when that experience happens to you?
I can't answer that.
See, now you are telling, I am not experienced. What do you mean by that word? I am not experienced. You are clutching with that word.
That consciously I must understand that gap.
See, what is conscious and what is gap? Tell me.
See, I can unclutch.
These are again the words which you heard in the past. I am clutching with it.
I unclutch.
And that's all.
Consciously I must feel it, no?
Who said, what do you mean by the word consciously you must feel it?
Only if I understood that I could have answered you, but I don't understand that.
First thing, unclutched from the word, you should consciously experience it. See, you are unclutched. That's all. What else you think separately should happen in you?
The moment I unclutch from that word consciousness, I know nothing.
That's all. That is the only problem in your life. You think, that's what I am telling you now. You think the moment you are unclutched, something will happen in you. Nothing will happen in you. That's what I am telling you. When I became enlightened, do not think something happened in me. If that is written in the cutout, it's a lie. Blunt lie. Now I am telling you, simply when you unclutch, when I say that I became enlightened, January 1st, I very clearly decided that I am going to live my enlightenment. Means I am going to unclutch from this moment over. You have an idea, thoughts keep coming. Am I right? This moment, unclutch. If you have one more thought, thoughts are keeping coming, unclutch. No, so much of effort I have to put unclutch. Every time I have to use the word is unclutch, it creates so much stress in me, unclutch. No, so much it should not be strained. Enlightenment should be completely ease and relax, automatic by itself, unclutch. At one point I shouldn't be thinking about it, it should happen by itself. That is what I understand as enlightenment, unclutch. That's all. And there is an idea that the world should be a Maya. That is what is enlightenment, unclutch. That's what I am telling you now. Write all the idea, what do you think you will be after enlightenment? And tomorrow we'll go to Kumbh Mela to drop the paper in the river. First you write. Listen here. See, understand. Again you are trying to clutch two thoughts at a time. See. Listen. The moment I say that your mind says, no. Unclutching means by now I should have become enlightened. Unclutch. No. Swamiji says he knows his past birth, but I am not knowing even my present birth. See, unclutch from every thought, unclutch from every moment. You knowing past birth and all will happen as side effect if it is necessary. If it is necessary. That is what I am telling you from the first day. Even if materialization happens in my hand, it is not in my control. I asked Sai Baba directly, how are you managing, Baba? Let me be very clear. It's a personally I asked him, how are you managing, Baba? He told Swamiji, what are you talking? Am I giving it to everybody? Am I giving it to everybody? He told me very clearly, whenever it is going to happen, I feel very clearly my hands start shaking intensely, without my control. Then I know I am going to give, I give. If you observe him giving, any of you observe him giving anything? His hands will start shaking intensely. You have seen? His hands will start shaking intensely.
But then he gave it on a stage, in a public meeting.
That's what. But whenever he gives.
How was the timing when he doesn't know when?
No, that's what he told me. Even in the stage, he doesn't give in all stages. If it happens, they record, that's all. He doesn't give in all stages. He doesn't give in all stages. He tells me very clearly, if I can, I would see in the mass crowd, whatever they do, that only is recorded. When he doesn't give, it is never getting recorded. He told me very clearly, what are you talking about?
I was in the first row. I was sitting in the first row. I saw from very close.
And Sapsakina, he told me very clearly, whenever that thought comes up, that it's going to happen, my hands start shaking.
And 3 times he did this.
He told me very clearly. Understand? It starts shaking and it comes out. That's all I know. And the same thing with me. Understand? Not only with me, with anything. If it is necessary for Parashakti to express through his body, it will do. One more thing. Enlightenment does not mean you should have any special qualification. It is complete lie. There can be enlightenment without any extraordinary quality. Kabir, all he did, doing the same deed. There are so many enlightened beings who lived on the planet Earth without any power, any show, anything. This is Ramswara Kumar. From morning till night he will sit and smoke. That's all. But amazing being. There are so many. Do not associate your greed for power with enlightenment. Your greed for extraordinary things with enlightenment. See, the whole thing is to finally sharpen you completely, to bring you to that one corner, to that one present moment, to that one center. For that, I have to use so many words to beat all the words which you are carrying in your head. Every word I used is nothing but equating the words which you are carrying in your head. First I use 100 words and equate 2000 words which you are carrying. Again I use 20 words and equate 100 words which I gave you. Now I am throwing 2-3 words and equating the 20 words which you are carrying in you. And I throw the silence and equate the 2 words which you are carrying in you.
You were saying unclutch from thoughts or unclutch from ideas?
Anything. Idea and thought are not two different things. It's one and the same.
But every single thought or?
Every single thought.
Either clutch or unclutch. One single thought.
If it clutches, it clutches. If you are aware, unclutch. Actually, when you unclutch from this moment, suddenly you see those unaware periods disappear. Those periods will disappear as long as you believe that the periods can repeat in you again and again. Your faith that unconscious moments can repeat in you is the only difficulty. Totally unclutched in this moment, if you are totally unclutched in this moment, maybe you will not be able to move from this body, move this body at all. Or maybe your body will start moving wildly. Anything can happen. About that you don't have to bother. In my case, whenever I am unclutched, I can move wildly my body in the rotating way. But I can't move in a linear way. See, whenever I am in Samadhi, I can't move my body even the 1 or 2 inches. It will be imbalanced. But I can just whirl like a... what RPM you don't know. I can whirl. Because the visualization, the whirling is visualization, spinning. Linear movement is related to verbalization. So verbalization movement will be imbalanced. Visualization movement will be intense. This is the way it happens in this body, but that does not mean that this is the experience you are supposed to have when you are enlightened. Now only you need to understand, kill Buddha when you meet him on the way. Kill the ideas which you are carrying about enlightenment, which you got from me. Understand? Kill all the ideas about enlightenment which you got from me. Now, Buddha says, kill him, kill me when you meet me on the way.
Why?
Why? Because you will not become me. I have not become my master. Understand? I have not become my master. He or he, I am me. All you need to know, unclutch from this moment. What way, what should express from you, through you will do. And I promise I do not know what will happen tomorrow to my movement. I promise. I promise on the same Arunachala, tomorrow I do not know what will happen to my movement. I am telling you, I am just like you. All I do and all happens only unclutching from this moment. I am very clear. I do not know tomorrow what will happen to my movement. Don't think I have a clear agenda. I came down and I am executing. No. Let it be very clear. No. If you just unclutch, suddenly you will realize there is agenda in your life which is happening, about which you will not even bother.
You have to put constant effort.
First thing, what do you mean by the word constant effort?
To clutch or unclutch.
Unclutch, constant effort means what? Again, the idea which you had in the last experiences. There is no constant effort. Unclutch from this moment. Again, unclutch from this moment. How can you say it is a constant?
But every moment you have to put effort.
Every moment unclutch, that's all. Now you wanted to use the word put effort. Because you are now connecting with ideas that how many times you put effort earlier. And again you are creating a shaft. Constantly I have to unclutch because constantly I am clutching. One more thing, unclutch this moment. Why do you have a strong belief that next moment you will be again clutched and you have to unclutch? You have a strong faith. Even if I unclutch this moment, next moment I will be clutched. Because it happened earlier. Am I right? That itself is a lie. There is a possibility. Unclutch this moment and do not believe that next moment you will be clutched again. There is every possibility. And after 2-3 times you will no, again I am clutching. Unclutch again from the idea that again I am clutching. Where is the question? Again you are clutching. Now only you are clutching. And now again unclutch. Handle your mind one thought at a time with simple passions. You are one. You won the game. If you try to attack your mind as a whole, wage war with 1 million soldiers, you are gone. Unclutching is the one weapon you have. One weapon can kill only one soldier at a time. This is one sword. One sword can kill only one person at a time. Do not attack 2 persons at a time. Now ask, should I constantly put effort? Actually, put constant effort, but you don't even use the word that you have to put a constant effort. That word creates a boredom and stress in you. And that word doesn't have meaning. Because there is no constant effort. What do you mean by constant effort? If you look at the whole thing as in one spectrum, only then the idea constant effort comes. But the whole spectrum does not exist in one view. Then how can you say constant effort? The effort which you put day before yesterday, 1 hour ago, they are individual efforts, independent happenings. Why do you connect and see that I am putting constant effort? Sometimes you will not even know, you will not even bother whether you are clutched or unclutched, you will just execute. Over. There are so many things, you just execute, you just relax. Even if there is the negative consequences of what you executed, what is there unclutched? At the most, what can happen? Death. If you are clutched, you think death will not happen? At the most, about what you are afraid, you may do something in the clutched movements, and that may result in difficulties and problems in your life. How to solve? Am I right? These are all the fears that may bring some ill effects in my life. These are all things. All right. Now, if you are living with a clutch, normal way, you think that is going to be avoided? Anything can be avoided? Nothing can be avoided whether you are clutched or unclutched. If you are unclutched, there is a possibility that you will live completely liberated.
Swamiji, if there is awareness of the thought that's rising up in this
If
moment,
there is awareness of thought, no, rejected, next.
When you are in that moment,
No, I have not said you heard. Yes.
that you cannot move or anything, how can one, then how do you walk, how do you talk?
One thing, this happens sometimes. Sometimes I am able to walk or move. But sometimes it happens that I am not able to move the body, or just the body is there. Only the awareness is there. When it happens, why it happens, I don't know.
But, so we shouldn't do this when we are trying to drive.
And I don't think you need to be afraid about that now. Even if you are driving and you become stagnant, you may end up in accident and die. What is there? That's all. Nothing wrong. Why should you be so much bothered about that? Alright, if you are protecting yourself so much and not unclutching at all, you think you are not going to die? That's all. Over. It may be preponed or postponed. First of all, where is the question of preponing or postponing? If there is a fixed date, only then the preponing or postponing happens. There is no fixed date. It's not that if you are not unclutched, there is no accident at all possibility. There is a possibility of accident even if you are clutched. Am I right? And all accidents in the planet Earth is happening only with the clutching. If you see the statistics, I have not seen in my life a single accident happening when somebody is unclutched. If I have to talk in the statistics terms, 100% unclutching is a safety. No accident is possible during unclutching because I have not seen a single person getting into accident during unclutching. 100% accident happens only during clutching. So the safest way to drive unclutched. Not true. This is the way you come to the conclusion based on statistics. You are the researcher, you know. According to the research ideology which you are all practicing, principles, this is the conclusion for safest driving unclutched. Am I right?
But with brakes.
Huh?
But with brakes.
But
With brakes. I mean, unclutched with the brakes on.
no, I don't say that. Unclutch and do whatever happens. Because I have not seen a single person suffering in any way during unclutching. One more thing. This incident, I think I should tell, but the other way, I don't want to give you some hope or courage or idea. Maybe I tell you, just understand the spirit of this incident. When I was unclutched, like this, my body was falling. The forest where I was staying, maybe 2-3 months it was on the same place, did not move. The whole hair was eaten by the anthill, and even now there is a hole. This hole was created by the anthill. Understand? The anthill grew slowly on the hair, and this hole which you are seeing is created by the anthill. That white ants started eating the flesh and the skin, and slowly one more thing, when white ants eats your skin, you won't have bleeding. They eat only small bit, so only the new kind of white skin starts growing on you. Like a small, very soft white skin grows on you. This was eaten by the white ant. I don't know how that has stopped eating further, or that did not eat my eyes, or all those things I don't know. But after some time when the body started moving, I cleaned myself, just had a head bath, that's all, things became alright. It may feel like extraordinary or too impossible thing. And I tell you, this is possible if unclutching is possible in you. Anything is possible. Nothing is impossible. And you don't even have to think this further and all. Don't bother about that. Even if you die, what is there? And you think you are not going to die if you are clutched? As I told you, 100% accident happens during clutching. I have not seen a single person accident happen, single accident happening during unclutching. So as long as if you start doing the statistics based on your past experiences, it says unclutching will not create accidents and all clutching creates accidents. Over. See, unclutch this moment and next thing you need to do is order for a crown and a palaka. Nothing else. Order for a crown and palaka. Next moment over. And if it comes, wear it and enjoy. If it does not come, just enjoy. Over. The moment you look at your life as a past, present and future, problem comes. There's only one present. There's nothing else exists. So no project. No project, no product. Not just confidence. Confidence. When you use the word just confidence, you can't brush the confidence aside. Confidence. Not just confidence. We call it Sanskrit the. The in Sanskrit. The word the means the confidence. It is not, you don't even need confidence. You need confidence only on life. On truth, you don't need confidence. Truth is a truth even if you don't have confidence. Whether you have confidence on sun or not, tomorrow morning sun will rise. Whether you are confident or not, you are every moment unclutching. That's all. So understand, now all you need to do is celebrate. Nothing needs to be done. Just get a crown and the trishul and the palaka on your own gold. Now all you need is somebody to print your photograph. Print your photograph. And somebody to print the name, the Paramahamsa, some title, whatever you want to use. Whatever you like, just select. Maybe tomorrow morning we have name selection. Name selection. See, in earlier programs I used to give name. I used to select. Now you can sit and choose. What title you want to choose. Now may not be name, but the title you can choose. I think Jagatguru title will look much better for my charisma. Now all you need to do is choose your title. Nothing else. Now you know everything. Now you are completely empowered with the knowledge. One more thing, important thing I tell you. You see, listen here. And I again promise on Arunachala and tell you, this idea that you should have experience is a lie. Understand? It's a lie. Unclutch from this moment, that's enough. No need for all this nonsense. You should have experience. Only then you are enlightened. Nothing. If there is something called experience, it will go away. It will go away. You need only intelligence, not experience. Prajnanam Brahma means intelligence is enlightenment. The intelligence to unclutch from every moment. Again, you don't have to use the, I think I don't have intelligence. Intelligence to unclutch from this moment. Do you have? Prajnana, that is what is called prajnana. Prajnana means the ability to unclutch from this moment. Prajnana Brahma, you are enlightened.
Swamiji, if we take this concept that we unclutch from a moment and live in the moment, it is two things. We may continue to live our life, which is what we are doing, with the, just living without anything.
One thing, don't even create the thought, I may continue to be living whatever I am doing, and who knows, you will be doing the same thing. No, we don't know. When you unclutch from every moment, you may drop your profession, or you may take up a new profession, or you may add this profession, or you may just do this. We don't know. About that now you don't bother. That's what I told you, no plan after February 5th.
Why do we need to unclutch? Why do we need to unclutch every moment?
No need also.
Yes, exactly.
If you don't need, there is no need.
Yes, we are not connected.
Whether you unclutch or not, you are enlightened. That's what I am telling you now. That's the first next step.
So Swamiji, so even over 40 years of age we can get enlightened.
Yes. Who told you you cannot get enlightened over 40? No, that's a lie. And one more thing, listen here. Whatever you heard from earlier, now push them all aside. As I told you, all the other programs are just marketing strategy. They are all Vyavakarika Satya. Now what I am talking to you is a Paramarthika Satya. Understand? Satya is two. Truth is two. Vyavakarika Satya means this mission. Why this big throne? So that, you see, if I sit in a big chair, then the chairs of ordinary pose, so that you will have the respect. Oh, this guy has got something. I think this guy must be little better than me. Let me listen what he is talking. That's Vyavakarika Satya. But the Paramarthika Satya is totally different. Understand? Whatever you heard from me, till yesterday, no, till last moment, is just Vyavakarika Satya. That is why I am telling you, do not confuse with my marketing strategies and the truth. Core truth is Paramarthika Satya, which I am saying now, which I am talking to you now. To make you fall in tune, or to make you to listen to this Paramarthika Satya, I have to build up all the Vyavakarika Satya and bring you here. Understand? Unless you get enough of Vyavakarika Satya is a comparative reality, comparative truth. Unless you understand the comparative truths, you will not have respect, or you will not grow up to the level to listen to the Vyavakarika Satya, the Paramarthika Satya, the truth. Now I am telling you the truth. See, if I tell this Paramarthika Satya directly, you will pull me down to your level. You will not come to my level. You will pull me down to your level. You will think, oh, I think this fellow doesn't know anything. Listen, the Paramarthika Satya has to be given only to a person who is in tune, who can catch it. Now when I said, I saw so many eyes just opening up, just lighting up. Those guys have got it. That fire has been put down. The fire has been put down. Now the fire will start working. And even if that eye is not lit up, don't bother, you also got it. How my eyes lit up, I think I should see the video graph with my eyes lit up. Don't create one more problem. All your eyes lit up. And don't have, see one more thing. If you go away perfectly alright, one more thing I tell you, now I promise, again I promise on the same Arunachala, I liberate you from me and your gratitude towards me. There is no need for you to be grateful to me. I taught you this, or I am speaking to you this because I enjoy this, not for your gratitude. Your gratitude is not worthy of having. Let me tell you. Your gratitude and all is useless. I have seen enough. And I don't trust you. I am telling you directly. I am telling every individual. Don't think I am telling you in the mass is telling next person. Do not think I am talking to your neighbor. I am telling every person. I can tell the names. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I am telling you directly. I don't trust your gratitude. I am not interested in your gratitude. All I am interested, one thing, if you walk on the planet unclutched, this planet will feel blessed. That's the only thing I am talking about. This mother will feel blessed. If I met at least 10 people walk on this planet Earth and touch, I have done. And all the things nothing else. Your gratitude, are you staying with me? All these things are used. I don't believe. I don't believe. People who stayed with me for years run away. What is there? Even if you stay, what will you do? What is there? All right. Even if you make a bigger ashram or bigger monastery, what do you think? Again, I am going to catch, instead of now 100, I will catch 200 and then teach the same thing. Again, I am going to talk the same thing. That's all. I may catch a few more people. That's all. Maybe for that, this is going on. Just because there is a possibility for more people to understand this truth and walk on the planet untouched, this whole drama is going on. Over. I am supporting this drama. That's all. Understand? This gratitude, this leaving, or getting, staying, all these things are no use. The one and only use, understanding the Paramarthika Satya. That's all. Paramarthika Satya is unclutched from this moment. Unclutched from this moment. Unclutched from this moment. Over.
नित्यानंदेश्वर समारंभा नित्यानंदेश्वरी मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्ताम् वंदे गुरु परंपराम् पुरादीनम राजबाळयम आदीनम ह्यूस्टन आदीनम ट्रिनिडाड टोबागो हैदराबाद गुप्तकाशी हैदराबाद आदीनम ह्यूस्टन आदीनम डेकोटा डून्स तिरुवण्णामलै आदीनम वैरिंगटन यूके दुबई आदीनम कोलालंपुर आदीनम पोन्का सिटी ओक्लाहोमा and lot more cities. Lot more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. From today till Nityanandoham, I am just going to prepare all of you for Nityanandoham. So everyday satsang will be under the topic Nityanandoham Chalo. I think only now people are slowly settling down from the glimpses of Nityanandoham. I wanted to share some of these important truths. Please understand. Working on your muscle memory, listen, working on your muscle memory awakens your possibilities not powers. Please understand. There is a difference between circus and magic. In the young age, you may not know the difference because both are shows. In circus, the possibilities of the human muscles and human body is awakened. They will bend, roll in an unimaginable way, which you literally can't imagine. Where the possibilities are awakened. That's one example. See, even living with less food or no food, or ability to eat whatever you want and digest, all these are not powers, they are only possibilities. They are only possibilities, not powers. You need to know the difference. Physical possibilities, physiological possibilities. If you are able to sleep as long as you want, are able to be without sleep as long as you want, are able to sleep whenever you want and be without sleep whenever you don't want, all these are possibilities. All the memories recorded in your muscles, like your day-to-day activity, from brushing the teeth, taking bath. I have seen yogis who never brushed the teeth or took bath for years. You won't find not even one small smell around them. I literally lived around them. No 1, 2, 3. I have seen yogis. But even all this is only possibility, not power. Understand? Anything which you can directly express it by your own practice, without the conscious intervention, without the need of the conscious energy entering into you, without the need of the enlightenment energy entering into you, is possibility. Whatever you do in the level of possibility, many circus people will be doing it. Guinness record holders will be doing it. That does not mean they become enlightened or they become spiritually aware of themselves or they have developed the spiritual cognition. No. They may not have, but it is not must. Understand? The spiritual possibilities need to be awakened. Spiritual possibilities need to be worked. Spiritual possibilities need to be strengthened. In the level of muscle memory, your ordinary possibilities are awakened. Same way, if you awaken the muscle memory and complete with all the unnecessary patterns and reprogram the way you want, you can jump unimaginable distance. You may be able to make your body heavy or light. All these are only possibilities. You can be without tiredness and boredom about life. All these are possibilities. But that does not require a spiritual energy. Understand? Awakening your muscle memory and completing with whatever patterns you don't need, and reprogramming the way you want awakens the multiple possibilities, because all your day-to-day activities get recorded in your muscle memory. All the knowledge, ideas, concepts required for you to run your day-to-day life gets recorded in your muscles. And all your cognitions, cognition means based on which you make decision. Cognition means based on which you make decisions. The cognition about yourself, cognition about the people around you, cognition about life, cognition about God, cognition about world, cognition about money, cognition, the basic cognitions, the root cognitions you carry is recorded in your biomemory. Understand? If you carry the root cognition, whole world is out there to cheat. Everyone will look like a cheat. And you can always perceive anybody as a cheat. Even if Krishna comes down, you can call him as chore. Of course, he waits, just like he waited for Shishubala. That does not mean what you said is right. Understand? He waits, counts, just like how he waited and counted for Shishubala. See, 101st abusal only, Shishubala received the punishment. That does not mean all the other 100 are accepted, are right. He waited for his own reasons. That does not mean Shishubala is successful. Shishubala is right. Anyhow, listen, when you think everyone is out there to cheat, you can perceive anybody as cheat. When you think everybody out there only to support, you can perceive anybody as a great support. I tell you, the cognitions you carry, the cognitions you carry about yourself, about world, about others, about life, about God, about nature, about world. When those cognitions are completed, the limiting cognitions, which are called incompletions, when they are completed and the powerful cognitions are awakened, that expresses powers. Understand? in the muscle memory, if the incompletions are removed, in the muscle memory, if your incompletions are completed, your possibilities are awakened. In the biomemory, if your cognitions are completed, your powers are awakened. Understand, when your small inner image, the inner image which was built accidentally, is completed, right visions about you can be implanted. Please understand, always 99% of the time, your thought about your future will be just the fear of failure. Your plan, your vision about the future should be celebrating what you want as reality. That is only going to infuse energy, intensity for you to run. I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to making it happen. Understand, possibilities are different, the powers are different. Your low self inner image will always make you think about your future only as failure. When you complete with your lower self inner image, you will start having a vision. Means you just know, I am living to make what I want into reality. Understand that. That only is going to inspire you, make you do what you want. That only is going to push you to make what you want as reality. The moment you complete with your lower self, lower inner image, suddenly you will see not just so many possibilities alone, but powers will start expressing, because in the biomemory level, any completion is done, consciousness is directly opened up. For example, in the muscle memory level, if you stop eating, that does not mean your consciousness will be awakened. Of course, in the Nirahara Samyama, I use awakening your consciousness for your Nirahara. That is different. Don't compare Nirahara Samyama. Any man ordinarily, there are many people in the platforms, because of poverty, they master the art, the body automatically masters. Only once a day they eat, but they survive. And whatever they get in the roadside, they eat, but they digest. That does not mean they are spiritually awakened. The possibility in muscle memory is awakened. And I have seen people sleeping in the platforms, railway platforms, and the city area platforms. It's not that they are spiritually awakened, but their possibility of muscle memory is awakened. Listen. When you are biomemory is completed naturally, directly. It works on consciousness. Multiple powers are expressed. Actually, you just need to complete with the cognition given to you in the young age accidentally that you can't read through third eye. Just you need to complete with that cognition. You will simply open your third eye and start reading. You will simply start doing it. So many things, so many powers will start expressing the moment your biomemory is awakened. The moment the biomemory is inspired, the moment the biomemory is vision is inspired. But even awakening your biomemory awakens only your possibilities. But awakening your bioenergy awakens the God particle in you. Nityanandoham is all about the God particle in you. Awakening the God particle, reminding the God particle it is God. Reminding the God particle that it is God. It may be particle, but it is God. Listen. Actually, the whole Nityananda Home program, you won't even feel like a process. You will not even feel like process. It's just a spiritual vacation with Swamiji, that's all. Because even to awaken your biomemory, you need to sit in a mandala, in a specific posture. You don't need to control your mind, but you need to be available in the specific mandala, and the specific way, in a specific dress, attire, and all that, so that I can awaken your biomemory. Here, nothing is required. You just need to be available, that's all. That is why the Nityananda Homa I have declared that you don't even have to wear the uniform, the white and white or any, it's your freedom. No dress code. No dress code for the Nityananda Home process. Just dress, that's all. No dress code. Nothing. It will just, we will all be sitting in the beach. We may not even have mic. We may not even have microphone, mic, all that, amplifier, loudspeaker. I'll just pick up the beach sand. I'll be sitting in Kundalini. Please wake. And you will all be surfing on the beach sand. Rolling on the beach sand. If you have seen the Nityanandaham glimpses, you will understand what I am talking. See, to awaken your biomemory, I used sound and light, means verbalization and visualization. Now to awaken your bioenergy, I am going to use silence and unclutching. Silence is absence of sound. Unclutching is absence of light. Silence is absence of verbalization. Unclutching is absence of visualization. For me, because of the mastery, the silence and unclutching has become like a two hand keys in my hand or two ropes in my hand. For you, silence and unclutching is an absence. At the most, you can enter into it and experience it. For me, they are not only absence, they can be used as a tool or a weapon. I can just pick up the silence and unclutching like a rope. To awaken anybody. I'm going to use the power of silence and power of unclutching to awaken the God particle in you. Just the one glimpses session, hardly 1 hour we had a process. In that, so many people are saying their third eye is awakened, they are able to do blindfold reading. I'm getting messages in the Facebook and everywhere. And still people have not come down from that silence. It's only 1 hour process. 1 hour? At the most 10 or 20 times I would have said, Om, that's all, nothing more. Nothing more. Understand the silence and unclutching, the power of silence and unclutching. Actually, Mahadeva's Damaru is not only power of sound, it is power of silence also. His Agni is not only power of visualization, it is power of unclutching also. He can create any visualization and he can just unclutch from anything. He can create and he can be without it. He can create any sound and he can create any silence. That's a Damaru. Just like sound is a power, silence is also power. Just like visualization is a power, unclutching is also a power. Understand, ordinary people and enlightened beings can use power and sound, but only an incarnation can use silence and unclutching. Because it is too subtle, please understand. You should have a mind which does not pollute when it picks up the silence. See, when you pick up the silence, silence should not be polluted. You should have that kind of a mind. Only then you can use silence. Try to understand. Your mind should be such, it should not even pollute the silence when it picks it up and throws or uses. Means your mind should be in utter silence. In that silence, it should be able to do, move and make what it wants happen. Same way unclutching. You should be in such an unclutched space. The visualization. The visualization. Any visualization. Just you can unclutch. And your mind should be so pure, it doesn't even pollute unclutching when it is picking up the unclutching. Even if you visualize unclutching, it is polluted. Even if you think about silence, silence is polluted. The moment you use the word silence, it is no more silence. The moment you use the word unclutching, it is no more unclutching. Person who is able to be silent without using the word silent only can use silence. Person who is unclutched without using the word unclutched only can use unclutching. If you want to literally see the drama of Mahadeva, Leela of Mahadeva, what he does with the power of silence and power of unclutching, Nityanandoham chalo. Nityanandoham chalo. It is not just about the powers you will express. It is about the discovery you will do it about you. You will really know that you have been cheated by humanity. You have been wrongly told you are a human being. You have been wrongly introduced to you about you. You have been wrongly introduced to you about you. Understand the discovery you will do it about yourself so strongly that will be the immeasurable, the most valuable gift for your life. The way you wake up to you, the way the God particle wakes up to itself. The way Sadashiva just remembers himself and his own existence. So it's just like you had a nightmare, you saw somebody chasing you, 10 tigers, 5 elephants, 2-3 snakes, and you wake up and you remember this identity. Wow, you are not in danger, you are safe. That identity was false. The way you wake up and remember, exactly the same way. When you wake up, how you feel relieved, exactly the same way you will wake up to your God particle. Understand when you wake up to the God particle, you won't tolerate even your own shortcomings. You won't tolerate even your own inefficiency. You won't tolerate even your own incompletions. That is life. Somebody asked me the other day, Swamiji, you don't tolerate even 1 inch of somebody's incompletion, inefficiency. I told them, hey, I don't tolerate even my own incompletion or inefficiency. Where is the question of tolerating somebody else's? The man who does not tolerate his own incompletion, his own limitations, his own inefficiency, is leader. The man who tolerates his own incompletions will not even be aware of others' incompletions, I tell you. So every day, you can send any questions you have about Nityanandoham or these great truths I am revealing. I will continue to answer. And I also, too many requests and pressure that people wanted to spend 1 day with me in the island. The deadline was 3rd November, so I'll extend it to 48 hours. I'll directly intervene and extend it to 48 hours. 48 hours more, you have time. 5th November. I know the earlier extension was by casting department. This is by me directly. And I bless you all, let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nityananda Dhyanapitham, Nityananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nityananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Today's subject is find your center deep within. Let's see the sutra, then we'll enter into the subject. Kumbhitare chitavapi puritava yada bhavet tadadante Shantanamasav Shaktya Santa Prakashate. Kumbhitare chitavapi puritava yatat bhavet tadante Shantanamasav Shaktya Santa Prakashate. When breath is all out and stopped of itself, or all in and stopped, in such universal pause, one small self vanishes. Still we are working on breath. First 9 techniques, Shiva speaks only on breath. You will be shocked. Just on breath, 9 meditation techniques. Because he is taking us to deeper and deeper levels.
is trying to give us deep experience of our own being. Breathing is the thing which is continuously happening in you in spite of you. Whether you want or not, be very clear. You are not breathing because of you. In spite of you, you are breathing. In spite of you, it's happening. That can be used as a beautiful method to take jump into cosmic energy or into yourself. Here, Krishna is taking us, Shiva, sorry. Anyhow, I can justify. On breath, Krishna and Shiva both are given many techniques. Even in the Dhyana Yoga, Krishna speaks elaborately, extensively on breath. Shiva is taking us step by step, deeply. Yesterday, in the last sutra, Shiva explained how to be unclutched. He speaks about how your incoming breath, outgoing breath, and the gap, neutral space, all of them are equal. He was talking, you are liberated based on the concept of time. Now he is taking us to a little deeper. He is showing us you are liberated based on space. He is taking us to the deeper level of space. In the last sutra, he explained, you are liberated, you are already what you are supposed to be. You are already what you are supposed to be. Explaining step by step, taking us into the deep levels of our breath. Through the time he explained, today he is explaining through space. We will understand how he is explaining. When breath is all out and stopped of itself, or all in and stopped, in such universal pause, one's small self vanishes. This is difficult only for the impure. Here he is adding one more word. Beautiful word. This is difficult only for the impure. Yesterday, somebody asked me, after listening to the last sutra, one person came and asked me in the Energy Darshan, Swamiji, how to practice being unclutched? I said, God, you lost. You are not understood. There is no need to practice. All you need is to understand. Understand you are unclutched. And just remember again and again, the moment you wanted to practice, be very clear, you missed the truth. You don't have to practice the truth. Truth is. Truth can never be practiced. You don't have to become unclutched. You are unclutched. Your being is unclutched. The moment you ask how to practice, be very clear, you have not understood whatever is spoken. You can just play with words. Playing with words, you can hide yourself from others. But by playing with words, you can't hide yourself from yourself. The moment you ask how to be unclutched, let it be very clear, you slept in the discourse. You slept in the discourse. You have not heard. You have not understood what has to be understood. At least now, don't miss kumbhita rechita vapi urita va yada bhavet tadante santana masau saktya santa prakashate. Now, Shiva is playing with beautiful poetic Sanskrit. He is using different words to take us into a deeper space. Let me explain with the diagram. The last sutra we understood incoming breath, outgoing breath. And this neutral space. In last sutra, Shiva was explaining this space, both of them are equal. The time for this and the time for this, both of them are same. The time taken for incoming and the gap between two breaths, both of them are equal. Now he says, not only in time, in space also you are one and the same. He goes to an extreme of saying, nothing is happening in you. You are already in pure conscious state. Whether the kumbhaka is happening in you, or rechaka is happening in you, or puraka is happening in you, you are in a space where you are already unclutched. Whether you remember it or not, you are already in that state. There is no technique, only intensity. All technique means what? Indirectly I will be telling the same thing, abhyasa. Now if people come and ask me, how to keep the intensity, Swamiji, give us some technique. If I give them some technique, Swamiji, how to do this technique, please give us some intensity. Then I have to give some more technique. Then they say, no, Swamiji, please teach us how to do the technique properly, give us some technique. Understand, intensity and abhyasa is the one and only technique. All other techniques are different versions of this abhyasa word, that's all. Many times, when people ask me the questions, see, any answer will create only more questions. So I never answer them. I just divert their attention. They feel, oh, see, intelligent answer Swamiji gave. Only I know I just diverted them from the question, that's all. People ask me, Swamiji, what is Ori? I tell them, constant inner chattering. What is inner chattering? I tell them, Ori. They think they have the answer now. Nothing but adding few more words to their question. They feel they are attended, that's all. And honestly, nobody is bothered about a question answer and all. They want to know that when they put a question, two reasons. One, they want to tell you that they know something. Or they want your attention. Or they want to check whether you know or not. And when you attend them, things are over. That's all. The other day one guy came to me and asked, Swamiji, I want to achieve God, give me some technique.
I told him, I did not answer directly. I asked him, you are from where? How many kids you have? What is your profession? After that, 4 hours he was with me, chatting, talking, so many things. He did not even remember once this question again, second time. No, he did not remember. Means understand the intensity of the question. Many times our questions are like this only. Many times our questions are like this only. All the answers, all the techniques are different versions of this one truth, abhyasaha. What makes you to get established in the higher state of consciousness and that conflict-free mood, joy and ecstasy? Do that again and again. Come back to that state of consciousness through all possible ways and methods again and again and again. That's all is essence of abhyasa. Here, the Patanjali says, Tatra stitau yadno bhyasaha. The effort to remain constantly in that elevated state of awareness is abhyasa. Again and again and again, elevate yourself. Elevate yourself. Raise yourself. Bring yourself back to that center. Many times you can see, when you read a spiritual literatures, very strong books, you feel, I should live this. I have decided. That elevated mood, the strength, courage. When you listen to this kind of discourses, at least next 2 days, I should live. I should live. That strength. Again and again, bring yourself back to that strength by doing the actions which brings you, which helps you to come back to this state. If listening to the discourses does that job, do it. If reading the books does that job, do it. If mixing with the Sangha does that job, do it. Or meditating does that job, do it. That is what Patanjali calls abhyasaha. Till it gets drilled inside your body, till all the negative abhyasas are broken, let it be drilled inside your body. As I was telling yesterday, if you are seeing the world, you are not seeing the God. If you are seeing the God, you are not seeing the world. As long as you see the world which creates fear and greed inside you, you need abhyasa. Come back, come back, come back, unclutch, 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 again and again and again and again. Till you can't unclutch, unclutch. There will be one point, the unclutcher will disappear in unclutching. Till then, unclutch. Unclutcher will disappear into unclutching. Till then, unclutch. That is the only way. That is the only truth. Nothing else. There is no other word. There is no compromising. This is the truth. This is the way. This is the life. Whatever makes you to live in that elevated state of consciousness, come back. Get back to that by doing it. Live that. Radiate that. There is no other way. There is no other solution. There is no other life. You may feel that I am repeating the same truth again and again and again, because truth has to be repeated till you listen. It is challenge between you and me. No, not even you and me, your unconsciousness and me. It is not fight between your conscious and me. It is fight between your unconscious and me. Your conscious actually wants to be around me. It feels connected. But unconscious, that negative abhyasa creates all apprehensions. It's a big game between me and your negative abhyasa. Till it gets drilled into your body,
I have to play this game. I have to play this game. The idea, the spiritual seeking, the spiritual intensity, living conflict-free life, living as Jivan Mukta, till this idea gets into your body. Gets into your body means, if you don't eat, how you feel hungry. Same way, if you move out of that Jivan Mukti state, living enlightenment state, your body will feel, come back. It should become that physical. Till then, you need abhyasa. Till then, I'll continue to be with you. I have to continue to be with you. Playing the game through my presence or my absence. Through my presence or my absence. Sometimes people come and ask me, Swamiji, bless me that you will not leave me even if I leave you. No, all kinds of things they ask me. No, really. Understand, at some time you would have prayed like that. Sometime, even if people wanted to go, I send message, maybe directly or indirectly. Have little patience, try to be around. It will do many good things inside you. Means that person would have prayed at some part of the life, maybe in this Janma or some earlier Janma, that even if I wanted to leave you, please don't leave me. Hold on to me. That intensity, that prayer is what I answer when I extend my hand. When I tell them, relax, be around the Sangha. It will do big job inside you. It will do big job. It will just, I can say, it's a conscious cyclone. Whatever you think as a big problem, it will all just disappear. You will see you are fresh, alive. Your whole life is new in front of you. You have the guts, courage, energy, completely fresh being to live. You are ready for a Jivan Mukta life. This state, it should get inside your unconscious and it should become part of your very body. Till then, you need abhyasa. Till then, you need abhyasa. Abhyasa means again and again and again. Bring yourself to that unclutching state. Unclutch and be in that Jivan Mukti state. If you have fallen, again unclutch, be in that Jivan Mukti state. I always tell people, this bangle, all these things are just for this abhyasa only. This mala, bangle, all these things are for abhyasa only. So that constantly you are reminded, whenever you see that bangle, whenever you see that kapu, you will be reminded, come back, come back. Understand, this is for abhyasa. This is for abhyasa. If you are wearing that mala, remember, this body is supposed to live Jivan Mukti. If you are wearing that bracelet, remember, constantly you have to come back to that unclutched state. If you are wearing that bracelet with Nityanandam, means you have taken a vow, you will live in Nityananda, eternal bliss. It's not for fashion, one more ornament. Constantly reminding you. All these things will constantly remind you to be in abhyasa. To be in abhyasa. Understand? Abhyasa is the practice. Abhyasa is the truth you need to carry even after enlightenment. Even after enlightenment. Because after enlightenment, abhyasa will be your breathing. Your very inhaling and exhaling will be abhyasa. But it will be abhyasa. It will be practice. It will be practice. After enlightenment, you don't need to do. The abhyasa will happen by itself. Till abhyasa happens by itself, do it. Do it till it happens. I have taken too much time to explain this one concept then understand the importance of this one truth. The importance of this one truth. Whatever may be your problem, this is the one solution. Master key. Abhyasaha. Tatra stitau yatno bhyasaha. The effort to remain constantly in that elevated state of awareness is abhyasa. So, be in that intelligence, be in that awareness. See, many times when we slip out of that awareness, you don't even know what you are doing. You are completely confused. You are completely confused. You don't know what you are doing. So come back to that abhyasa center. Otherwise, you just create chaos and you don't even know that you are creating chaos. One story for you. It's a news about an accident. Alabama's worst air disaster occurred early this morning when a small two-seater Cessna plane crashed into a cemetery. Search and rescue workers have recovered 1,826 bodies so far and expect that number to climb as digging continues. Understand? The accident and the result, no way connected. When you don't know how to come back to your center, the accident happening inside you, the result of that accident will no way be connected. You will be just creating chaos. See your life. It's nothing but chaos. Sometimes I sincerely feel the whole world is running based on madness. Please understand, I am not talking philosophy. I very sincerely feel, what for it is happening? We are not awakened to the truth of your existence and the truth of existence of the world and the truth of connection between your existence and the existence of the world. You are not awakened to these three truths. What for you exist, what for this cosmos exists, and what is the connection between your existence and the cosmos existence. Please understand. If you understand these three things, suddenly you will be aligned and cosmos will express its truth through you. Cosmos will live through you till you are awakened to these three truths. Whatever you may be doing is nothing but grabbing in the darkness. Just moving in the darkness. Don't get depressed. Don't think, oh, that is not for me. I think it is not for me. This Swami is putting big ideals. No. It is for you now. That is what I call abhyasa. Bring yourself back again and again. I went through what you are going through. So I know I am not just encouraging you. Please understand. I am telling you the truth. In the village, when you walk through the forest, if you ask some villager how many kilometers to cross the forest, always all the villagers will tell, no, you almost crossed, you almost crossed. The trekking in the Grand Canyon. You are almost there, you are almost there. No, I am not talking in that language, understand? Understand, I am telling you the truth. I am not encouraging you. I am not just telling you some idea to encourage you. No, I am telling you the truth. I went through the same situation which you are going through. Paramahamsa means a man who has went through all possible situations. Only then he can teach. I went through everything. So I can tell you, understand, the abhyasa is a basic need and simple need and nothing else is required. You don't even have to think how long I should do abhyasa. Relax from all those ideas. Do abhyasa now. You will see you are the truth now. you are in the truth now. And if you slip, if you feel you have slipped, then again come back to the abhyasa. Be in the truth now. The more time you come back to the truth, your negative abhyasa loses its power. Your negative biomemory loses its power. You are awakened. Your strong positive abhyasa explodes inside you, and you start residing in that same state. You start living in that experience. That is what I call Jivan Mukti. That is what I call Jivan Mukti. What happened to me when I was 12 is enlightenment. I needed little positive abhyasa to remove the negative abhyasa. People ask me, you are an incarnation, how can negative abhyasa happen? Please understand, out of pure gold you can't make jewels. So you need to add little copper, make jewel, and you should again put it in the acid and take away that copper and make it as a pure gold again. Now you have a jewelry which is pure gold. Same way, out of pure consciousness you can't create a body. So little negative abhyasa means tamas and rajas. Out of pure sattva you can't create body. So little tamas and rajas is added and body is created. After the body is created, then again start burning, put in the acid, do tapas, burn it. Burn that negative abhyasa. Now you have a body which is pure consciousness. Like jewel which is pure 24 karat gold. Same way, you have a body which is pure consciousness. Abhyasa is a basic thing. Try again and again and again. Come back. After some time you will see, you will forget the moments when you are not in abhyasa. You will remember only the moments when you are in abhyasa. The big enemy for abhyasa is guilt, self-condemnation. Don't allow that. If you slip 3-4 times, you will say, no, how can I am slipping again and again. Instead of using the word I am slipping again and again, remember, I will unclutch again and again. I will stand again and again. The same time it takes, many times I have seen. Same energy it takes to feel guilty, repent, how much time and energy you take. That same time only you need to unclutch and come back to the higher state. Because you have the negative abhyasa, you create guilt. Now break. Come back to that higher state instead of creating guilt. Let it become positive abhyasa. Let you be centered on positive abhyasa. Instead of creating guilt, you will create enlightenment. What do you want to do in the life? Whether guilt or enlightenment. If you waste your energy by saying, I am slipping, you will create guilt. If you bring yourself back again and again to the center, you will create enlightenment. So, I bless you all. Let you all achieve and radiate this great truth, abhyasa, in your life and live enlightenment. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda.
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is Couples Day. Being unclutched in being coupled. How to be unclutched? Actually, only if you are able to unclutch, you will be able to be a couple without friction. Anything which does not have intelligence to unclutch will not be able to clutch also without friction. I tell you, not just husband and wife, even with body and mind. See, actually body and mind are just like husband and wife only. If you know how to clutch and unclutch with body and mind without creating friction, you will just know how to clutch or unclutch with the spouse. It's a simple science. What body wants is different, what mind wants is different. What man wants from a relationship is different, what woman wants from a relationship is different. So man has to decide to become woman, to be in relationship. Woman has to decide to become man, to be in relationship. Woman should understand, she should become man and give what man wants. Man should understand, he should become woman and share what woman wants. Mind should understand, it should become body and stand by the body as it wants. Body should understand mind and stand by the mind as it wants. Then samsara is sannyas. Understand? There is no such thing that something is higher or something is lower. No. Somehow still unconsciously we have that. That's the reason even I need to use the word samsara is sannyas. No. Let us use the word samsara is samsara. It's the greatest samsara. When you understand how to be in the other space, that is where the big problem comes. You go on talking, understanding. Only if you are in that problem, you will understand, Swamiji. It is impossible to understand. That's one of the biggest practical problem humanity is facing from the time of Adam, Eve until now. The moment Eve was made out of Adam's rib, I think rift started. Understanding. But you need to remember one thing. All great things are achieved by some effort. So you need to spend time and energy on understanding. No other way. There is no shortcut for understanding. There is no short route for understanding. Understanding is the shortest route. No way. No other shortcut. Just decide for money how you need to work. Same way, for relationship, good relationship, you need to work. You need to be sensitive about the whole thing. Relationship is not a business. It is not a bargain. It's an art where you need to spend time, energy, intelligence and create it. Or just get out of everything and become a sannyasi. You should have done that. Of course, not after getting married. Sannyasis, individuals don't need to work for relationship. Same way, they will not have the many benefits of relationship. Relationship does have some benefits. Surely, they will not have that benefits. So if you are interested in the benefits of a relationship, no other way, you will have to work for it. And I tell you, if you can't even work for one relationship, I don't think you will be able to work for making your body and mind in tune, your life in tune. It's not that easy job, that easy joke. If you can't even work with the visible part, how are you going to work with the invisible partner? Understand? Visible partner, invisible part. Visible part, invisible partner. You call it as part or partner. If you are not able to work with the invisible, how are we going to work with the visible? No. If you can't even work with the visible, you can't work with the invisible. So I can say, working with the relationship itself is a sadhana. I know many of you are thinking, it looks like sadhana only, Swamiji. Itself is a sadhana. Maybe I'll give this one word as message for my couples day. This couples day message. Learn to be unclutched so that you can intensely, lovingly, deeply be clutched without friction. So the extraordinary joy of sharing love can become lifestyle for couples. Please understand. It can become lifestyle for couples when you just know how to unclutch, where to put the boundaries, where the other person needs you, where you need yourself. The whole fight is, you always see, where other person needs yourself, saying no to that you feel as you need yourself. No. Your need to be with yourself and other person's need for yourself never clashes. Understand? But you create the imagination, it clashes. Then saying no to other person becomes an important identity for you. You start building your identity whenever you say no to other person, or whenever you torture other person. We become slowly sadistic. Thousands of marriages break every day just because of this misunderstanding. Saying no to other means saying yes to yourself. No. When you say no to other in ignorance, you are actually saying no to you. Because you don't really look in. Am I really saying yes for me, or I am just saying for the sake of no? No to the other person. Look in. If you look in, you will realize never the yes to other person in yes to you clashes with each other. Yes to you and yes to the other person never clashes. So you need to know the basic truth. You need to understand the basic truth. You need to remember this basic truth. Saying no to the other person is not always saying yes to you. Saying yes to you is not always no to the other person. saying yes to the other person can be saying yes to you. So remember this one thing and look in. Don't handle your life with ignorance. Even if you made the decision of marriage out of ignorance, don't continue to live in ignorance. Ignorance can be disconnected. Ignorance can be destroyed. That is the greatness of ignorance. It can end. The greatness of knowledge, it never ends. Greatness of enlightenment, it never gets disconnected or you never lose it. Greatness of ignorance is it ends. It can be ended consciously. I bless you all to end the ignorance consciously. And I bless you all to live, to achieve, to experience, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, the Nityananda. Thank you. नित्यानन्देश्वर सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि आदिशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. We'll directly enter into initiation. Today I am going to initiate you all intensely on reading your own mind and others' mind. Why, tomorrow I am going to add this initiation into remote healing and third eye power. So, from tomorrow, not only you are physical doctor, psychological doctor also. You can read others' mind and help them to get healed. For that, the preparatory initiation I will have to do today is ability to read your own mind and others' mind. Understand? The knack is unclutching. Unclutching makes you manifest the power to read your own mind and others' mind. Yes. Now, let's enter into initiation. Sit with the decision to unclutch. That's all. Please tie the ribbon, sit straight. If you have Jnananjana Raushada, apply on your third eye and temples. If you have Atmalinga, pick it up and sit straight. Let's start the initiation. Nityananda Mahasadashivoham Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham Om Nityananda Mahasada-shivoham. Om Nityananda Mahasada-shivoham. Om Nityananda Maha Sada Shivoham. Chant intensely.
Kam 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 ashtayogam arasiva vadivam vairavam kshetravaram. Gam 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 padidegam umayaval uraya ஆண்டதோ மாதுபாகம். Kam 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 ayuvegam vadiyam
Nityananda Maha Sada Shivoham.
நின்றதோ அக்னி குண்டம். சம் சத்ருநாசம் நாரணன் விழைய தந்ததோ சக்கரதானம். சம் 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 கானவாசம் அர்ஜுனன் தவமாய் கண்டதோ கிராத வேடம். சம் 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 காமபீஜம் காய்ந்திட விழியால் பூத்த காமாரி வேஷம். சம் 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 ஜனந்தராஜம் சூலது ஏந்தி கொன்றதோ அசுர தேகம். நம் 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 சாமகானம் பாடிய ராவணன் பார்த்ததோ ஏகலிங்கம்.
Om Nityananda Maha Sada Shivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Maha Om Nityananda Maha Sada Shivoham. Om Nityananda Maha Sada Shivoham. Om Nityananda Maha Sada Shivoham. Om Nityananda
மகாசதாசிவோ
வடிவம் தந்தையுமாகி காத்ததோ
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் 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 ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம்
தருவதோ சுந்தரேசம்
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம்
அசுரர்கள் அழிய கண்டதோ அஸ்வர
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம்
பன்றி கொம்பு அணிவதோ
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம்
படைக்கிடும் வண்ணம் பிரிந்ததோ சக்தி
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம்
நாத பிரம்மம் பலவித வடிவாய் வந்த
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம்
உண்டதோ நீலகண்டம்
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதாசிவோஹம் சிவோகம்
உமையவள் உரைய ஆண்டதோ மாதோ
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
தட்சயக்கமானவ பெண்
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
கானவாசம் அர்ஜுனன் தவமாய்
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
ஜனந்தராஜம் சூலதியே
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
சுவாமிநாதம் பார்வதியுடனே
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
ஆத்மபோதம் ஹரிஹர
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
யம் 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 நம சிவாய
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம் 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 ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
வாசியோகம் நாசியில் மலர்
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
சிஷ்யபாவம் தோன்றிட அருள்
ஓம் நித்யானந்த மகாசதா சிவோகம்
யம் 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 சிவனினம் சம்ஹரகர சங்கர
ஓம் Maha Sada Shivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Maha Sada Shivoham.
சிவமாய் மாறிடும் கருடாத்திகம்
Om Nityananda Maha Sada Shivoham.
ஷம் 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 இல்லமெங்கும் திருமண யோகம் தருவதோ சுந்தரேசம் ஷம் 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 உக்ரசிம்மம் சினமது தனிய கொண்டதோ சரவரூபம் ஷம் 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 அண்டமெங்கும் அசுரர்கள் அழிய கண்டதோ அஸ்வரூடம் ஷம் 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 ஆமை வடிவம் கொண்டவன் கோபம் தீர்த்ததோ கூர்மநாசம் யம் 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 ஜடையின் ஓரம் பன்றியின் கொம்பு அணிவதோ சட்டநாதம் அறிவுடனே சேர்ந்ததோ சாணு ரூபம் கிரீம் 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 பஞ்சபூதம் படைத்திடும் வண்ணம் தெரிந்ததோ சக்தி வேதம் ஸ்ரீம் 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 நேருவாதம் நெற்றியில் கமழும் மூர்த்தி கங்காள ரூபம் கிரீம் 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 நாத பிரம்மம் பலவித வடிவாய் வந்ததோ ஓம் சிவோகம் ஹாம் 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 மூல மந்திரம் கேட்டவர் வாழ்வார் கையிலையில் 100 ஜென்மம்
You can all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers. Let's start the power manifestation and casting. Ability to read your own mind and others' mind. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, casting, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam. Sada Shivoham, the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
The science of creating a space and making it into a reality is experiencing God. Samarambha
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्। इस समय हमारे साथ उपस्थित सभी दर्शकों और भक्तों का मैं प्रेम एवं आशीर्वाद सहित स्वागत करता हूँ। I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis sitting with us all over the world through Nityananda TV, Lotus TV, Janashri TV, Ishwar TV, Sadhana TV and two-way video conferencing, having Nainadiksha in many places all over the world, in many countries around the world. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nainadiksha, Ohio Prayag, Kuala Lumpur Palani, Nityananda Nagaramu Hyderabad, Los Angeles Arunachalam, Guadalupe Rameshwaram, Toronto Kailasam, Santa Fe New Mexico, Seattle Chidambaram, Houston Kalahasti, Vancouver Bhubaneswar, Tiruvanmiyur Chennai, San Jose Madurai, Oklahoma Somanatham, Phoenix Kanchipuram, Charlotte Srisailam, Guadalupe Rameshwaram, Newfoundland Canada, Ahmedabad Gujarat, Bogota Colombia, Hyderabad Guptakashi, Singapore Singapuram, London Kashi, High Point North Carolina, Adi Nityananda Dhyanapetham Avattipalayam, Hong Kong Sirgali, Scottsdale Arizona, Paris Home Temple, Oman Sivagangai, Manhattan New York City. So I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Today Mahadeva is gracing us on Gauriyin Tuyartirtha Leelai. It means that there was a Shiva's devotee, Shiva Bhakta Gauri. Her mother-in-law was a Vaishnavite and she hated Shiva and applying vibhuti. And Shiva came once in a disguise of old Shaiva monk, Shaiva sannyasi. And when Gauri was giving food to that monk, mother-in-law came suddenly. Miraculously, the old man turned into a child. So mother-in-law could not take any action on daughter-in-law. Later on, Mahadeva appeared and with Devi and blessed the Gauri. It's one of the Leelas done by Mahadeva. Today is gracing in that Alankara. Om Natandra Suryo Bhadina Chandra Tarakam Siyamasto Bhadini Netvantam Tasya Bhasa Sarvamidam Vibhati Om Rajadhirajaya Prasakitahine Namo Vayam Vai Shravanaya Kurmahe Sameka Man Kamakavaya Vasyam Kameshwaro Vai Shravano Dadatu Kuberaya Vai Shravanaya Maharajaya Namaha Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Sarataram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayarabinde Bhavuttavani Sahitam Namami. I'll enter into today's satsang. I am continuously speaking on the science of space in various languages, in various ways, through various methodologies. Through various descriptions. All these satsangs ultimately are aimed at making you experience inner awakening, making you to inspire, making you to come and experience the inner awakening. understand life itself has to be lived with all its powers. It is like you are given a huge palace, but you are so enchanted with the outhouse itself. Live in the outhouse. After some time you forget the palace exists. You see it is only a background painting. After some time you just die in the outhouse. Unfortunately, same way, God is just a background painting for most of you, because you never enter into it. But life has to be experiencing God. The science of creating a space and making it into a reality is experiencing God. Understand, it is a direct science of experiencing God every day in your life. Experiencing extraordinary powers with which you are born is experiencing God. Experiencing with extraordinary powers with which you are born is experiencing God. Understand? If you dig out all the Upanishads, all the Vedas, all the Puranas, all the Shastras, actually, my disciples, you don't even need to read and search and try to understand its meaning. I tell you guys with all my integrity and authenticity, I have given the essence of all the Puranas through my satsangs and books. Essence of all the scriptures through my satsangs and books. Complete works of Paramahamsa Nityananda is complete works of Hinduism. Complete works of Sanatana Vedic Hindu Dharma, I have given it as complete works of Paramahamsa Nityananda. Listen, ध्यान से सुनिए. Unless you start experiencing the science of space, life will not have joy. Every other day you will feel you are stuck. Then I have to conduct one more session to release you out. It is like a bathroom flush stuck. Every day you have to call the plumber. No, really. Every day you have to call the plumber and remove that. Then after 2 days again it will be stuck in some other impossibility. The science of creating a space. Last few days in the Inner Awakening session, we are continuously working on the science of creating a space. And it is really long process. There is 2-3 process, 8-9 hours continuous process. It may be 8-9 hours, but people are so happy to do it. Happy to go in and come out of it. Understand? Listen sincerely the signs of space. I'll try to give you the essence. The first step, you have to find out that deep down in your heart you strongly believe only through hard work you can get anything. To get anything is very difficult. Very difficult. That is one of the fundamental cognitions of your life. Then the second, the other extreme, your heart secretly expects some miracle will happen, something will open, and suddenly your whole situation will change. What a funny thing. One, you make the regular, normal flow of events itself as very difficult. Then you expect some unexpected miracle to open up and shower from the sky. Both these patterns are, listen, both these patterns have some incompletions. Both these patterns have some incompletions. ध्यान से सुनिए, listen. Neither living in a fantasy that suddenly something will open up and happen and things will change, nor living in the impossibility that things are very difficult to achieve. Neither this nor that, neither luck nor impossible. When you complete with both incompletions, you are ready to learn the science of space. When you create the space, you will achieve what others call as impossibility, casually, without even knowing the word impossibility. You will not be waiting for some luck, lottery to happen like how others wait. Neither you will be bothered about some luck or lottery, nor you will be stuck with impossibility. I am creating hundreds of temples and ashrams all over the world. I never felt it is impossibility or I have to do it, I have to really do hard work. No. I just know it happens and it happens. It is happening. Same way I don't wait for some luck or lottery to happen. Even if somebody suddenly donates $100 million, I won't feel it's a lottery or luck. Come on, put that whole thing to this good work. Now come on, what next? I'll only ask that. I'll not say, oh, $100 million. Come on, let us have some celebration for next few days. No. We'll say, why waste few days? Come on, let us do the next work. Let's do the next work. That will be the attitude. All my Gurukul kids, you need to learn the science of creating a space. Neither you will be waiting for luck, nor you will believe things are difficult. Your belief things are difficult, your faith some luck will happen. Both are wrong. Somebody told me in the energy session, whole day, all the time I am chanting Lalita Sahasranama, Devi's names, but still I have incompletion with my husband. I am not able to make him do what I want. I am not even able to see him. I said, yes, Lalita Sahasranama is great. By chanting it, you can have darshan of Lalita, not your husband. For that, process is separate. You cannot expect one result from another process. I am not underestimating Lalita Sahasranama or under-judging it. It's beautiful, amazing, great. Unimaginable. But, listen, but that is different, this is different. You are expecting a different result from that process. Now I said few days before, let us have hundreds of Gurukuls all over the world. Now suddenly I am seeing doors are opening everywhere. In so many places, the schools, running schools, people are coming and donating it. Swamiji, please take it and convert it into a Gurukul. I told them, this is such a valuable property, why are you giving it to me? No, Swamiji, you can really contribute to the next generation, please take it. Now I have to find enough teachers, trained teachers and Swamis to run the Gurukul. Today, we have a radio interview by 7:30, means in few minutes. So it will be live on the Nityananda TV and two-way video conferencing Nayana Diksha. Please all of you continue to stay tuned and listen to the interview. But because of the radio interview, I am concluding the satsang now. The essence of today's satsang. Don't believe life is very difficult, impossible. Don't have faith. Suddenly some luck will land on you and you can do what you want. Neither impossibility nor luck. Come back to the completion with both. You will know the science of creating a space. So I will continue to expand on the science of creating space tomorrow, day after tomorrow also.
You are listening to CFRO Community Radio Station. The upcoming show, Conscious Living Radio, is a program that explores frontiers of consciousness, spirituality, personal growth, emerging paradigms in psychology, health, science, and innovative philosophies that reflect commitment to the advancement of individual, social, and global transformation.
I'm Tasha Sims, and welcome. We're very excited about tonight. Paramahansa Nityananda is recognized today as a clear, apolitical voice of integrated Sanatana Hindu Dharma and is revered as a living incarnation of superconsciousness by millions of people worldwide. He's the spiritual head of the most ancient apex body of Hinduism, the most watched spiritual teacher on YouTube with 16 million views, and he's also the author of over 300 books published in over 20 languages. A proficient speaker, his talks demystify the yogic sciences and bring clarity to understanding topics such as Kundalini awakening, levitation, materialization, and enlightenment. He's also a gifted healer. Many claim he's initiated their awakening as well as helped with disease ranging from cancer to depression. His vision as a spiritual architect is to guide humanity toward building an enlightened civilization and realize the human potential for peace, joy, success, and harmony. He works to promote global peace through the transformation of the individual. Welcome to the show. Hello?
Hello, you are able to hear me?
We do hear you. I should tell our listeners that this interview is also being broadcast on Nityananda TV, and I believe it's part of your live morning satsang in India. Yes?
I welcome the viewers of Conscious Living Radio, Vancouver.
Thank you.
And
so,
yes,
can we
go ahead.
start off, for those of our listeners who don't know you and aren't as familiar with you, could you start off just telling them about your journey?
Sorry, excuse me, can you repeat the question?
Can you tell our listeners about your personal journey and how you came to this place in time to be a spiritual leader?
See, I was born and brought up in a very spiritual centered small town in India. That town is a place of the largest, tallest Shiva temple in the world, and the place has a continuous lineage of enlightened beings. So I was born and brought up in that ambience where the yoga, meditation, spiritual knowledge is like everyday lifestyle, where all these things are spoken just in your dining room, where all these things are lifestyle in your day-to-day life. So because of that ambience, I had a fortune of having great mentors, teachers, the great personalities as my mentors and teachers, and they infused this knowledge, intelligence, seeking, and ultimately spiritual experience into me. At the age of 12, I had the cosmic experience, means experiencing something more than your body and mind, experiencing you exist more than your body and mind, and that experience gave me a deep completion about me, about the world, about cosmos, about existence, about God. I felt complete completion with myself and with the world, with the humanity, with God, with nature, with everything that exists. After that, I had a beautiful training under my gurus, the spiritual mentors, to weave my whole life with this fabric of completion. That took around 3 to 4 years. So from 12 to 16, I had that training of weaving my whole life, the way I look at me, the way I look at others, the way I look at the world, the way I look at the great mystical questions of life, about death, about why poverty, why richness, why there is differences in the life, all the major questions of life, the way I looked at all that, all the major happenings of life, the way I looked at all that, everything, I started weaving it with the fabric of completion. And around the age of 17, I left the house to start my mission, to share this science with others and to learn more from others. My journey, learning through enriching, receiving through causing and getting caused, started at the age of 17. I wandered length and breadth of India, all the major spiritual centers of this country, and met many great spiritual leaders, religious leaders, received their guidance, blessings, shared whatever I can share to them and enrich them. I spent around 9 years in this journey, and at the age of 25 completed, 26 beginning, I settled down in Bangalore, where my headquarters is and where I am now. From here, I started teaching in one place, and here we are sitting with people from many countries in this place, and people sitting all over the world in their own countries through two-way video conferencing, listening to this satsang, and through Nityananda TV, now through Conscious Living Radio. Here we are. This is the essence of my spiritual journey.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
That enlightenment is a goal that many people devote their lives to, and they move to ashrams, spend countless hours meditating, following a certain path. What about people who choose to pursue career, fame, fun, physical pleasure, mental stimulation, have families, mortgage payments? How is enlightenment applicable in life of what in India is called a householder?
Please understand, whether you are a householder or a sannyasi, the liberated thinking, that matters. The way you think, with the liberated thinking, whether you are a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer or a politician, whatever career you are choosing for your life, you can continue to be in it. I tell you, with the liberated thinking, you will be performing much better. You will not just be an ordinary lawyer, you are a leader among the lawyers. You will not just be a doctor, you will be a leader among the doctors. So basically the Hindu way of thinking and Hindu way of living is not something against the life. It was unfortunate, the Maximus interpretation of Hinduism made Hinduism look like a otherworldly religion. Hinduism is otherworldly also, but does not mean it is just otherworldly. So the science of liberated thinking, the science of completion, makes you complete in whatever you choose to do. So the enlightenment is not copyright of sannyasis or the religious leaders or the spiritual leaders, or people who live in monasteries, or people who are monks or nuns. None have a copyright on enlightenment.
And what is the process of completion that you talk about?
Yes. First we need to understand what is incompletion. The hangover of the past sitting in the present in our inner space, constantly destroying our future, is incompletion. Hangover, mental pattern, residue, memory, emotion, engram of the past. In Sanskrit we use the word samskara, vasana of the past, sitting in your heart in the present, sitting in your inner space in the present, and destroying your future possibilities is incompletion. Completing with all that, I can give you one simple process. There are many levels, beautiful processes to do completion. I can give you one simple process. Every night before going to bed, sit with yourself, look at the mirror, relive all the painful memories you are carrying in you, which gives you the feeling life is difficult or impossible. All those incompletions, relive them and relieve them. Reliving is relieving. Completion is not brooding over. Brooding over is unconsciously pondering on it again and again. Consciously treading over is not unconscious brooding over. Unconscious brooding over makes your memories more and more strong and painful, suffocates you, binds you. Consciously treading over on them completes and liberates you.
Are you saying...
I can give you one example. For example, one day you went to a beach for a peaceful evening walk. Suddenly you see some 10 people fighting with each other, and one person was murdered on the spot. You see this and naturally you run away. After this incident, whenever you try to go for a beach walk, this thought will naturally come up in you. It will be very difficult for you to have a peaceful walk. Not only going to beach here I am talking about, you are constantly remembering and living with that murderer and that murder happening. So if you just sit few nights in the eve before going to bed with the mirror and relive it consciously and relieve it, you will see the incompletions loses power over you. This is a very simple initial level of completion process. To know more about completion processes, to experience completion processes, naturally you have to come for inner awakening, because such a vast subject completion, experience completion, I may not be able to share the whole thing in 1 hour radio interview. I may not be able to do justice to the science of completion in 1 hour radio interview, but I can initiate you, give you the introduction. Please go ahead with the next question.
how do you, I'm still asking about completion if I can. Is it through the feelings, the difference between brooding would be the thoughts about what just happened or what happened in your past? And are you suggesting that you feel, is it important to feel the feelings? Is that part of completion?
See, brooding is always putting the responsibility on others, blaming everyone other than you in the life. But when you are doing the process of completion, first thing you understand, for everything you are responsible. You may not be the reason, but you are responsible. For example, for that murder happened in the beach, you are not the reason for that murder. But if it is affecting your future, you are responsible to complete with it. So understand, anything happens in your life, affects your life, you may not be the reason, but you are responsible. With this understanding, when you start reliving, going through the same experience happened in the past, with the decision to complete with it, you will see automatically the past loses its power over you. You are no more powerless in front of your past. The past loses power over you and that becomes powerless in front of you.
Thank you.
Yes. Next question.
What is the most important question that we as humans need to ask ourselves?
I can tell you, first, human beings need to know everything in the life is possible. And if something is not possible, if you think something is not possible or not happening, you need to ask why it is not happening, why it is not possible, with the cognition that everything is possible. I don't want to give you the philosophical answer the human being should start asking, who am I? No. I tell you, people get bored with this question in few days. We need to ask, why am I? What am I? With the cognition, with the clarity, everything is possible for human beings. The most important question we need to ask ourselves is, why am I? What am I? Not who am I? Next question.
After listening to this program today, if our listeners want to take next step towards enlightenment, what would that step be?
Completion. Every night before you fall asleep, sit with the mirror at least for 21 minutes. Relive whatever incompletions you remember at that moment. It may be a very simple incompletion happened 10 minutes before. Somebody in the street did not talk to you or say hi to you. Or it may be the incompletion happened 25 years before. Your wife left you or husband left you. Or it may be the incompletion few years before. Some of your near and dear one left your life. Either you lost their love or the loved ones. Whatever can be the incompletion, you remember, relive it with the decision to relieve it. Relive it with the decision to complete it. you will see within next few days so much happens inside you. You will simply know you are growing towards enlightenment. You are moving towards enlightenment.
And if that's a first step, as one begins to deepen their practice or do more work, can you tell us how you would approach awakening your Kundalini and the benefits of doing that?
Actually, awakening the Kundalini has to be done first in the presence of the Master who has mastered this science. See, the science of completion or meditation is like a medicine, you can get it across the counter. But the Kundalini awakening is more like a surgery. It has to be done as an in-house process. If you want to experience Kundalini awakening safely, I'll strongly prescribe that you better come down for this 21-day inner awakening program, so that safely your Kundalini can be awakened, you can start reaping all the benefits. See, if your Kundalini is awakened when you are with a lot of incompletions, those incompletions will become reality in your life, which is more dangerous, difficult, and it's almost like you start running or doing jogging when you are bitten by a poisonous snake. If you start running or jogging after being bitten by the poisonous snake, that poison will start spreading all over the body quickly. After drinking an energy drink, if you are running or jogging, that energy drink will spread all over the body. You will get more energy. If you do the same thing like running or the jogging, after being bitten by the poisonous snake, it's very dangerous, because the poison will spread all over the body. Same way, if there is an incompletion inside you and your Kundalini is awakened, I don't think it is right. So with the guidance of the Master, directly seen by him, either you should be physically here in the ashram where I am living, or through the two-way video conferencing, I should be able to see you. Only then the Kundalini awakening is safe and there won't be side effects. I can take the responsibility for the growth and the progress. Then I can take the responsibility. There won't be any after effect or side effects. The misuse or the abuse of the Kundalini energy in you. So I'll strongly recommend if you want to experience Kundalini awakening, the inner potential bioenergy, I'll sincerely recommend you visit the Bangalore ashram and you stay here, experience the whole process. Inner awakening program.
I suggest that we take a couple minutes break and listen to some music, and when we come back, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the Inner Awakening program, 21-day program, and other programs, and the importance of having a guide, guru, or leader in this process of spiritual awakening. And in the meantime, our listeners are welcome to go to innerawakening.org webpage where they can find more information, and especially those in Vancouver, innerawakening.org/Vancouver, where they can register to get a very popular couple of books written by Swamiji, and also there is registration for the raffle and more information about local events in Vancouver. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Listening to Conscious Living Radio on Corporate Station 100.5 FM. My name is Andrew Resner.
And And I'm Tasha Sims. And we're speaking this evening, we're fortunate to be speaking with Paramahamsa Nityananda. And we were talking about his 21-day inner awakening that's coming up, and we'd love to find out more about that. Can you hear us?
Yes, please. Please go ahead. I'm able to hear. Welcome back.
Welcome back. So you were talking about the necessity you felt to have a master teacher or a guide, certainly in awakening Kundalini. You had said that the best is to come down and be part of this program. So I wonder if you could tell our listeners more about it and who it's for.
See, if you are just expecting a cure for a small migraine or a very small stomach pain, you can get a medicine across the counter. But if you are really planning for a complete transformation, naturally you need to have a master teacher or a guide. This whole inner awakening experience, it's a 21-day experiential program. In the first 4 days, you are initiated experientially into the science of completing with yourself. And in the next 6 days, you are initiated into the science of completion with others, with the world, with everything exists other than you. And the last 11 days, you are initiated experientially into the science of creating your reality and others' reality, causing your reality and others' reality by the science of creating a space. This whole science, this whole experiential program, Inner Awakening, is designed and developed based on the great Yoga Vedanta principles of Hinduism. Yoga and Vedantic principles of Hinduism. So, please understand, it is very important to have a master's guidance to rekindle the fire of enlightenment in you and express your divine dimension of you, experiencing completion, especially rewriting your future. In this 21 day, you learn the science of rewriting your future, moving beyond the core root patterns that entangle your mind, your body, your being, and brings powerlessness in you, completing with all those root patterns, liberating yourself from all those suffocations, experiencing quantum leap of intelligence through breakthrough transformations. It's a deep meditative processes to experience the extraordinary non-dualistic state. I can't call it oneness. Non-dualistic state of consciousness. Directly, you will be experiencing Kundalini awakening in your day-to-day life. You will also be able to channel that awakened energy to achieve what you want inside your life. You can cause what you want and you can cause what others want in your life as a reality. So this whole program boils down to 4 statements: completion with yourself, completion with others, causing your reality and others' reality, ultimately rewriting your future. That's all.
Can you paint a picture of what life would look like if one achieved this kind of harmony and brought this kind of reality into the world?
If you want me to paint the picture, it may look like a too good to believe or too good to be true, I'll really be happy to invite one of you to experience, each one of you to come and experience or talk to somebody who is experienced. That will be more right than me painting the picture. When I paint the picture, it may look like a marketing or the too good to be true. So, so I may restrain myself from painting the picture. So I may ask you to explore yourself or talk to somebody who has experienced it experientially.
And would you, in terms of manifesting, I love this level 4. I love this whole idea that not only are you creating your own reality, but facilitating the reality of the people around you and helping them with their dreams. That just feels so right. And not something that people talk about often.
Others are not something separate from us. That's the main thing we need to know. There are two realities, existential reality and comparative reality. Only in the comparative reality the others are separate from us. In existential reality, others are extension of us. When we cause our reality, automatically we will cause others' reality. When we cause others' reality, automatically we will cause our reality. There are two things, this comparative reality and existential reality. The bank balance you have in your bank is existential reality. You feeling you are poor or rich is comparative reality. So in existential reality, things are different. In comparative reality, things are different. You feeling others are others is comparative reality. You feeling others are extension of you, expansion of you is existential reality.
And how does it connect to manifesting? Is there any science that supports your view of materializing in the physical world?
So please understand, we are always stuck between these two patterns. Either we believe everything is impossible in life to do, to achieve something, to get something in the life, very difficult, impossible, you have to do hard work. This is one set of beliefs. There is another set of faith. We always expect from sky something will fall, or suddenly somebody will do some change in our life, or some luck will happen and we will win the lottery, our life will change. This belief, things are difficult, hard, impossible. This faith, something will happen, we will have a luck and lottery will happen. This belief and this faith both are from incompletions. When we complete this belief, things are difficult, hard and impossible, and the faith, some luck will happen. It is very paradox. People who believe things are very hard, difficult, impossible, subconsciously, unconsciously they carry the deep faith, some miracle will happen and their life will change. Both are from incompletion. When you complete this both, the pattern of impossibility and pattern of expecting a lottery or a luck, when you complete with both, the science of manifesting, creating space is revealed to you. The New York syndrome, everything is difficult. Las Vegas syndrome, luck can happen. Neither the New York syndrome nor the Las Vegas syndrome can be out of completion. The Las Vegas syndrome, lottery can happen, luck can happen. New York syndrome, no, everything is difficult, hard work. You have to catch the subway and catch this local cab and reach the office. Everything is difficult. New York syndrome. Everything is luck. Las Vegas syndrome. I say both are from incompletion. Actual. The reality is science of manifesting. That is Bangalore syndrome, the Ramnagar syndrome, the Dhyanapeetham syndrome. So when we complete with these two syndromes, the science of impossibility, so means, the belief it is impossible, and the faith some luck may happen, then we will understand the science of manifesting. Please go ahead with the next question.
You described this 21-year day program, and I wanted our listeners to know that that's not the only way to follow your teachings and to do the work. There's thousands, literally thousands of YouTube videos. There are other programs and other ways to do the work on a daily basis. Can you tell our listeners a little bit more about that?
First thing, every day, Indian Standard Time, 7 to 8, I am giving my satsangs. It is relayed live through my Nityananda TV, through our Nityananda TV, and it is also uploaded in YouTube. In YouTube, we have more than 2,000 hours of satsangs, discourses, classes, meditation programs, kriyas uploaded, and the YouTube channel address is youtube.com/LiveBlissFoundation. And I have written hundreds of books in English. It is translated into French, Spanish, in multiple international languages. All of them are available for free download and free reading in our website nityananda.org. 108 different kriyas for healing your body and mind. For example, kriya for curing diabetes, kriya for curing high blood pressure, kriya for curing many of the mental disturbances, disorders, illnesses. Like this, 108 kriyas are available for free download in our website called nityananda.org. Our website nityananda.org is one of the largest spiritual repository of the spiritual knowledge on the web, on the internet. I welcome every one of you to come and experience this great spiritual knowledge and try to start working on yourself, transforming your life and rewriting your future. We also have a local group which conducts free programs, unregistered programs. The Vancouver as a satsang center, they have a free program, Kalpataru program, manifesting your destiny on March 9th. The Vancouver time will be 5:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time will be 7, but Vancouver time will be 5:30 p.m. It is free. You can come to the Vancouver Center to have the first glimpse of manifesting your destiny.
So practically you're saying we have no excuse to not live enlightened life.
Yes, no excuse. See, usual excuses we give is a time commitment, money commitment, or travel commitment, holiday, so many excuses we give. Now, you can't give any excuse because I'm available in your bedroom to teach you.
And for free.
Just a click away, go to the youtube.com/LiveBlissFoundation. I'm available in your bedroom to teach you and answer whatever question you have on consciousness, enlightenment, spirituality, and help you to rewrite your future.
The question
And
that
we also have a contact number for the Vancouver Center, 604-442-7817.
we like asking the same question almost every guest on our show, which is, what is the purpose of life?
Purpose of life is to manifest all the powers which are invested in you. Our body and mind and being and consciousness is not created to live a suffocated, suffering life. It is hardwired for a very higher consciousness and a very beautiful life with radiating health, radiating joy, radiating bliss, and manifesting whatever you want, causing your reality, causing others' reality. This is the purpose of life. Manifesting it is the only thing we need to do in our life.
And what is the purpose of suffering and pain and confusion?
The suffering and pain has no real purpose. I don't want to give any sanctity to suffering and pain and confusion other than foolishness, ignorance and stupidity. There is no sacredness, there is no sanctity granted for suffering and pain and confusion. Even the justification that suffering and pain and confusion teaches us is wrong. I do not want to give any sacredness, sanctity, justification for our suffering and pain and confusion other than the ignorance, stupidity and purposefully remaining in powerlessness because we have some payoff, some cost hidden, involved in it. There is hidden cost and hidden payoff in our suffering, pain and confusion, which is ignorance, which is stupidity. I do not want to attribute any sacredness, sanctity, justification for it. I am giving this with all my integrity and authenticity. I am telling the truth as it is.
You speak about radiating health and peak potential. Can you just comment on the root of disease? Do you see that as an incompletion? Is that what disease is?
You see, the disease is of two types. One comes from outside, wrong food habits, lifestyle, accidents, all these are from outside, and the other from inside. The moment you start the completion process, all the disease comes from inside. Like high blood pressure, heart problems, cancer, diabetes, which is all psychosomatic. All those diseases will start getting healed immediately. The more and more completion we start doing, even our food habits, lifestyle, everything will change. Even the diseases which comes from external, outside, lifestyle, they will also start changing. If at all you will have something wrong, only through accident, which also can be avoided through the highest level of completion with others and life. Completion with yourself heals all the psychosomatic disorders. Completion with your life heals all the lifestyle-based disorders. Completion with others and cosmos releases you, completes you, liberates you from all the diseases can be caused by accidents or from external. So, I sincerely recommend all these three completion as the best way to radiate health.
Thank you. There's many paths that promise enlightenment and happiness and joy in life. How would you recommend one going about choosing the path that is most appropriate for individual?
whatever is your chosen path, just bring completion into your lifestyle. Just 21 minutes of completion every night. Without even you remembering, before even you realize, your life would have been transformed. We also have a website called nityananda.ca, Canada, means nityananda.ca, which gives all the happenings of our Sangha in Canada, of our mission in Canada. My only request, just bring 21 minutes of completion before falling asleep into your life. You will see your whole life becomes complete.
Can you tell us about karma and comment on whether that can be healed in this lifetime?
Karma is nothing but the incompletions we carry and again cherish from past life and from this life. The incompletions getting cherished again and again is the karmic effect. If we complete with the incompletions, the karma leaves us to live the life of dharma. Karma can be transformed as dharma by the completion process. See, from the past we have to learn, but not by brooding over, but by completing it. Till it is incompletion, the past remains as a karma in you. Once you complete, the past becomes dharma in you. Karma can be transformed into dharma, the way of life, intelligence to live life. Karma means incompletions, dharma means intelligence to live life. The karma can become dharma just by completion process.
And can you tell us a little bit more about the technique that you teach called unclutching?
Yes. Unclutching is a very powerful process of moving to the witnessing space, the ultimate consciousness. The word unclutching itself is a self-explanatory technique. Just sit and unclutch from you whatever you think you are. You will see from which you can't be unclutched is you are. Whatever you think you are, please unclutch from it. If you think you are a body, unclutch from it. If you think you are a mind, unclutch from it. If you think you are thoughts, unclutch from it. If you think you are emotions, unclutch from it. Unclutch from whatever you think you are. From something you will not be able to unclutch, that is you are. So unclutching is a self-explanatory technique for enlightenment, which is, you don't need initiation for it, you don't need my presence for it, you don't need to come here, you don't need to spend 21 days, you do not need anything. The unclutching is the immediate technique directly to experience enlightenment. Unclutch means, see, in the car or bus or the motor or truck, when you change the gear from first gear to second gear, the gearbox will not move directly from first gear to second gear. It will unclutch, come to neutral, only then it will move to the next gear. Same way, between every thought, you don't move from one thought to other thought. You unclutch, come to your neutral space, only then you connect with the next thought. So, come back to that neutral space in which you reside every moment.
between every thought to thought to thought. So, coming back to that unclutching is what I call a powerful process for enlightenment, which
We
you can
only
practice 24 hours all that time.
We only have a minute or so left of the show. I'd love to know what your deepest wish for humanity is.
I wanted the whole humanity to radiate integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing your own reality and others' reality and radiating the eternal bliss, Nityananda. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. We've been speaking with Paramahamsa Nityananda.
Thank you and be blissful.
I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching with eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
Nityananda Dhyanapītam, Nityananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nityananda.org. www.youtube.com/Life Bliss Foundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapeta Yajamans, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, everyone who are sitting with us through Nityananda TV, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha all over the world. Let me enter into the third and fourth verse of the Kena Upanishad, which I was talking yesterday. Recite along with me. Natatra chakshur gacchati, navak gacchati, no manah, na vidmo, na vijanima, yadaidat anusishyat, anyadeva, tatvididat, ato avidat ati, idi, shushruma purvesham, yenastat, vyachachakshire. Listen. The literal translation of the verse, there the eyes goes not, the speech goes not, nor the mind and intellect. We do not know, we do not understand how that reality, consciousness can be taught. It is distinct from the known. As it is far beyond man's finite objective nature. That is what the mind, eyes, ears or speech or senses can perceive. And it is beyond the unknown, as it can be known by man's divine infinite subjective nature. Thus we have heard from the ancient masters who revealed and explained that to us. Please understand, You need only one thing to understand this whole verse: purity. I am not saying, when I say purity means, I am not saying some big tapas, austerity. No. Purity in understanding this verse. Anything which you can see, which you can visualize, is not the ultimate. Anything which you can speak or which you can verbalize internally is not ultimate. Anything which you can conceptually explain or think through is not that ultimate. Listen carefully. Human mind's greed to grasp everything and bring it under our frame should be sacrificed when it comes to the ultimate. That is where authentic experience happens. Please listen. Anything which you can grasp, visualize, verbalize, debate, analyze, understand, cannot be the ultimate. I just wanted to remind you the lesson I got from Swami Vairagyananda, which I was sharing yesterday. Develop something in you which will be holding, supporting, nourishing, keeping you alive even after your eyes fail, speech fails, mind fails. The logic with which you are able to connect the things and fails. Listen. When your sugar level goes low, your visualization capacity will collapse. Same way, if your insulin level goes high, your fantasies will just take over you. You do not know what is reality and what is fantasy. If your salt level goes low, your verbalization will lose its power. You will not be able to connect and see. There will be a time in your life while you are leaving the body or after you left the body, all this will not be functioning, will not be useful for you. Develop something which will be useful for you at that time, where all this will not be functioning for you. That which will continue to be alive in you, even when all these things are not functioning anymore. That is what I call the goal of life, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Space of Sada Shivoham. Understand? Even when I say the word Sada Shivoham, don't think you understand something. If you think you can grasp that word Sadashiva, it is not Sadashiva. Actually, if you read the original Kashmiri Shaiva text and the Adi Shaiva text, which Sadashiva himself has spoken. Now I am doing a work collecting the complete works of Sadashiva. Whatever book available in the name of Sadashiva, Nilakanta, Mahadeva, Bhairava, collecting everything and consciously scanning and organizing complete works of Sadashiva. Anything directly he delivered, if you read, you will understand the definition of Sadashiva, you can never grasp. It is again, natatra chakshur gacchati, navag gacchati, no manaha, navidmo, navejanimaha, yadaidadanusishyat. Please understand, the Upanishads should be heard only from an enlightened being. Only then the purity will be retained. And the beauty of Upanishad is, if the person who is talking, if he is retaining the purity and you are retaining the purity of the listening, you are done. Nothing more needs to be done. You are done, because Shravana becomes Nididhyasana. That is why I always tell people, do not read Upanishads from unenlightened sources. See, there are many people who provide alternative readings. Max Muller is a criminal. Forget about him. He is an intellectual criminal. He did what he did only to abuse Hinduism. Forget him. But in the modern day, many people are trying to provide alternative readings. Never read Upanishadic truths from their alternative reading, the alternative styles. Please understand, as long as they do not touch our Shruti, I don't mind what they are doing. But they have no right to give an alternative reading style for our Shruti. See, if they try to give an alternative reading for Rama, Krishna, all that, I am not accepting what they are doing, but I don't mind, it's okay. Because our incarnations are there to be cherished by people as they want. Each one for their taste, for their mental setup, they will cherish, they will give their style of interpretation. But no one has right to give alternative style of reading or understanding when it comes to Shrutis, Upanishads. Please understand, because this is the core of our life. See, there are two methods atomic energy is generated. One, trying to put both two atoms, hit both of them, merge both of them and manifest energy. Another one, try to break one atom and then the energy starts exploding, manifesting. See, these yogic methods are all where two atoms are, where they are trying to put two atoms unite. Those methods are totally different. But these Advaitic methods are trying to break that one atom. The method, system, the effects, side effects, everything is different. These Advaitic, pure Shruti literatures should not be commented, interpreted. The alternative reading styles, thought currents on these Upanishads should not be tolerated. Not only that, please do not read Upanishads from unenlightened sources. Because the second verse of the Kenopanishad, if you see the second verse of the Kenopanishad, Shrotrasya Shrotram Manaso Manoyat Vachoha Vacham Savu Pranasya Pranaha Chakshush Chakshuhur Atimushya Dhiraha Pretyas Mallokat Amrita Bhavanti. The verse, the whole verse is not at all pointing to somebody, something. It is only intensifying your pure questioning. It's a method of breaking one atom, opening up one atom and manifesting the energy. It is not a method of trying to put two atoms together, hit them, try to unite them and manifesting the energy. No. Please understand. If something is defined and you are asked to move towards that, it is putting two atoms together, hitting both the atoms and manifesting energy. That's the method of yoga. But if you are breaking one atom and making the energy manifest, that is method of the Shuddha Advaita, the Advaita. See, when it comes to incarnations, avatars, Rama, Krishna, all these masters and their biographies, people having alternative thought current or alternative storytelling method, I have no problem, because we have almost 100,000 versions of Ramayana. That's the way we cherish Rama. But this modern day alternative reading style interpreters should not be touching the core concepts of Hinduism. They should not try to become authority on Shruti. The danger is, in the modern day, people don't know what is Shruti, what is Smriti. So all these alternative thought reading providers, all of them are trying to play with the Smriti itself, with the original source text itself. That is where the whole problem starts. The other day I was reading one of these alternative style guys. He is very comfortably interpreting the Kenopanishad second verse as if it is showing, declaring consciousness. And he is using this verse even to define consciousness. No. The second verse, nowhere it uses the word, any word which even can be remotely translated as consciousness. Shrotrasya Shrotram, Manaso Manoyat, Vachoha Vacham, Savu Pranasya Pranaha, Chakshush Chakshu, Atimushya Dhiraha, Pretyas Mallokat Amrita Bhavanti. Over. Nowhere even a word exists which can be remotely translated as consciousness. But very comfortably, these so-called modern day interpreters go on translating this verse adding the word consciousness. Consciousness is the year of the year. They go on adding everything they want. Understand the beauty? Here in this verse, I need to explain one more thing. In English, only singular and plural. In Sanskrit, it is not. Singular dual, plural. So this verse, second verse, when it comes to Shrotra, ear, dual is used. When it comes to mana, singular is used. When it comes to vacha, singular is used. When it comes to chakshu, plural is used. Means 3 eyes, not 2. Understand? When it comes to ears, dual is used. When it comes to manas, singular word is used. When it comes to vak, singular word is used. When it comes to prana, singular word is used. When it comes to chakshu, plural word is used. More than 2. Not 2. More than 2. Means 3. Or more than 2. Our masters were in high conscious frequency. Even in their poetry, they do not miss what they are trying to convey. So when they have not used the word, which can even be remotely translated as consciousness, and if you insert that word into this verse, the whole thing is collapsed. This modern day alternative reading style, writers, authors, as long as they keep their border, they just play with the incarnations. I will not accept, but I will not bother about them. Okay, it's okay, a dramatized version, a portrait. Portrait is the artistic expression. But if they try to become authority on the original science, Shruti, then something seriously wrong. Then they are trying to subvert. They are not trying to support. They are only subverting. Do not read these great truths from the people who are interested in subverting and not supporting. That is what I call maintaining your purity. Not reading from the unenlightened sources is what I mean by the word purity. Fortunately, that personal moment of listening to Vairagyananda Swami, the fortune of listening to Vairagyananda Swami, where he says, Koka, my eyes have failed, but I do not have problem because I never built myself on something which my eyes can see or cherish through visualization. If you meditated on certain form your whole life, visualizing, when your eyes fail, you will fall into depression because what you meditated will not be there. You will not be able to hold that in your inner space. Understand, do not meditate on any form which can be seen or visualized by your eyes. All visualizing meditations can be initial entertainment, theology light. Okay, just to have little celebration, excitement, inspiration, to start your journey. Wow, this God looks so beautiful. And you may be wondering, a person who is all the time making huge deities and putting tons of jewels on it and worshipping, he is telling don't meditate on a form. Understand? The truth is a truth is a truth when it comes to the pure science. I'll tell you later why I make those huge deities, why I put all those jewels, why I myself bow down again and again. All that I'll explain later. Now listen to the truth in its pure form. Vairagyananda told me very clearly, not only he told me, I experienced it. Anything which you can see and which you can visualize based on what you saw. See, all your visualizations can be developed only based on what you saw. For example, if you see elephant with one trunk, you can visualize elephant with 1,000 trunk, but the one trunk elephant you should have seen. So all your visualizations are nothing but expansion of what you already saw. So when your chakshu fails, and it will fail at one point of your life. Either before you leave the body or around the time you are leaving the body, it will fail. That time, you will fall into depression, you will fall into emptiness, you will fall into abyss. If you have built your whole personality on visualization, no. Same way, if you have built your personality only on verbalization, means on some ideas, concepts, speaking or internally verbalizing, even if it is a great mantra, when the verbalization fails, you will fall into depression. No. And if you have built your personality cherishing some concept, sometimes you don't meditate on form, you don't meditate on name, but you cherish certain gunas, characters, qualities, Satchidananda Parabrahma, the pure consciousness, light, intelligence, bliss, all these concepts, your cognitions, even if you contemplate and meditate and build your personality on that, when your ability to connect, when your intellect fails, you will fall into depression, because your intellect also will fail before you leave the body, before you die. The only thing which does not fail even after all these fails is the space of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. From the beginning, start building that. More and more time, energy, life should be spent by every individual to build that safe chamber in your inner space where unclutching is experienced, where complete completion is experienced, where perpetual completion is experienced, where Sahaja Samadhi is experienced, where Nirvikalpa Samadhi becomes your personal reality. Understand? Only the space which cannot be visualized, which does not need to be remembered, which cannot be remembered, which cannot be verbalized, is your safe chamber. Only that is the essence of life. Understand? This is the most important lesson I got from Vairagyananda Swami. Not what you left matters, how you left matters. Not what you left when you leave, but how you left matters. Ramakrishna says beautifully, if you are going to a new place, First find a lodge, put all your luggage, then go around and enjoy the whole place. Because you know you can always come back and you have a safe place in the night. Same way I tell you, first find that Nirvikalpa Samadhi chamber inside you, put all your luggage and rest, then go around and enjoy everything. Because you know you can always come back and rest there when you are supposed to leave the planet Earth or leave the life. The moment you add the word consciousness into this verse, the whole corruption starts. Then it is no more pure questioning. Then what happens? You start visualizing. Consciousness means, wow, shining, shining like 1,000 sun. 1,000 sun too hot. I should add little cool. 1,000 moon and 1,000 sun put together. You go on making that into a visualization exercise. No. The pure questioning need to be retained as pure questioning when it comes to creating the Nirvikalpa Samadhi in your system. Understand? One more thing. From this truth of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, if you operate, the powers manifest in you is Shaktis. It is like breaking the atom and powers manifesting. But in the yoga method, where there is a definite visualization and definite identity about you, these both are made to merge. When they both hit each other, the energies expressed are siddhis. That whole science is different. This whole science is different. This verse, if you understand, without the manipulation, interpolation, the alternative style of reading, without adding the idea of consciousness into it, because nowhere the verse even remotely as a word, nowhere this verse as a word which can be even remotely translated as consciousness. No. It's only very clearly saying, Shrotrasya Shrotram Manaso Manoyat Vachoha Vacham Savu Pranasya Pranaha Chakshus Chakshuhu Atimushya Dhiraha Pretya Smallokat Amrita Bhavanti. If you retain the purity of this verse, you will understand the answer which Upanishad is trying to give through this verse is pure questioning. Going on and on and on unclutching. Going on and on and on into completion. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is not verb, it's a noun. Understand? It is not action, it is a space. The pure questioning is an action which leads to Nirvikalpa Samadhi, which is not action, which is the pure space. But any visualization is a verb, action. You need to go on holding it, maintaining it, retaining it, supporting it. If something need to be supported, it cannot be Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If something need to be done, it cannot be Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If something need to be, you need to hold on, you need to keep that alive, it cannot be Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Retaining the purity of your listening and from whom you are taking the lesson is most important when it comes to understanding the pure science. I tell you, just few days I spent with Vairagyananda Swami, clarified very clearly, experientially to me. When your ability to see and visualize fails, your ability to think, talk, verbalize fails, your ability to connect the memory and make meaning out of it fails, when all these fails, what can hold you? You should be putting all your time, life, energy to build that chamber in your life. That safe chamber is what I call Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And I want to tell you, it is not difficult as yogis make you believe. It is difficult for yogis, I tell you. It is a hard work for them, but for Advaitis, it's a smart decision. Understand, Nirvikalpa Samadhi is not hard work, it is smart decision. When you don't do that smart decision, you have to do hard work. If you do the smart decision, hard work is not required. It is as simple as try to fast for 1 or 2 days. When your body gets dehydrated, continuously try to be unclutching, try to be completing, and go on to the source. Actually, 1 or 2 days of fasting, when I say fasting, not only no food, no TV, no visualization, feeding inside, no iPad, no Facebook, nothing. All 5 senses, just fast for 1 or 2 days. When you feel dehydrated, those moments, go on doing that smart decision of unclutching, 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 completion, 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 without holding on to anything. Sometimes even the great fantasy of your Ishta Devata will appear. Don't hold on, don't support. Sometimes even my form will appear. Don't hold on, don't support. Go on unclutching, unclutching, unclutching. Just do this smart decision. In 2-3 days, you will catch a glimpse of how your organs and intra-organs will fail when you leave the body. That will make you take smart decision. Smart decision is Advaita, hard work is yoga. Understand? When people can't do smart decision, they have to do hard work. But if you can do smart decision, you don't need hard work. People ask me, many people, even sincere Hindus, they ask me, how can the powers manifest so easily in hundreds of people around you? There is some magic you are doing. Array, if I am interested in showing myself as a great mystical, mysterious, the branded alone possible personality. I know that drama, I know that game. No. I am neither interested nor that can be true as per the Vedic tradition. I am very clear. It is a simple science. Too simple than chewing gum. Just like how you chew your gum, chew this concept of unclutching while your body is getting dehydrated. When you fast, all 5 senses, don't eat, you can drink water, don't allow the TV or music, any input through any senses. Just 2 days try. Surely you will not die in 2 days. I am not asking you to do it forever. Just if you try 2 days, you will see how the senses will become powerless when you are withdrawing while you leave the body. So during those moments, if you are able to be unclutched without falling into the abyss of chaos or confusion or incompletion, powerlessness, you will just catch this smart decision of unclutching. Not only that, it will start manifesting Shaktis in you. Sadashiva says beautifully, when you sneeze, just be in the space of unclutching, you will manifest the power related to air. Please understand, when you sneeze, it's actually one of the technique he gives in Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which is one of the most powerful agama. There are 10 agamas: Shiva Sutra, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Mrigendra Agama, and Mahanirvana Tantra. These 10 agamas, straight techniques. While you are sneezing, if you can just unclutch, suddenly the whole circuit of the air energy, the prana will be available to you. You will have it like the whole software's password, the whole network's password, you will catch it. Even if you have taken 2-3 smart decisions in your life, see, all the techniques of Sadashiva is smart decision. All techniques of yoga is hard work. That is why even yoga, you should learn from Sadashiva. Because even yoga, he looks with the eyes of smart decision, not with the eyes of hard work. This major 10 agamas, Rudrayamala, Mahanirvana, Kularnava, Kamika, Mrigendra, Vijnana Bhairava. If you see the techniques, everything with this base of smart decision, making you take smart decisions during the right moments. This whole 3rd and 4th verse of Kenopanishad, the 3rd and 4th verse of the Kenopanishad, na tatra chakshur gacchati, na vak gacchati, no manaha, na vidmo, na vijanimaha, yadaidat anusishyat, anyadeva, tat viditat, ato aviditat iti, idi sushruma purvesham Yenastat vyachachakshire. It's simply a smart decision, not at all hard work. But if you translate this verse, as this alternative reading guys are translating, trying to use this verse to give an answer, you will be doing hard work. See, for example, Bangalore is this side, Mysore is that side. If you are trying to drive this side and reach Bangalore, it is smart work. But if you are driving this side and reach Bangalore, it is hard work naturally, because there is no smart decision. If you try to drive this way, because Bangalore is this side, it's a smart decision, not hard work. If you try to drive this way and reach Bangalore, because there is no smart decision, you have to do hard work, no other way. The basic cognition from which you start functioning matters. Understand? Basic cognition with which you start functioning matters. Purva Paksha matters. Always we tell. I have seen many people coming and telling me, Swamiji, you just tell me what should I do? And I don't want to read all this. Unless you read and clarify your cognition, you can't start. But everyone wants to jump start. Just the jump starting if you want, I will only immediately jump start. You will be doing only hard work, because many of the cognitions need to be altered, cleared. You need to do the Purvapaksha about you. Only then your action will be smart decision, not hard work. Only then it will be smart decision, not hard work. Understand? Na tatra chakshur gacchati na vak gacchati no manaha na vidmo na vijanimaha yadaitat anusishyat anyadeva tat viditat atho aviditat iti sushruma purvesham enastat vyacha chakshire. Let the whole effort be concentrated on developing Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the space of Sadashivoham, the space of Sahaja Samadhi, the space of complete completion, the space of perpetual completion be developed. I'll continue on the details, the sacred secrets, elaborately in further satsangs. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
We'll move to the morning satsang in Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 22nd verse.
Yam labdhva cha param labham manyate nadhikam tataha yasmin sthito na dukkhena gurunapi vichalyate.
Yam laptva chaparam labam manyate natikam tataha yasmin stitona dukkhena gurunapi vichalyate. Translation: having obtained which one does not esteem any other acquisition as something more, and being established in which one is not shaken by even the most grievous suffering. Bhagavan is describing one of the greatest state of Advaita experience. Please understand, there are various states, various stages of Samadhi. Sabija, Nirvija, Savigalpa, Nirvigalpa, Bhava Samadhi. There are various stages of Samadhi. Bhagavan is describing the ultimate Sahaja Samadhi. If you can move your body and mind and relate with the ordinary world as they understand life, but completely being established in your Nirvikalpa Samadhi, it is called Sahaja Samadhi. Please understand. Being established in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi in your inner space, completely unclutched in the inner space, with that, if you are able to move your body and mind in a so-called society's normalcy, that is Sahaja Samadhi. The most powerful, the ultimate spiritual state. Even gods need to do tapas to achieve this state. Even gods who achieved their states by the various practices need to do unique special tapas to achieve this state. Yam laptva chaparam labam manyatenadikam tataha yasmin stito na dukkhena Gurunapi vichalyate. Having obtained which state one does not esteem any other acquisition as something more, and being established in which state one is not shaken by even the most grievous suffering, is Sahaja Samadhi. We call it Sahaja Sthiti, the state where, the space where thoughts are not required for the smooth functioning of your body and even mind. Mind can function without thoughts. Please understand, even though usually the mind is bunch of thoughts, it can function without thoughts. You may ask, how can mind, which is bunch of thoughts, can function without thoughts? Just by the presence of the superconsciousness, without any agitation or the after effects and side effects which will be usually created by thoughts, mind can function, mind can flow. Unless the mind functions, you won't even be able to stand, sit, walk. It functions without any thoughts. No thought, no movement. That is why I always tell people, I am not existing as you think of me. Same way, after I leave the body, I am not going to be absent as you think of the absence. Understand? An enlightened master, a person who is established in Sahaja Samadhi, he will not be present as you understand presence. He will not be absent as you understand absence. Krishna says very beautifully, whoever understands the way I function will be liberated. Understand? He says, if you understand how I am functioning, you will be liberated. How funny it is. You may think, how will I be liberated if I know how Krishna is functioning? You will understand your mind is also functioning in the same way, and just your ignorance creates complication. You will just unclutch that very moment. Wow, this is what? Then why was I connecting all the thoughts unnecessarily and creating constant suffering for me? I wasted my time creating constant suffering for myself. When you create constant suffering for you, even the good thing you want to do to others will become suffering for them, and you will cry, oh, even if I do good things, people take it bad. They are not taking it bad. You are doing it as bad. Even though you plan good. But when you stop torturing yourself, when you stop giving suffering to you, even if you do something what you think or you may feel as bad, will end up as good. When an enlightened master uses his trishul, even then he only heals. When an ordinary man, even if he gives gift, he only destroys others. In Calcutta, when I was staying, I was staying in the banks of Ganges, two neighbors, every day morning there will be fight. They will scream in that village Bengali. Scream means really scream. But I saw one fellow every day, evening, he will give sweets to that daughter of the neighbor. She's a small child. Morning, both fathers fight. Evening, this fellow gives sweet to the daughter. Every day, full pot rasagulla he will give. I asked him, how come you love her so much, but with this father you have fight? And it's not some real fight, very frivolous things. This fellow says, no, I hate that fellow and the daughter both. I give lot of sweet because daughter won't be able to eat everything, and that fellow is diabetic. He will eat, he is such a miser, he will not throw the sweet out. He will eat and get more sick. Understand? And it really happened. That fellow is such a miser, he can't throw the sweet out. The daughter can eat only one. It's almost 30-40 rasagulla. And this fellow religiously will eat and fall sick in once in a week. But that does not stop him eating. So even by giving sweet, you can kill people. Even though I give kadka pudi, I help you guys. I tell you guys, if you take haritaki powder every night, your non-mechanical parts of the brain gets awakened, which directly leads to continuous unclutching, even while you are functioning normally, even while your life is moving normally, even when you are doing all your activities normally. If you continuously establish yourself in the space of unclutching, even while your body and mind is functioning, that is what I call Sahaja Samadhi. Bhagavan is talking only about that Sahaja Samadhi here. When I awaken your Kundalini, you experience Sahaja Samadhi only. Your brain, how it is in waking state, how it is in dream state, how it is in deep sleep state. When I awaken the Kundalini, you can see it is in highest awareness, like a peak of waking state, and highest rest, like a depth of sleep state, both together. That is what I call Sahaja Samadhi. Sahaja Samadhi, restful awareness. Even if everything is happening in a deep, staying in the state of deep rest. I tell you, when I am giving the Akashic reading, Kalabhairava Darshan, people say, you are so active and alive, Swamiji. I tell you, that is the time I feel the extraordinary peace inside. No moments of thought. Continue to unclutch and unclutch to establish yourself in Sahaja Samadhi. Today with this, I'll move to the next segment of the morning satsang. See, there are two types of compassion. Compassion, immediate compassion. Oh, you are sick, go and sleep. If you are hungry, go and eat. Lie down. Without thinking about the purpose of life. The real compassion is supporting a person to fulfill the life's purpose, even if it is a little difficult in the initial times. Come on, let's start the questions. I'll answer your questions.
We first have a gratitude email from Kavina Ananda from Seattle for Inner Awakening, and she's saying, Nityanandam, to attend the Inner Awakening program, I used to postpone because of my 3-year-old son. I didn't know who would take care of him while I attend 21 days program with Swami. I sent my intention form and paid the money. Swami responded saying that he will take care of this. Very surprisingly, my husband, who doesn't believe in Swami and any masters, flew from US to take care of our son while I attend the program. He suddenly became very supportive, and he even once came to the ashram. And other concern was my son used to get sick every time we came to India for vacation. During my IA trip, he remained healthy all through 21 days and beyond. These are true miracles from Swami. life after IA. Now I truly understand as I experience that inner awakening happens every day, every second. It is not just 21 days. I can see that Swamiji is part of me and I have a direct connection to him. Whatever I think, he touches those topics in satsang. If I have any questions, he answers them immediately in the next day satsang. While I talk about Swami to my friends, I can see Swami talking through me and winning the arguments. I can feel his presence all the time in me. I can feel Swami's strong presence at home. I have the home security system and I had a thought at 9:30 a.m. while driving to office that what if the motion sensors detect Swami walking and I get a call from security monitoring team. I can't believe it how fast it happened. At 10:45 a.m. I got a call on my cell phone while I was in office that the alarm went off and if they have to call the police. I had a strong belief that it is a false triggered because of the thought and told them it is not required, I will check myself. My colleague said, "Are you mad? Why do you want to take the risk?" I just smiled and did not say much. I checked online and found out that the bedroom motion sensor triggered the alarm and that is where my puja room is. It's an amazing experience to me. I have experienced success in my job too. I work at Microsoft in a senior manager role. During the recent performance review, I got the topmost rating, 1+ in 300 people organization, and for that rating, rewards pour in through cash and stocks. I was thinking, what did I do differently after inner awakening? I was honest and never differentiated between my job and others. I was genuinely helping people to be successful. Love for people. I was not afraid to take risk. Presentations became much smoother after inner awakening as I didn't have fear. I started getting creative ideas to implement at work. Lot more miracles happened to me during inner awakening. I asked Swamiji in Energy Darshan that how much ever I meditate, I am not able to go beyond this body. One night while sleeping during early morning hours, I had a dream where I am leaving the body. Then immediately I was very much aware and merged into the source of light. This was a great feeling to carry for several days. Then once more I had the same dream of me merging into the light. I was touched by the experience and could clearly remember how I left the body and merged into the source of light. When I woke up, I was surprised to see awareness I had in my sleep state. This is definitely the result of inner awakening and Swamiji. Several times I have felt the vibrations of Anandagandha chakra and now I can always feel the vibrations in my body with lot of energy flowing and Kundalini awakening when I just sit. Never-ending miracles and bliss has taken over everything else in my life. I can see myself floating in the ocean of honey bliss. This is what is the effect of inner awakening. My deepest gratitude to Swami for showering both outer world and inner world success on me. Whatever I say in words here is very less. Everyone should experience it. In Nityananda, Ma Kavina Ananda.
Actually, my presence cannot be felt by alarm, the detective alarms, because she wanted that my presence should be felt. See, the moment she thought, she really wanted, will it really happen? She had a deep desire inside. So just to prove to her, I made my presence to be detected by the alarm.
The next question is from Aradhana Patel, New Jersey, USA, who's asking Swamiji, after hearing you talk about the Gurukul system in morning satsang, I wish my son had been young enough. I would have sent him there. But he is 17 now, and I'm really scared of what might happen to him, a teenager growing up in the USA. Any guidance for Indian youngsters in the West, Swamiji?
Actually, I am designing a program, especially aiming at Indian youngsters in the West, for them to be like a 3-month semester course to give all the universal spiritual values embedded in the Vedic tradition to learn, experience and live just through internet. The program is getting designed. Soon the teaser will be released. Then the release of the program will happen.
The next question is from Bhavna from Chennai, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, Nityanandam, I am from Tamil Nadu. I became your devotee just by watching your morning satsangs for the past 10 months. I have not attended any of your programs except one Kalpataru. Till now, my parents don't know that I am watching the satsang daily. If they come to know, they will treat me as if I am pregnant before marriage. So I can't wear mala or participate in the Nirahara Samyama. What do you want to tell to people like me?
Bhavana, it is very unfortunate. Usually elders go to the spiritual gurus and youngsters don't go. And elders have to force the youngsters. But in my case, it is always opposite. Youngsters come and settle down with me, pull their parents. I am a special edition of consciousness for youth. It has become very difficult for old brain to think a creative, alive awakening of spirituality is possible. I tell you, even if the elderly people who come to my programs and accepted me, they become young in heart. So understand, these great spiritual teachings, see, even if you are not established in unclutching whole day, even if you remember 100 times, let me try to unclutch. The Swami says something, your mind will say, he will tell 1,000 things. Don't waste your time. But then, no, I'll try. Even if you try unclutching every day, your eyes start shining. Your system grows younger. I am not saying only if you become successful, you will achieve all these qualities. No. Even if you try. This Nirahara Samyama also, thousands of people try. Hundreds are only successful. But even the people who tried and failed got many benefits like a health. They became better. Many benefits. If you are successful, then the benefits are immeasurable. Even if you are a failure, you lose weight, your health becomes great. So many wonderful things you receive. So understand, Krishna says in Gita, even if you practice these great truths little bit, he's not saying you have to do completely whatever I am saying. Even if you practice little bit, great good things will happen to you. Try Nirahara Samyama. It's a first level is 2 days, second level is 7 days, third level is 11 days. Even if you fail in the second level, you will have tremendous confidence. Wow, I did not eat for 1 week. How did I manage leaving my bonda and pakoda? So even if you try little, so many wonderful things will happen. I bless you all who are sitting with us around the world at this moment in 1093 places through Nityananda TV and YouTube Live, 48 places two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha in 259 cities in 28 countries. I bless you all, let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nityananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nityananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nityananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nityanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroga nivarakam Vande papa vinashaktam Nityanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka pradipakam Vande shantamayam bandham Nityanandaya swagatam Anandagandha sancharam Sarvopadhi vinirmuktam Vande jnanalayam natham Nityanandaya swagatam.
Important part which Vedic tradition people were avoiding continuously. Especially in the Hindu tradition, people were always thinking, if you get enlightened, that's enough. Now that is not going to be enough. That is not going to be enough. What are you going to do? Sitting in just empty island, all by yourself, having few trees which will give fruit for your food. Not only you escaping, save few people so that you can celebrate your life with them. Save planet Earth. We have put our ancestors, our elders, our predecessors put too much energy to create this huge infrastructure. Let it not be destroyed by foolish, unconscious politicians and unconscious religious theories, theologies, which goes on creating hatred amongst each other and becoming base for terrorism in the planet Earth. Two things. One, you falling in tune with the less thought space means learning the science of unclutching and using this 2012 less thought, more action zone for enlightenment. Use this as a jumping pad to get enlightened. This is the first thing. Second thing, now itself go all out, work hard, put at least 4 or 5 hours to save planet Earth by spreading the science of unclutching. That is why I am saying all the important science and the technology which is needed to save planet Earth and raise its consciousness, I am making it completely freely available in the social media and mass media and internet. I am not asking you to popularize my name as author, no. I am requesting you, take this science and spread it all over the world like a wildfire. The science of enlightenment. Feeling comfortable with less thoughts through unclutching. So if you spread this science, especially the decision makers, people who decide for you, your political leaders, your social leaders, your religious leaders, give them all this science, give them all this great truth of what planet Earth is going through. She is really delivering. She is just delivering new consciousness. See, during the Krishna's happening, the same thing happened. People who are not able to evolve themselves to the level of less thought, more actions. Krishna saw these guys are going to be dangerous. So he just created the war under the controlled conditions and finished all of them off. Understand? If Krishna wouldn't have created that Mahabharata war, there would have been huge uncontrolled chaos. So Krishna managed. The whole chaos was in his controlled condition. It's like still now, the Western countries, during the fire season, they do something like a controlled fire and finish off, so that the fire does not become wildfire. It does not go out of control, out of hand. So particular areas, they will burn it and make a fire line. It's called controlled fire. Same way, Krishna created an ambience where the chaos is under the controlled conditions and created and finished everything. Understand? Now in 2012 we are entering the same space. I feel from now to 2012, if we create at least 2 million enlightened beings, people who are comfortable with less thought, more action, by 2012 to 2015, we will have at least 20 million enlightened beings on the planet Earth. We will have enlightened civilization. Please understand, I am not playing with your fear or greed. I am not giving you the dream of utopia. No. I am not giving you the dream of paradise. No. I am not threatening you. I am not frightening you with some fear, prediction. No. I am just straight away stating the simple fact, knowing well I am going to be available in this body, alive, 2012 and 2015 and all, and this video record will be used by people to question me. Knowing this, I am making all these statements. Very responsibly I am talking. Understand? Planet Earth is entering into a space where automatically we are all getting into the zone of less thoughts. All you need is prepare your body and mind. If you prepare your mind with unclutching signs, you will feel comfortable with that less thoughts and you will not fall into depression. You will become enlightened. If you prepare your body also with Hatha Yoga, not only you will become enlightened, you will start expressing extraordinary powers like levitation. I tell you, the levitation is going to be more easy by 2012. Let me announce now itself. By 2012 end, I'll make 10,000 people levitate in one space and create a huge positive consciousness. That is going to be a big push for the human consciousness to enter into the divine consciousness. That will be the opening of Satya Yuga, the age of enlightenment.
Let me explain how your mind is moving, how you are thinking. First, all the three sutras, he spoke only about breath. He never used the word mind. First time he is bringing that word. First time Shiva is introducing. First time he is bringing the word mind. And first time he is uttering the word nirvigalpataya, means be unclutched. The state in which you don't have any vigalpa. You don't connect and see. Vigalpa means connecting the kalpanas. Nirvigalpa means where you don't connect anything. Kalpa means itself connecting or imagining. Imagining is what is meant by the word kalpa. Here he says nirvigalpa, where you don't connect, you are unclutched. Let me just explain how you think you are thinking. This zone, I am describing only this zone. This zone I am describing in a detailed way, in a deeper level. The close-up view. Shiva is taking us a little further, so I am giving you the close-up view. This is what I call neutral space. Every moment, every kshana, again and again and again you experience this neutral space. Constantly it is happening in you. Whenever your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath. Every moment this neutral space is happening in you. Constantly you are changing the gear. Whenever you change a gear, you have to go to the neutral space. Constantly you are changing the gear. Let it be very clear, if you are constantly changing the gear, means constantly you are unclutched. Every moment you are unclutched. Now one more thing you need to understand. Yesterday I was telling you, because you don't feel comfortable with this space, you just fast forward, you jump from here to there. You do not give your attention to this space. You give attention to this space and this space, but not to the neutral space. You give attention to incoming breath, outgoing breath. You don't give attention to neutral space. You just jump. You fast forward, jump the neutral space. That is why you feel this gap is too small and this gap is more. That is why you feel the incoming breath time and outgoing breath time is more than neutral spaces. One important thing you should know, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in actuality they are not more. The time is same. You need to understand now about time. According to the Western mind, the time is chronological, means second. It is measured by second. According to Eastern mind, according to the, I can say Eastern no mind, according to the rishis, time is psychological, it is not chronological. Kshana is not equivalent to a second. Please be very clear. In Vedic system, we measure time with the unit called Kshana. Kshana is not equivalent to time. Kshana is not equivalent to second. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. Please understand, if you can follow, if you can come little deeply with this sutra, Shiva is straight away showing you the ultimate truth or your very nature. Shiva doesn't believe in changing your activities. He believes in changing your belief about yourself. He doesn't bother about your activities. Throughout this book, not even a single morality is given. He doesn't say speak truth. He doesn't say be non-violent. He doesn't say be a celibate. Nothing. He doesn't give a single morality. He doesn't give you a single instruction. He straight away shakes your core, changes your idea about yourself. The idea which you carry about yourself, he just shakes and changes it, done, over. He doesn't believe in cutting the branches. He straight away removes the root. He is going to the root. Then naturally, morality will flower in you. That's why I say Shiva is the only solution for the modern day. He doesn't speak about anything. He never says what you should do or what you should not do. No rules. With the rules, nothing can be done. With the truth, you don't need to do anything. Simply the whole thing will start expressing itself. Just he changes your idea about yourself. See, the moment your idea about yourself changes, you start existing in a different consciousness, altogether in a different space. Nothing needs to be done. You don't need to no teachings are necessary to control you. All teachings are constables, cops who are sitting inside you. Teachings are nothing but cops who are sitting inside your brain. Here, there is no need to give you any teaching. Just a single understanding. Just this single understanding is enough. Your idea about yourself will be completely changed. The moment your idea about you changes, no need for any morality, any teaching. You will simply start expressing the morality. You don't bother about anything else. If you are given morality, if you are given teachings, you will be constantly bothered about the other half. For example, if you are asked not to do something, you will be constantly thinking about that only. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched. Then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the Shiva consciousness. You don't even need to practice this technique. All you need to do is just be aware of this technique. There are some techniques which you need to learn and practice, experience. There are some techniques, the very understanding takes you to that level, takes you to that depth. Suddenly you see you are experiencing it. In Vedanta, 3 levels. The first, Shravana, means understanding the technique, listening about it. Manana, meditating on it, contemplating, practicing it. Nididhyasana, expressing the truth, expressing it. You need 3 steps. Understanding, practicing, and expressing. Here, with this technique, you don't need the 3 steps. The very understanding simply liberates you, because he is taking us to such a deep level, to the depth of your being. He is showing us to the core. He is taking us to a different space, which I call Zen zone. Zen zone means the zone in which already you are liberated. The zone in which you are unclutched. The zone in which you exist as you are. He is taking us to the zone beautifully without any practice. As far as this technique concerned, the very understanding is enough. You will suddenly wake up. Yes, I am in that state. Nothing else needs to be done. He is taking us to that zone. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. Yesterday I was speaking, I was explaining. To be relaxed or to feel comfortable in the neutral space, we feel comfortable with incoming breath or outgoing breath, but we don't feel comfortable with the neutral space. That is why you just jump the neutral space. You don't give your attention to neutral space. Whenever the neutral space comes, you say quit and you jump. Whenever the neutral space comes, you do fast forwarding. You just fast forward it. Continuously you are fast forwarding the neutral space. When you sit and watch a movie, you don't like some scenes, you fast forward it. Just jump. Same way, whenever the neutral space comes, you jump, you fast forward. Yesterday I was asking you to feel little comfortable with the neutral space, in the neutral zone. Now he is taking us to a different depth. He says, you don't even have to feel comfortable with the neutral zone. Just understand you have a neutral zone. Be relaxed. Whether you want or not, you are going to have neutral zone. Even if you do fast forwarding, even if you fast forward, the neutral zone is your nature. Every moment, the neutral zone is going to happen in you. That space is happening in you. The neutral space is constantly happening in you. Even if you avoid, the neutral space is happening in you. He says, the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched.
First question is from Sadhana, IA ID number 65. She is asking, dearest Swamiji, please explain what is Nirvikalpa Samadhi? How can I attain it? Can one hold prana outside the body at will when one achieves Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Please guide me what steps, what tapas, what kriya I perform to attain it. Sadhana, IA ID number 65.
Sadhana, please understand, Nirvikalpa means being without any changes. Vikalpa means changes, oscillation, diversion, dilution, differentiation. All these can be different meanings of the word, the Vikalpa. Nirvikalpa means without any of this. When one achieves Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he literally becomes God. He becomes one with the ultimate. Nirvikalpa Samadhi means your whole being, your whole identity dissolving into the cosmic existence. The individual inner space has no more disturbances, differences. Next question, how can I attain it? There are millions of methods, process, procedures. Pick up any one sincerely, authentically. You are already doing inner awakening. You are already initiated into unclutching. Best direct experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi can be had by unclutching. Please understand. Unclutching is not even a path leading to Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is a process directly giving you the experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi.
The moment you start unclutching, you are falling into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is not a peak to attain it. It is a valley in which you need to fall. It is not an object to attain it, peak to achieve it. It is valley to be fallen in it. When one achieves Nirvikalpa Samadhi, it is not even an achievement. Sadhana, to tell you honestly, you are asking so many questions about Nirvikalpa Samadhi, but any answer about Nirvikalpa Samadhi will not be truthful when you achieve that state. Now, whatever I say, when you start experiencing, you will only find my words are inadequate. If a common man, person who is in the road, who is a new seeker, if you ask this question, I can give an elaborate answer, because I know for sure this guy is not going to achieve it. It is like a collecting maps. There are some fellows who are crazy about collecting maps but never travel. There are some fellows who are crazy about collecting menu cards but never eat. Crazy of collecting all the postal stamps but never send anything. Crazy of collecting coins but will never spend anything. Crazy of collecting swords but doesn't know how to fight. I know there are some people crazy of collecting things will never use it. Same way, if a onlooker or a person who is not that authentic or sincere, if you ask about this question, what is Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I can give poetries after poetries after poetries. I can sing any number of songs. He is not going to experiment it or experience it. But sadhana, you are already in the inner awakening. You are getting into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So when I answer you, I wanted to be very responsible. Any word I give about Nirvikalpa Samadhi will be inadequate when you experience it. You are asking, can one hold prana outside the body at will when one achieves Nirvikalpa Samadhi? When you achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you can hold prana out, in and out and in, anywhere you want. What steps, what tapas, what kriya I perform to attain it? Sadhana, you are already doing it. Inner awakening is the steps, inner awakening is the tapas, inner awakening is the kriya. You need to perform to attain it and you are doing it. Next question.
The question is, Dear Swamiji, I suffer from severe arthritis and had no hope of ever traveling to a place like Kailash. But while traveling with you last year, I had an unbelievably pain-free and pleasant journey. You had said that just being in an avatar's physical presence transforms even your physiology. Can you explain this miracle? We don't have the questioner's name.
All right. Maybe because the person is talking about the personal disease, doesn't want to reveal the name. That's okay. But I know. The question is, I suffer from severe arthritis and I had no hope of ever traveling to a place like Kailash. I still remember when she came to me and asked that I want to come to Kailash, this person who put this question. I said no, because I know she has arthritis. And she is quite old. Of course, women will feel offended if I say old. That's why I have to use the word quite old. It means old. So, but she came in Kalpataru and asked this as a boon. God, what all technical loopholes people find. In Kalpataru, what can I do? I said, all right, it'll happen. That's it. She went to the doctor, got the medical certificate, and joined the trip. In Nepal, she's telling me, when we all have landed in Kathmandu, She's telling, Swamiji, due to this cold, my arthritis is aggravating. I said, oh God. But one fortunate thing is our Kundalini has already awakened because she has done some program. She has done IA also. Kundalini has awakened. You see, if your Kundalini is awakened, if you had a levitation experience even once, no need to have while you are sitting there. If you have had in my presence when I am initiating you directly, even once, then you can be very clear. Your body will obey to me more than your biomemory. Any disease you create for yourself, any trouble you create for yourself, I can get you out of it just like that. Because beyond the troubles you create for yourself, your inner biomemory listens to me. I can easily get you out of any problem. So she already had a Kundalini awakening. And I blessed her and healed her. Immediately she started levitating and then pain disappeared. I said, you will not have any pain. Don't bother. I'll take care. That's all. Immediately her biomemory listened. See, your biomemory listens to me more than you, only in a positive way. And I cannot do anything wrong to you. Of course, I won't do, that is different. I cannot do anything wrong to you. In the highest consciousness, simply your biomemory listens to you. The highest consciousness. Anyhow, because she was in the fortunate space of able to experience Kundalini awakening, immediately she got healed. And throughout the Kailash trip, till the end, she did not have any pain and her whole physiology cooperated. With that cold, usually cold aggravates arthritis. With that cold she managed. Your physiology is nothing but the physical extension of your psychology. If your psychology is healed, naturally, automatically, your physiology also gets healed. Please understand. If your psychology is healed, naturally, automatically, your physiology also gets healed. When physiology gets healed, when physiology responds to the Master's energy, presence, you can easily be given any spiritual experience. Spiritual experience will be very easy and highly possible. Because your whole being responds to the ultimate. Your whole being responds to that Kundalini energy. Next question.
The next question is from Terry's son, IA ID number 92. She's asking, when a person is a vegetative state due to traumas of the brain, is it possible for that person to still work on their consciousness, or do they have consciousness at all? When a person got into a tragic accident, does it have to do with their karma or just an unfortunate incident? If it is related to karma, then how does one completely burn off their karma in this lifetime? Thank you, Swamiji. Terry's son, IA ID number 92.
Terry, first thing, he has consciousness, but he will not be able to work on it. If he has already worked before the traumas of the brain on consciousness, then he will be able to work even during the coma state, even during the vegetative state. See, before getting into that vegetative state due to traumas of brain, if he has evolved consciously, like worked, meditated, lived that enlightened life, then even in the vegetative state, he will be working on his consciousness. But if he has not worked before, he will not be able to work during the vegetative state. And second question, when a person got into a tragic accident, Does it have to do with their karma or just unfortunate incident? There is an unfortunate incident itself is a karma. If it is related to karma, then how does one completely burn off their karma in this lifetime? After getting into that vegetative state, if you are trying to burn off your karma, it is not possible. You should have done it, you should have started the process before. If he has not started the process before, if he has fallen into the vegetative state already, nothing can be done. He has to die. Only in the next Janma he can burn off the karmas. No other way. Next.
The next question is from Hiranmayi, ID number 12. She is asking Pujya Swamiji, Sadar Pranams. Why do people get thoughts to harm other beings? When suffering happens due to actions from such thoughts, where is God to protect the victim? Love, regards and gratitude. Hiranmayi, ID number 12.
Hiranmayi. Don't you see in that very question itself, you are showing that you are too small to ask these questions? It's like all the ants they gather and try to ask a question. Why is elephant also painted in the same color like us? Black should be reserved only for us, not for elephants. We will sue all the elephants and kill all of them. Throw them into the ocean and warn the gods not to create any more black elephants. Let me tell you, why do people get thoughts to harm other beings? It is not harming others basically, trying to expand your boundary, that's all. When you try to expand your boundary, whoever you feel will not fit ideologically with your boundary, you try to harm them. That's it. So expansion is basic nature of life. So some natural rules, when it becomes power, especially in many hands, this harming others, this kind of thoughts start happening. When suffering happens due to actions from such thoughts, where is God to protect the victim? Hiranmayi, understand, each one of you have an intelligence to protect yourself. That intelligence to protect yourself which is there inside you is God. I should actually ask, when the suffering happens due to such actions, where are you? God is there. It is you who is not letting the God to function and work. Protect yourself. So, Hiranmayi, even a small worm, if you try to kill, it will stand up to protect itself. So, the identity or the energy which is protecting itself constantly is God. It is there in every one of you, in all of us.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nityananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nityananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nityananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं